Yeah, silly boy. I said to him, did you ask, is this the squad for the T20 or is this the squad for the T20 and then the Australian T20?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You could take me off, that is immensely helpful. Thank you, Nina. Have a lovely day. It's all right, bye. Well, very good morning and welcome to Hove for the final day of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Sussex and Essex. The good news is that we're going to start on time at 11 o'clock. There's a bit of heavy cloud around, but the weather forecast is actually quite good, so fingers crossed we're going to get through with a full day's play as the umpires make their way out to the middle. We're just checking that we're going out loud and clear. If anyone is listening across and they can just drop me a line, that would be very helpful, so we can just make sure that the stream is working. We had a couple of difficulties early on yesterday, which were all resolved, but if anyone is listening across, they can just drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That would be very useful, and we'll be with you in a few moments' time, as will Don Topley. So, a very good morning, welcome to Hove for the final day of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Essex and Sussex, or Sussex and Essex I should say, if you say that the correct way round. An intriguing situation with Sussex on 57 for 2, that gives them a lead of 111 as the two batsmen make their way to the wicket. Phil Salt, who's not out on 18 overnight, and Tom Clark coming in this morning after a wicket fell off the very last ball bowled last night, with Harry Finch back in the pavilion for 32. So the lead is 111. We have 90 overs to be bowled today. I always think it's a shame when you get to the last... good. We're coming through loud and clear, which is great. Echo coming through, so hopefully it's not too much of an echo and you can hear the effects microphone as well. I always think it's a bit of a shame when you get to the last day and some of the time that we've lost during the game isn't added back on. I always think that is a shame on the last day, but nonetheless, they're the rules. We've got 90 overs, and who knows, we could well get a result in this game. It's going to be Quinn who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground with 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Glenn has been in touch, and he says all working fine, which is great news. So Glenn, thank you very much for letting us know. So here we go, as Quinn runs away from us in the bowls, and Phil Salt is forward solidly and plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. Don Topley is sitting next to me. Good morning to you, Don.
Good morning, Adrian. Great to see you, great to be here.
Yeah, and great as well, but there's been a cloud cover around this morning. I think the forecast is generally good. I came over the top of the downs this morning looking out to sea. You could see for miles. The weather did look okay, but these could be bowler friendly here as well this morning, because it's quite overcast.
I'm sure we'll see. Obviously, Sussex lost that wicket at the end of play last night, but
in comes Quinn and bowls, and Salt is solidly behind the ball of full length and just plays quietly to mid-on field by Porter, and there is no run.
I'm sure we'll see Harmer introduced quite early from our end, the C end. And just again, overnight as well, will it have dried out a little bit? We've only had, what have we had, 90 odd, 150 overs in the game so far?
Yes, we had 98 yesterday, 98 and 61.
160.
Yeah. Quinn is back to his mark and runs away from us, coming to bowl to the right-handed Salt. 3 slips go down, and Salt again is forward very watchfully and plays quietly to mid-on. And there is no run. Very interesting here this morning. I was watching young Jack Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, who isn't playing in this game. He did play in the first 2 matches and did very well, particularly in the game against Hampshire. He was out in the middle bowling a few deliveries, and Simon Harmer sort of wandered across and was just giving him a few tips. I thought that was really nice, actually.
Yeah,
I loved it. I love that. You know, young off steady, it's like Simon Harmer wanders over and said, well, actually, don't know what he was saying, but he was clearly helping him, or trying to help, which I think is lovely. In comes Quinn and bowls, and Salt's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Quinn. Salt playing forward. Difficult to see exactly what that did, as it whether it moved or swung. But I think we can safely say that Salt was beaten, and a moral victory for Quinn.
Don't know who set that up for your young man, Carson, but the opportunity to talk to probably the world's best off spinner, finger spinner at the moment, Simon Harmer, was tremendous. Now, it could have been a coaching, it could have been a contact, but Simon Harmer, if someone went up to him and said, could you help me? He would be delighted to do so.
In comes Quinn and bowls, and Salt lets that go out the outside. The off-stump taken by Wheater, and there is no run. Oh, is it your phone? Oh.
Yes, I have an update.
Don't. What a ringtone that is. Don't work with him about that. So, one more ball to go, and it's the opening over of the day's play. Sussex's lead's got 111. A glimmer of sunshine makes its way across the ground. In comes Quinn running away from us. He's in the bowls, and Phil Salt tucks inside the line and plays that nicely through backward point. They've taken one. Walter is in hot pursuit, and Phil Salt comes back for a second run. So Phil Salt is on his way this morning. He goes to 20. 2 runs added in that opening over of the morning, and Sussex are 59 for 2. That's a lead of 113. Lots of ways to get in touch with us today. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk is our email address, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at BBC Essex Sport. And Don Topley has his own Twitter feed as well, so lots of ways. Get your messages through. Please keep us company through the final day. I mean, it could be a very exciting day. A lot will depend on, can Sussex get enough runs to maybe declare later on and have a bit of a bowl at Essex? Will Essex take early wickets this morning? We'll have to wait and see. But either way, it's great to have cricket, and it's Jamie Porter who's running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, around the wicket, bowls to Clark, who's forward and plays quietly into the offside, and there is no run. Tom Clark, young 19-year-old, spoke to him after the first day's play on Saturday. Seems a long time ago now. But batted very nicely in the first innings and caught a brilliant catch yesterday to dismiss Tom Westley as well. Left-hander taking strike with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Porter running down the hill, bowls, and Clark is, well, I'm going to say play and miss, but I think he probably pulled his bat inside the line at the very last moment. It made 21 in the first innings, did Tom Clark. As Porter wanders away back to the far end of the ground, and Clark just wanders around in his crease, and Porter turns. He's coming down the hill past umpire Ian Gould, bowls, and Clark plays a poor shot, to be fair. He didn't move his feet were sort of stuck as if they were stuck in concrete there, and he rather wafted the bat of the ball outside of the off stump. It wasn't a great delivery, to be honest, but it wasn't a great shot either. The ball goes through to Wheater,
Very
and there is no run. He'd have been annoyed if he got a little tickle on that, wouldn't he?
Very much so. It would have been undoubtedly given a wide in the white ball. Sun's peeking through, a bit of blue sky here and there. Yeah,
a few little patches, aren't there? As in comes Porter around the wicket and bowls, and Clark is solidly forward to a ball of good length and plays it quietly to mid-off, where it's fielded by Tender Scarter, who comes running in and fields, and there is no run. So just the 2 runs added this morning. I've got an update to do in a minute, Don, and then we can natter away.
Put the worlds to right.
Yeah.
This is a really interesting passage of play.
Just oh, I thought that was my cue. Oh, it is. Yes, thank you, Sarah. We're into the second over of the morning here at a slightly overcast Hove, but we are playing, which is good news, and Sussex are 59 for 2. That means it's a lead of 113 on this, the last day of this match in the Bob Willis Trophy against Essex. Phil Salt is on 20, Tom Clark is yet to score. And down at Arundel, Hampshire, 198 for 3 against Surrey. That's a lead of 26, and that game also into the final day.
Yeah, I was about to say this is an interesting passage of play, because I'll wait for this ball to be bowled and I'll continue.
In comes Porter running into bowl to the left-handed Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays quietly to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over, 59 for 2. Salt 20, Clark yet to score. Lead 113.
It's 113. Where does that fit in? Well, in the global thing, Sussex will be looking to get a lead of well over 200 or more, but they've obviously got to give themselves enough overs to be able to bowl Essex out. I'm going to throw a couple of questions at you which we'll discover during the day. Firstly, it was never 140 all out wicket. Essex didn't bat so well, but I'm sure they won't bat badly again. Very rarely do Essex bat badly twice. They haven't lost a championship game for 16 months. As Matt Quinn is bowling to Phil Salt, and I think he's left this alone as it goes through to the keeper, who plays inside of the line. Another question that's going to be sort of sorted out later in the day. Sussex bowled really, really well. They did. And they held some catches, and it was just good. It was good cricket to watch. Question I've got then, and Dizzy Gillespie will be interested, can they do it again to try and inflict a loss on Essex? You know, you've got some young bowlers there, and it takes it out of them, especially the second innings, as Quinn bowls. Tucked into the leg side, quite a foolish delivery, which Nick Brown goes to collect the ball, but they do take an easy single for Phil Salt. So the score now moves on to 60 for 2. So can Sussex therefore bowl as well again? And that's a really, really interesting question which is going to be put to the bowlers. The other part of the equation today that we may see is, if Sussex bat well, very well, where do they pull out? We'll have to wait and see as they develop and bat well. But in the meantime, Essex, I expect Harmer to come on shortly from our end, but Porter, Harmer, Quinn and Beard, they will dry those runs up as Quinn comes into bowl. This is played off the back foot out to backward point. Nick Brown does the fielding, no run. So that becomes into the equation. Let's just say they nibble a couple of players out. Harmer does, he's done it for years now at Essex. He's a cracking bowler, but if he wheedles a couple of out and then dries the runs up, what happens to Sussex? Where do they go? Do you know what I mean? It's a sort of a cat and mouse game in a way, and Sussex can't afford to be irresponsible, because they could eventually get bowled out. Quinn is in, bowls, played off the back foot, nice and straight by Clark, back down the wicket. Good bowling, good batting.
Yes, and I mean, I was interested, thinking about this competition and reading. I think Somerset are on the verge of winning 3 matches out of 3 now. Only 2 sides. I mean, you could win this Southern group and not qualify for the final. That's the way this works, isn't it? It's the top 2 sides across the country. So you might win your Southern group, but find you don't make it to Lords. I mean, you would have thought you're going to have to win at least 4 games to get into the final. So Essex may look at this and think, well, they could draw this game. I'll come back to it in a minute, Don.
Quinn away from us, up the hill, bowls bouncer, and Clark gets in a position to play the hook, but eventually aborts the idea, and rightly so. Got a bit big on him really. He would have only top edged it possibly down towards the pavilion where there is a fielder there.
I thought there was a bee around my head or something. It's up by our
outside.
Yeah.
We put the
effects lights on the roof.
Yes, it is. I went up on the roof to take a picture or two. It's delightful.
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, it is nice.
You never go up there to do a bit, do you, these days?
No, we don't. If we have a T20 and there's a lot of people here, sometimes we sit outside by the boundary edge.
Quinn in again, bowls, and there's a no shot. He shouldered arms, no shot, but the umpire isn't interested, and Essex have had a decision Well, I'm
hearing
fairly happy with that.
So I'm hearing the live stream hasn't started yet.
Oh.
Hang on 2 minutes.
Right. I shall continue while
It's going up
on the radio,
on the Sussex feed.
on the Sussex feed, just to let everyone know it is going out. There is streaming on the Sussex website, Sussex Cricket, and you'll be able to hear the BBC commentary as well. And we hope we entertain you royally, and we hope you enjoy the cricket on offer as well. I'm so looking forward to this. Well, yesterday, because we had a full day's play and it was exciting cricket. As I say, Essex got bowled out for 140 against Sussex's first innings of 194. So at the moment it's a low scoring game. Was it 140 wicket? No. Porter is in, and that's got a bit of bounce and carries through nicely to Wheater. Phil Salt, the right-handed of the two here, because Clark is left-handed. Salt decides to leave it. 3 slips, Cook, Quinn and Wesley. The captain is clapping his hands, encouraging his fielders to stay awake, alive, and Jamie Porter to run in as well. They got a wicket on the final ball of last evening's session. Porter's in. This is driven with a bit of a bottom hand from Salt into the leg side, where it is fielded by Paul Walter. No run. 3 slips, no gully. There's a backward point, there's a cover, there's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, mid-wicket, in between mid-wicket and square leg, and then the normal fine leg, which is Matt Quinn, who's bowling at the other end this morning. He'll have a short spell, and I am sure Essex will want to see if this ball, which is in its 25th over, will turn a little bit for Harmer. Porter is in, down the slope, and a genuine play and miss. Well bowled, Mr. Porter. Salt is still there. Played so well last night. There was an over in particular off Quinn last evening where Salt smashed every single ball of that over, off the back foot or the front foot, but hit a fielder hard. But then he went back, not just in his shell, that's probably not the correct words, but he just looked again and thought, I don't have to play like that, that would be a bit risky, I just need to bat sensibly, and he did, and he scored 21 in 61 balls so far. Porter's in, bowls, and this is a genuine play and miss, a good delivery again. Porter is finding a little bit of bounce and a little bit of movement. Can't tell you at the moment from where we are whether it's swing or movement off the seam, but he's bowling nicely. Here is Jamie Porter.
Yeah, he is.
What have you found? Another
one of the issues at the moment is, and it's just the way the world that we live in now, that there are less people based back at base to dial up lines and make sure things are working. It's all working here on the club. You can watch it on the stream, but they're just struggling to get the line dialed up on the website at the moment. Porter
in again, played a little bit into the leg side. It's gone behind square for 1. Salt's looking for 2. No, he's turned it down, and rightly so. Paul Walter retrieves the ball. Good shot, a little bit straighter, just manipulated into the leg side, and good running between the wickets for Sussex. Sussex 61 for 2.
Yeah, so just coming back to that debate we were having, Essex might think to themselves, we need to, if they draw here, they might need to win their last 2 games to qualify for the final, so they may think to themselves, well, 8 points here for the draw, 3 bowling points, 11 points isn't a bad return, so they may settle for that. Porter round the wicket to the left-handed Clark. Clark comes forward and with a decent piece of footwork there, where he comes out and he just softly plays the ball into the offside end of the over. 61 for 2. Whereas from a Sussex perspective, Sussex have won 1, but they lost heavily at Kent last week, where they only picked up 3 batting bonus points. That was their return from the game. Key bit that, batting bonus points. So they may think that Sussex may think to themselves, well, to be honest, having had 1 defeat, they probably need to win their last remaining 3 games. So I'm sure there'll be a feeling that Sussex won't want to lose this game, but they might feel that if they get in a position maybe soon after lunch, and if they've got what's a lead you could defend and attack. Well, how many overs? Yes, absolutely. You need to bowl Essex out. Yeah. Here comes Quinn, running away from us, comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt drive down the ground. Nice shot by Phil Salt. He gets a single, nicely timed to mid-on. Porter runs to his left, and there is no run. I mean, it's the county champions we're talking about here, so you probably want to allow yourself 50, 55 overs, would you think?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So that would mean you would only...
The minimum.
And so there's 90 overs in the day, therefore Sussex might think... But, you leave them too many overs and they may fancy a dart at it. That's what makes it intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm really sure in this particular summer, and I'll be disappointed if Anthony McGrath and Jason Gillespie, don't go, listen, we've got to play a game here and we're going to learn. You learn from sometimes losing, but obviously winning.
In comes Quinn and bowl, wide of the off stump taken by Clark, and there is no one.
Yeah, of course this could become easily a draw, but hopefully, by Sussex scoring some runs at an opportunity, hopefully Essex will leave a few gaps where they will encourage people to play shots, maybe also encouraging the nick to slip or something like that. The spinner will bowl quite a few overs, so what will Essex do there? I mean, Sussex won't just hit the ball up in the air ridiculously in an attractive way to try and score runs.
Quinn in again, bowls, and Clark covers up, plays quietly into the offside. There is no run. I can see wandering out of the pavilion some of the players who will be figuring for Sussex in the T20 campaign. Now, we watched yesterday, Don, as some of them were doing these which looked like exhausting shuttle runs up and down the side of the boundary, and it looks like they're going to do the same again. So I can see Tamel Mills, Luke Wright, Will Beer, and I think that's Danny Briggs over there, who look like they're going to have to go through the running up and down the side of the pitch again.
We'll talk a little bit about the T20 in a minute, if that's okay.
Of course it is. Quinn runs away from us. 2 slips and a gully go down, and Quinn is in and bowls, and Clark again covers up the ball. A good length, plays quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
We spent a little bit of time talking about the Tim Wigmore article, which I don't totally agree with, that was in the Telegraph, which you and Simon Talbot spoke a lot about yesterday. But a couple of things for me, Adrian, is, look, the ECB have done so much good this summer with the international cricket. What I actually do think they've done well as well is tried to play a lot of this T20 behind closed doors, but they're going to look to try and play it at 1 and 2 o'clock in the day, and that's a good reason. I'll come on to that in a minute. As Quinn bowls, and this is played out off the back foot, angled down to backward point where there is no run. 62 for 2. Why I say that is because if you remember, and in particular last year, the quarter-finals were played in mid-September, and there were all 4 quarter-finals were won by the team who won the toss, and they bowled first and batted second, and the batting second in the evening, the opposition had the wet ball. And I remember the marvellous century scored by Moeen Ali here against Sussex for Worcestershire as Quinn is in bowls. This is played out identically out to backward point, where Brown does the fielding, end of the over, 62 for 2. Adrian, do you remember that evening? It was a great 100, but Sussex had a marvellous T20 bowling unit. They did.
Yes.
And there were a couple of drop catches, because those quarter-finals, and I think the ECB have learnt on this, those 4 quarter-finals, Essex went up to Durham to play Lancashire. Ravi Pari got them home, and that was a dreadfully wet ball that evening up at Durham. Funny enough, there weren't many watching. Not many Lancastrians came across.
Yeah.
But down here you had a packed house. There were other games elsewhere. Was it Derbyshire? I can't remember the other 4 teams in the quarter-finals. But every team that won the toss won the game.
In comes Porter down the hill, bowls, and Salt is caught behind, is he? Yes, he is. Now Phil Salt doesn't think he's out, and he stands at the crease, and he very, very slowly wanders off, but Jamie Porter was absolutely convinced he got him, man. It was a shot by Phil Salt. It could have only been the thinnest of edges through to keeper Wheater. Either Phil Salt didn't think he nicked it, or he's just incredibly disappointed. It was wide outside the off. Well, it wasn't wide outside, but it was wide of the off stump. Salt is not at all happy. Wanders off, and he's... I can only think he thinks he didn't nick it.
Yeah, Ian Gould, the umpire who swapped ends because it's the 3rd innings of the game, well, he gave him out quite quickly. And the Essex chaps, Porter and the Slipgordon, well, they were particularly enthusiastic on their appeal. Very difficult one to judge. I'd like to see that again. We can't, but
well, yeah. One thing I can get up actually, and one of the lads in the Sussex office mentioned it yesterday. That I can get this up on the live stream, so I'll see if I can get that up, because then you can see the. It's about 2 balls behind, but you can see it. So I'll see if I can get that up during the day. But
the incoming batsman's now at the crease, and poor old Phil Salt, he's still 10 yards from the gate.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Might need a crane to get him off.
Well, Ben Brown is the new batsman, so 62 for 3. So add to that 57.
54.
54. Sorry, what am I talking about? 54. Yeah, so that's 6 for the lead is 116. So Sussex effectively 116 for 3. I
waffled on just then at the start of that wicket, but I do think it's a good thing the ECB have put a lot of these T20 games, because clearly there's not going to be people in the grounds, so they've put them in at 1 and 2 o'clock, certainly in September, when there is going to be serious dew around, and it does affect the outcome. You know, those 4 quarter-finals were not good games of cricket.
In comes Porter, bowls to Brown, and Brown is forward and plays quietly to mid-wicket. There is no run. Yes, every game here at Hove will be a 2 o'clock start. I know the game at Chelmsford, which is the final group game actually in the South Group, is a 1 o'clock start, and all of those games throughout the competition you'll be able to hear online on all the counties right across the country. So we look forward to that. Don and those Sussex lads who will be taking part are now warming up on the outfield away to our right hand side as Porter is back to his mark. 3 slips go down, backward point cover mid-off, mid-onward wicket and a fine leg, and Porter is in and bowls, and Brown lets that one go through. There is no run. These are dangerous times now for Sussex, because if Sussex were to lose a couple of wickets now with just a lead of 111, Essex might think that there's an in here, so this is intriguing stuff.
It is, it really is. Essex will just turn that tap off. They won't allow many runs to occur, and it's a great tactic. But just going back to that T20 as well, Adrian, Sussex for me, I had a slightly vested interest, but I thought they were they were probably the best outfit last year.
In comes Porter, bowls. Brown lets go outside of the off stump, taken by Wheater, and there is no run.
Intriguingly, you lost your quarter-final. You lost the toss. Meanwhile, the eventual champions, let me tell you that Essex got through they lost to Somerset at home, and they were so lowly. They were struggling there. Harmer doesn't bowl particularly well in 20 over cricket. People get after him. He's not the same type of bowler as in 4-day cricket, not at all. I'll come back to it. Porter
in sunshine now comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown is beaten outside the off stump. This is a good spell of bowling by Jamie Porter this morning. He's in his 8th over, figures of 2 for 19 with 2 maidens, and he's bowling a very good line down the hill.
Bowling very well this morning. Essex then somehow got through, and they got through that quarter-final where they won the toss. They batted second at Durham against Lancashire. Ravi Bopara played brilliantly, and Lancashire struggled with the ball, holding the ball. And Essex got through to finals day. But then...
in comes Porter, bowls, and Brown lets that go outside of the off stump. There's a howl from Jamie Porter, but it's the end of the over, and Sussex are 62 for 3, with Brown and Clark both yet to open their accounts. An over that saw the demise of Phil Salt, who was caught behind by Adam Wheater off the bowling of Jamie Porter for 23. 62 for 3. It means the lead for Sussex is now 116.
Yes. So they got through to the finals day, and seriously, Essex probably couldn't believe their luck to see that well-used wicket at Edgbaston, that Essex were going to play, firstly their semi-final, which they did very well and won easily, and then the final. The wicket was ideally prepared for Essex, and in particular Harmer, who was sensational in that particular Saturday at Edgbaston. But outside of that, there were times he didn't bowl as well as like he does in 4-day cricket. It is Quinn from around the wicket to the left-handed Clark. Clark's still on naught. He's faced 17 balls now. Plays it out to backward point where there is no run. I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, look, you watched your home county Sussex, and they won their group, not with ease, but they won their group and they were emphatic, and they had a fantastic bowling lineup, and well marshalled by Luke Wright.
Yeah, I think that I completely agree with what you say. Sussex have got a terrific T20 side. I think though in T20 it's a little bit like an FA Cup tie, isn't it? Anybody can beat anybody on their given day, and Moeen Ali played the most magnificent innings here.
As Quinn bowls, who's played off the back foot.
Oh, thought he'd beaten the fielder there, but he didn't to backward point.
No, Brown moved at square there at backward point to collect the ball.
And you know, sometimes it goes against you. You know, Moeen was magnificent. He was dropped very early on in his innings, and these things happen. But you know, I just believe this with T20. You can be the best side in the competition. It doesn't mean to say that you win it. You know, if you had a comparison to football, it doesn't mean the best team always wins the FA Cup. The team who wins the Premier League is the best team. But I think in T20 you could be brilliant all the way through, but you get an innings like Moeen and you're going to lose.
Quinn around the wicket. This is pulled by Clark, who nearly hit umpire Gould at square leg. Now that was a very fine shot to get off the mark. That was his 19th delivery fake. The left-hander took Quinn on. It was very short indeed, and he pulled in square of the wicket to the old pavilion, and that was a very fine shot by the young batsman.
What I would say, just before we move on from T20, is that of the Sussex side who might start the campaign against Surrey, I think there's probably only 3 players in this side, or possibly 4, who might figure.
Quinn is in. Another bouncer this time. Clark gets his head out the way and lets it go through to the keeper. That's good batting by the young man. That's a better bouncer by Matt Quinn as well. So the score remains 66 for 3. But tell me who you think your bowlers might be.
Well, I'm just thinking about what the Sussex side might be, so I'm just thinking in general terms, and this is without a huge amount of thought. I've gone Phil Salt, Luke Wright, Laurie Evans, Ravi Bopara, Delray Rawlings, 5, David Visa, 6, Ben Brown will keep wicket, 7, Chris Jordan if he's fit, Will Beer, Danny Briggs and Tamel Mills.
Right, as Quinn, another bouncer, but it's got very big on him, over his head, and that is called one for the over, sir. Right, is that the first of the over? Well, I'm surprised.
On top of that, other players who would come into the reckoning and might well start. George Garton, who bowled so beautifully yesterday, and he's a terrific asset in T20 cricket, is George Garton. So that's another one. That's 12. So, you know, there are, you know, there's a lot of options around the squad.
Essex have recently announced that Cameron Delport, who qualifies as technically homegrown, a South African, he will be back to open the batting, the stocky left-hander. Quinn bowls, is played off the back foot, forced into the offside, which is played well by the left-handed Clark. They take 2, just the 2 there, well fielded, but a good looking shot, standing tall, punching through the offside off the back foot. That's the end of the over, and as I said, 68 for 3.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. You can also listen to us via the Sussex Cricket Club web stream. Go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the relevant buttons, and you'll be able to listen to the commentary from myself and Don alongside pictures. 68 for 3, it means that the lead now is 122. Just looking at this competition, Don, I'm just looking at who's won so many. So Somerset have played 2-1-2. Looks like they're going to be played 3-1-3.
This is the first time they're going to pick up some batting bonus points, isn't it?
Derbyshire have played 2-1-2, but I think their game is heading for a draw. Yorkshire have played 2-1-2, and Essex have played 2-1-2. So, you know, it's going to be very tight who are the top 2 sides going to be. As in comes Porter running in down the hill, bowls to Brown, who's very solidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run, fielded by Lawrence in the covers. There are 2 slips, no, there are 3 slips, I do apologise. Cook, Harmer and Westley in that order. Backward point is Nick Brown, Dan Lawrence fielding there at cover. There's a mid-on who's Ryan Tenduscarte, the figure of tall Paul Walter at square leg. Fine leg all the way down on the boundary is Quinn. Who's that up there for at mid-off? In comes Porter, bowls, Brown lets that go outside
Aaron
of the
Beard.
off stump. And again there is Durant. Yeah, Aaron Beard. So he's the 11th man. Porter on his 9th over, 3 maidens, 2 for 19 up to this date. And thank you very much everybody for your emails. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Radio Essex Sport or Radio Sussex Sport. And we've already got some emails in, which is great, so I'll read those again in a moment. Martin Weiss has been in touch. He's in Twickenham. Hello, Martin. He says, streaming is working perfectly. Volume nice and loud compared to yesterday too. In comes Porter running in down the hill in sunshine now, bowls to Brown, who tucks in behind a ball slightly short of a length, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. And Martin goes on to say, should be a fascinating day's play. Sussex needs Salt to score quickly, then said Essex 250. I thought around 250, but sadly Phil Salt is out. He was caught behind for 23 this morning, a decision that he was either disappointed or didn't agree with, or a bit of both, Don.
Yep, he was... Oh, he wasn't slightly unhappy, he looked very dejected.
He did. Martin sent another email that I missed, so I'll read that one out as well. As in comes Porter over the wicket, bowls, Brown solidly forward to a ball of good length, punches into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, Martin was saying an outside chance that England could field an all Sussex white ball attack of Jordan, Archer, Robinson, Garton and Topley, he says, question mark. More seriously though, how far do you think Garton can go in the game?
Look, he was impressive yesterday. Just he's still a young man, he's still learning about his own body. For instance, a little bit of an acid test. Let's see how he bowls today after yesterday. How many overs did he bowl yesterday?
Good question, I'll have a look in a minute.
Not massive, I don't think, because Essex didn't bat very long.
In comes Porter, bowls to Brown, and Brown works this one out into the covers. It's another dot ball. My own opinion on that is that I think that George needs to play a couple of solid seasons of county championship cricket. He needs to, he needs to make sure he keeps fit. He needs to be taking wickets regularly in the championship, contributing with the bat. He's a fine fielder, and I think he's a terrific prospect. But I just think he just needs a couple of really good solid seasons, George. That's my thought.
I'll add one thing to that as well. I totally agree with you.
In comes Porter, running in over the wicket, bowls, and Brown, that's down the leg side on a fine take by Adam Wheater. Did that take off a little bit, Don? Jamie Porter, I think he's grinning there at Ben Brown, and the players are just exchanging a word or two, but that was flying down the leg side. They're still nattering away to each other. I don't know if that's friendly or not, but it was a very athletic take by Wheater. End of the over. Porter 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 19. Sussex 68 for 3.
I was holding that thought, it's just disappeared, but I'm going to get it back.
George Garton.
George Garton. The one thing that would... Look, anyone who's listening, left armers, they're a different breed, they're a wonderful breed. If you look back to John Lever, Mark Eilert, who did you have down here? What was his name?
Jason Lurie.
Lurie, yes. You tell me a left arm bowler that didn't swing the ball back in that had a decent career. There aren't many. As a left armer, their greatest weapon is to swing that ball back in as their stock ball. So what I'm trying to say is, George Garton, if he wants a career, he's a budding all-rounder. He can bat, but so can Curran, so can Willie. For me, if you want to be a serious left-arm bowler, you have to learn the art of in-swing bowling, because the world is predominantly full of right-handed batsmen, and it is fantastic to be able to swing that ball back in, because the batsman has already planted his feet, and then he has to negotiate the swing if it swings late, and invariably plays around the front pad. That is why they are so special. Well, we've seen another special bowler coming on now, because Matt Quinn has taken his sweater and he's having a break. It's going to be the Essex spin bowling all-rounder that was offering a bit of advice to a Sussex off-spinner this morning. Simon Harmer's being introduced into the attack to bowl at Clark from around the wicket, and Clark comes forward and smothers a spin. Might have hit the pad, but it was no chance of an LB. It just goes out on the offside, no run. Sorry to be quite forthright on about that, but just look at the history.
Not at all.
Left armers have to swing that ball back in, and played off the back foot into the offside, no run.
Who was the left armer who took a stack of wickets at Lord's?
Gilmore.
Was it? Yes.
Gary Gilmore.
Yes, that's right. Did he take wickets at Lord's? Or no, I'm thinking of Bob Massey, who took a load of wickets. Bob Massey.
Right arms, yeah. But Bob Gilmore took the wickets in the World Cup, I believe, in 75. Someone might be able to correct me, because I think I was only just born. Another ball is delivered, played out into the offside. All very quiet. There's a bat pad on the leg side under the lid, and there's a slip and a gully for Harmer to the left arm, to the left-handed Clark, who smothers the ball well there. Clark is bowling it certainly slower than perhaps Delray Rawlings did yesterday, and he's trying to extract a bit of spin, and I'm wondering whether they might even consider a pad bat on the offside in a minute. Harmer in again, bowls well, and again he stretches forward, does Clark, and plays it really quite low and into the floor, so certainly well played Clark. This is a lesson for him how to play spin bowling today. Harmer in again, bowls slightly slow, and it does perhaps turn a little bit, but not enough for any interest. But well played, Tom Clark. He's still there on 6 in 28 balls. Ben Brown still to get off the mark, but Sussex, well, they're now 68 for 3. Add 54 to that means 122 in front.
It does indeed, Don. Now, we've had an email in. We were talking yesterday about encouraging young people to come and watch cricket, and the club here very helpfully sent me through the details and were telling us that for £7 for up to 18 years of age for youth membership, you can get into every county championship game and every Royal London game, which was terrific. And for under 14s it was £1. So this is an email about that. It's from Steve Williams, who's in Lewis, and I'm very grateful, Steve, for you getting in touch on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk as Jamie Porter comes in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown, who plays a shot slightly in the air. He was on the front foot, and Jamie Porter grins at Ben Brown there. I don't know if there was a little bit... You could never tell from here. They may know each other extremely well and they're sharing a joke, or it might be that Porter's slightly irritated. There was a ball in the last over that flew down the leg side, and that seemed to prompt a little bit of a conversation between the pair. But Steve says, yesterday afternoon you spoke about encouraging school children to attend county championship cricket. Don suggested that youngsters should be let in free. As in comes Porter down the hill and bowls, and Ben Brown lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. As a Sussex member, I was able last year to join my 2 grandsons with junior memberships at £1 each. For this, they were able to watch 4-day and 50-over games. Great value. Congratulations are due to Sussex Cricket Club for this innovation, which shows a real commitment to encouraging the next generation of cricket watchers. Best wishes, Steve Williams in Lewis. So there we are. That bears out what... thank you for... And Steve, I don't know if you could drop me a line, because I'd like to forward that email onto the club, if you let me. In comes Porter, running in again. Over the wicket bowls. Brown lets it go outside the off stump. There is no run.
It's only right to welcome our listeners to 5 Live this morning. Welcome to Hove.
Yeah. Welcome to 5 Live, listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra. Thank you, Don. The situation here, that Sussex are 68 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 122. They've already lost a wicket this morning, that of Phil Salt, who was caught behind by Adam Wheater after the bowling of Jamie Porter, who's got very impressive figures in his 10th over, figures of 2 for 19. Salt sort of looks as if he didn't think he'd hit it. In comes Porter over the wicket bowls, and Brown is solidly forward. The Sussex skipper plays quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So yes, Steve, if you could just drop me a note, and I'd like to forward your email on to the club, because I'm sure they would be delighted to receive an email like that. I don't know what the situation is in other parts of the country, but just to recap on our conversation yesterday, Don, so for £1, that's an under 14. So that's really, really good, and £7 for under 18s. How about that? You could watch all the Championship cricket and some Royal London. I mean, we were saying that is just the best Christmas present.
Well, it would be. I would have loved that as a child.
Yeah.
I'm sure many people that are interested in cricket who are young would be liking that.
Porter into Brown, and Brown solidly forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Lawrence, and there is no run.
We're not suggesting that the county cricket clubs could become a youth club, but
of course
maybe you could encourage with a few activities that the youth might be interested. So young Jamie might bring Fred along, who might bring his a girlfriend along or something. You know, you've got to try and encourage interest somehow, so the young people to come along to the cricket club, whether it's social, whether it's a cricket reason, whether they just simply love watching 5-hour hundreds, or it could be a bit of bowling, but it could be Simon Harmer spin bowling.
In comes Porter and bowls, let go by Brown outside of the off stump. There is no run. That's the end of another very fine Jamie Porter over. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, on Sports Extra, on BBC Radio Essex, on BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harm, sitting alongside Don Toplin. If you'd like to join our conversation, we've had masses of emails and tweets during this game. It's been really good. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at BBC Essex Sport. Roland Maybe has done that. He says, hi Adrian, the stream is showing replays if you get it up while you commentate. Yes, you can watch pictures on the Sussex stream. I think both sides right now think they can win.
Yes,
Roland goes on to say, our batting, that Sussex is brittle, and we could do well to allow Brown and Rawlins to play themselves in.
As Harmer bowls, this is played outside off stump. There's a bit of width on it. It's turned and went further. It's been cut quite late as it goes out to the boundary at third man for 4. That was a calculated but an impressive shot. He didn't try and hit it too hard, hit it into the floor, but he played it so low, which was the impressive part of the shot. 72 for 3. Clark has 10. He's been there a while. Took him a while to get off and running. Brown, his captain, still on 0. And Phil Salt this morning was disappointed with his being given out by Ingold. As Harmer bowls, played off the back foot into the offside. A real introduction for this young Sussex batsman who's come through their pathway. Essex have got a man under the lid on the leg side, a slip, and then the captain Tom Wesley at gully. As Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Clark. Clark comes forward. There's an appeal and he's been given. He did come forward, but the umpire felt he was adjacent and has been given out, and he will disappear. Well, good work for Essex. Good work in particular for Harmer. We've seen this so often that Essex, having batted poorly, we must add, yesterday, 140 all out was not the real score for the wicket, and maybe 194, which Sussex first got earlier in the day, probably wasn't as worthy for this wicket either. But in many respects this has been, well, Essex now will look and say, we've got a couple of wickets, we're going to turn the tap off. Runs will be very difficult for Sussex here now. We've seen this before with Essex, and they will just try and wheedle slowly through the batting order. What will Sussex do?
Well, effectively, Sussex's lead is 126, so effectively 126 for 4. Finishing Roland's email there, he says, 4-day cricket at its best, lots of twists and turns to come today. And I have to say, yesterday, Don, was just, for me, it was a terrific day's cricket. We had 98 overs in the day bowled. You know, we had 16 wickets. We had great catches. We had good shots. We had super bowling. And, you know, any doubts about, you know, the Bob Willis Trophy, people saying, oh, people are playing second string sides. I just point out that Essex in this match have 8 players who are starting in this game who played in the clinching game at Somerset last year to win the county championship. So Essex are taking this competition.
They're only missing the overseas player.
So, you know, it's
no England call-ups, Adrian. That makes a bit of a difference, because at the moment the Bob Willis Trophy has seen quite a lot of England players, both a big white ball squad and a big red ball squad, be taken away from the county cricket. But once again, we can only congratulate the ECB on getting international cricket back on.
Well, that's a big wicket. So 2 wickets have gone down this morning, and Sussex just need to be careful here.
Very much. Harmer back over the wicket now to the new batsman, Aaron Thomason, who batted so well in the first innings and bowled there, and he's come forward and just smothers the spin into the leg side. There is no run. So we've got a slip and a back pad. There's no gully here, no leg slip at the moment. Maybe it's not turning as much. He's trying to bowl more off stump. Bit quicker. That was genuinely a quicker ball from Harmer, which has hit Thomason on the pad, goes into the offside. No leg byes, but there was an interest, a remote interest by the Essex boys.
There was. There's a bit of turn there as well.
Harmer in again, bit short. And this is played with the full face of the bat into the leg side for, well, I think that was a wicket maiden. 72 for 4, and Brown still has, well, he hasn't scored a run yet in his 17 deliveries, and Thomason, who's just come to the wicket, will be watching. Will it be Porter? Because Porter this morning, he bowled well last night, but this morning has bowled an exceptional spell.
He has indeed. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19 are Jamie Porter's figures. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, 5 Live Sports Extra. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley. Cloudy skies at Hove, but the forecast is generally good for the day. There are a few light patches of blue sky. And here comes Jamie Porter from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. It means he's running down the hill past umpire Gould. He bowls to Ben Brown, who's up on his toes and plays without timing into the offside, fielded by Dan Lawrence. There are 3 slips, Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer and Tom Westley, and I would say in the first innings, in fact yesterday, we saw probably one of the best slip catches of the season taken by Sir Alistair.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Off of the bowling of Simon Harmer. It was Aaron Thomason. He looked to cut the ball through backward point, and it was a quite brilliant reaction catch by Alistair Cook, and between them they took 5 catches in the slips, that pair. In comes Porter again, bowls, and Brown again doesn't time and plays the ball that's short of a length into the offside, again fielded by Lawrence, and there is no run. Lots of emails coming in, and you can join our conversation. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. The latest one is from Ian Clark in Brailsford in Derbyshire. We were talking about Gary Gilmore, the Australian,
yes.
left arm
swing bowler.
Yep, he says, good morning gentlemen, Gary Gilmore in the 75 World Cup, I believe he took 6 for at Headingley. I think that might have been in a semi-final. Thank you for your cricket commentary. As in comes, delighted to, I'm glad to be here, as in comes Porter running in over the wicket, bowls. Brown lets go outside of the off stump. Do you know, in terms of my favourite cricket matches of all time, I mean that final in 75 was right up there, wasn't it? You know, Clive Lloyd making 100. I think it was 60 overs a side in those days, and the Aussies had a real go at it. My younger brother, through a school friend and his dad, I remember, went to see the game. I mean, what a game to go and see, the first World Cup final at Lord's. Well, you know, Thompson and Lilly roaring in, and Clive Lloyd. I think he was probably wearing his white floppy sun hat. I don't think he would have been wearing a helmet in 75.
Cannoy?
Yeah, I think he might have been. Yeah, in comes Porter, bowls. Oh, did that keep a little low to Ben Brown? I think he just got a bit on that and managed to get the ball to backward point. But I think had he not got something on that, he would have been stone dead in front.
We're not behind, but we both would have given it, wouldn't we? Oh, that did keep low. I've got to say, he's played that particularly well, has Ben Brown, because he's not the tallest man, but he watched it so carefully. It really didn't bounce much.
No, it didn't.
On the back foot.
72 for 4, the lead for Sussex 126. Yeah, that final, I mean, I think the West Indian opening player, there have been Roy Fredericks and Gordon Greenwich. I think Brian Cannon may well have played in that final. We'll look it up in a minute. In comes Porter over the wicket, bowls, and Clark let that go, and the reaction of Porter and the slip cord and wicket-keeper Wheater was that didn't miss the off stump by very much. So Essex are asking lots of questions here this morning, Don, of this Sussex batting. For those just joining us, Sussex have already lost Phil Salt for 23, and young Tom Clark, young 19-year-old who plays his cricket at Horsham, has come through the academy system here for 10. And the lead, 126. There's still 79 overs in the day, and we could have a really exciting day's cricket here. I was just looking at the ball. I think Dan Lawrence is just showing it to him and querying whether...
The Sussex batsmen have to be really careful. You've acknowledged that, but how do they become careful in this situation? They've got to be disciplined with the shots they play, how they go about it. You know, it will take discipline and patience for them, even though they've got 100 and 126 ahead. They've got to be very careful here.
In comes Porter over the wicket, bowls. Brown lets that go outside the off stump. That's the end of another excellent over from Jamie Porter. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 19.
Sussex's captain, Ben Brown, is out there, so he'll be analysing the wicket, and he kept out one that kept low last over. So he will be also sort of trying to gauge realistically what kind of a score would be defendable against this Essex side. So Simon Harmer will continue from the C end. There's a bit of well, we've got a fair bit of cloud. There's only a little bit of blue sky, I'm afraid, behind the clock and the digital scoreboard here at Hove. I've been down here for 2 days, and I'm delighted to say we've not seen any rain as yet.
Will you keep going, Don?
Harmer just checking his field. Mid-wicket is quite close. He's there catching, but probably not quite on the drive. Mid-wicket, that is. He's collecting the ball as Thomason rocks back and just plays it into the leg side for no run. So 3 on the offside, the slip, and then you've got a backward point and quite a straight mid-off. They're the 3 Harmer bowls. Gives this a bit of air, probably outside off stump. Spins back, but it goes straight to Ryan Tenduscara, who's under the lid at bat pad. He, the senior man, the former captain of Essex County Cricket Club. He's at bat pad, or Boot Hill, it's sometimes known as. Harmer bowls, smothered by Thomason very nicely and very disciplined. Good batting. He's got to keep this up because it's a battle of wit, because Harmer probably won't bowl too many bad balls here. His captain's watching down the other end. That is Ben Brown. This time again it's smothered back down the wicket off the front foot to Harmer on his follow through. 72 for 4. Thomason on 0, Brown on 0. Harmer's got 1 wicket today. Porter's got 1 and 1 from last night. This time it's smothered again as he's trying to play with the spin into the leg side. Not many people have swept today, or in this game we've seen that. There's been a man at 45 for most of the time for the spinners. There's been no deep backward square. And Harmer bowls. This is played from about off stump down the wicket. Entertains a single, does the batsman, but they were turned down because Harmer raced across on his follow through on them to the offside to prevent the single. End of a decent over by Simon Harmer. The score here with Brown on 0, Thomason on 0 is Sussex 72 for 4.
Thank you very much for your emails that are coming in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. The latest one is from Nigel Cox. Hello Nigel, he says, I'm enjoying your commentary, interesting game. I like the Willis Trophy rules of 120 over limit. It gets the game moving. And he says, could we include this in the championship, ? He says, how about adding 2 bonus points for teams coming within 20 runs or 2 wickets of a win in a drawn or a lost game as incentives? That's from Nigel. We were talking a lot yesterday about potential changes to the rules or structure of the game, so certainly got people thinking.
We didn't have any emails yesterday about the thought which I came up with, which I really do want to see happen, about penalty runs for overs not completed in the test matches. There are fines, I think, still, but look, I'm unhappy about overs that are incompleted in the test match.
Aaron Beard has come into the attack to bowl to Ben Brown. He's bowling right arm, medium fast down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and he's got 2 slips, Alistair Cook and Simon Harmer there. There's a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Lots of heavy, grey, rather threatening cloud above Hove. Only 1 or 2 little patches of blue. The forecast, though, is generally quite good for the south coast today, and it'll be a real shame if the rain interrupts a game that's intriguingly poised. Sussex 72 for 4. Neither Brown nor Thomason have yet opened their account. And the lead for Sussex, 126. Beard is in and bowls, and Brown plays a play and a miss outside the off stump. And you just get the feeling that Ben Brown's getting a little frustrated here. He's a batsman who does like to get on with it, but he's now faced 25 deliveries and hasn't yet scored a run.
Yeah, that's right. As we highlighted, Essex are used to this scenario where they just turn that tap off and they just try and put a noose around the batsman's neck, and they just try and starve them of runs, and then they hope that, the philosophy is they hope that the batsman plays a duff shot.
In comes Beard again, slightly gloomy now. He comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Brown drives handsomely through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. That was a nice shot by Ben Brown, over pitched from Aaron Beard, and Ben Brown was onto that in a flash, and he drove nicely off the front foot through point, and the ball races away for 4 runs. Brown to 4, and Sussex to 76 for 4.
I think he's batted quite well for Sussex this summer so far, hasn't he?
Ben Brown, yes. I mean, he
probably a form batsman.
Well, he's made 18 first-class hundreds. He averages the best part of 40 in first-class cricket. It's pretty good for a keeper, Don.
It is very good. I mean, that was a classy shot, and I wouldn't give the bowler too much stick. He's pitched it up. It's the first, second ball of his spell, and he wants to see if it's going to swing. So that was the reason of the length.
Beard in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Brown. There is no run. I'm just going to read this West Indian side in the 1975 World Cup final. So here we go. Roy Fredericks, yep. Gordon Greenidge, Alvin Kallicharran, Rowan Canai, Clive Lloyd, Vivian Richards, Keith Boyce, Bernard Julian, Derek Murray, Van Bernholder, man who didn't bat, Andy Roberts. I mean, what a cricket side that is. I mean, that you know, every single one of those. I mean, what? And then we'll look at the Australian side. As in comes Beard down the hill, bowls, and Brown tucks this to Paul Walter, who comes running in from square leg, and there is no run. McCosker, was it Rick McCosker?
Rick McCosker broke his jaw, didn't he?
Alan Turner, I think it was Alan Turner. Is he a left-hander? I think he was.
Yeah.
McCosker, Ian Chappell, Greg Chappell, Doug Walters, Rod Marsh, Edwards. Now, what was Edwards' Christian? Ross Edwards. Yeah. I think he was a very good fielder, wasn't he, Ross Edwards? Gary Gilmore, Max Walker, Jeff Thompson, Dennis Lilly. Oh, wow. In comes Beard and bowls. He beats Brown outside of the off stump. There is no run. It's the end of the over, 76 for 4.
Stay with that West Indian side again. Can you just go through it slowly? Right, Fredericks.
Yes, so
he didn't. I don't think he played much. Didn't play county cricket. Go on then.
Roy Fredericks, Gordon Greenidge,
Hampshire.
Alvin Kallicharran,
Warwickshire.
Rowan Canai,
Warwickshire.
Clive Lloyd,
Lancashire.
Vivian Richards,
Somerset, Glamorgan.
Keith Boyce,
Essex.
Bernard Julian,
Kent, and I'll come on to him in a minute.
Derek Murray.
Didn't play county cricket.
Van Bernholder,
Worcestershire.
Andy Roberts,
Leicestershire and Hampshire.
Yes.
Now, for me, that was when county cricket was really seriously great, and we had, you know, those marvellous international cricketers, and they were king cricketers playing county cricket. Bernard Julian at Kent. Well, we're watching Simon Harmer now bowling off spin. This time down the wicket does come Aaron Thompson to get off the mark. He's now with 1. Brown has 4. Good looking shot. He's come down the wicket to smother the spin to push it out to mid on, where Walter does the fielding. So the both batsmen are up and running. But Bernard Julian, for me, a left arm bowler at Canterbury. I remember my brother actually played a lot with him and was a very good friend of his. He used to come round the house when I was a young lad as Harmer bowls. This is left, and it's quite a disciplined leave there, because he would be worried with the batsman that it's coming back with the spin, but he was happy to leave it well outside the off stump.
Clive Lloyd made 102 in 85 balls in that final.
Harmer again bowls. This is smothered on the front foot by Brown, sensibly. So they've just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. There was a boundary, and there was a little single down to mid-on, so ticking it over, changing ends as they try, and they're looking for another one, but it doesn't beat mid-wicket. The mid-wicket is quite close. He's short mid-wicket. He's standing on, it's 2 strips away then where he collected the ball, where the matting is on for the next game here at Hove. 2 strips across. Harmer bowls. This is driven up to Tom Wesley at mid-off. There is no run.
He does get through quickly, doesn't he, Harmer? He's already back to his mark, ready to bowl the next delivery.
He's a very athletic man, but he's quite an imposing figure. Harmer bowls bit quicker, but this is played particularly well by Brown, who comes forward. He notices the quicker pace of the ball, smothers the spin. It's the end of a good over from Harmer. Sussex therefore are 77 for 4, and with 54 onto that means it's 131 runs ahead.
I've got an update to do in a few moments' time, but I'll read some of the emails that's come in before I rattle through these. Charlie, thank you for getting in touch. Charlie Middle, and he says Sussex will need to accelerate and try to get to 175/200 before lunch and declare. But I'm not sure if that's enough time to get the wickets. What's your thoughts? Well, we'll discuss that as the over goes on, because it's a very good question, Charlie. Thank you for it. Another one here from Jack from Stenning. Jack Naldret, Naldrett. He says, hi Adrian and John, loving the commentary. In the T20 last year, I actually sat next to Don in the Sea Life stand and had a good chat with him about all sorts of cricket.
Oh, right.
I didn't know who he was at the time. Lovely. Please send my regards. That's lovely.
Thank you very much.
You recently mentioned Moen's fabulous 100 in the blast, as in comes Beard and bowls, and forward comes Tonneson and plays very correctly back to Beard, who fields on his follow-through, and there is no run. My question to you both is, what is the best individual innings you've ever seen? So we'll get John's... Yeah. Oh, no, what's the best individual innings you've seen live? Kind regards, Jack from Stenning. So we'll come back to that again in a moment. In fact, we've better cover these as we go, because we're getting so many great questions in. So we'll...
Can I answer that one about one of the greatest knocks I've seen?
You can, after this ball, as in comes Beard, running in over the wicket and bowls, and let go by Tonneson to keep Wheater no run. Okay,
this is going to come as a surprise, and it's because I'm here. I remember Steve Waugh. Okay, it was only a second team game. Steve Waugh played for Essex here in the old, I think it was like a Bain Clarkson, it was like a 40 over contest in the second team. He himself scored 200 here at this ground at Hove. And I remember everyone just went, wow, this guy's got ability. I remember that in a second team game.
In comes Beard over the wicket, bowls, Tonneson up on his toes, plays into the offside. And there is no run. And I think my one would probably be, I remember going to the Oval, I think it was the 1979 World Cup, and I watched India play the West Indians, and I'd always wanted to watch Vivian Richards bat. And he came out and he made 100, and the ground was packed, and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
And when the West Indians came to bowl, Malcolm Marshall was tearing in from the Vauxhall end, bowling to the likes of Sunil Gavaskar and Vishwanath, and it was just brilliant. Here comes Beard, running towards us and bowls, and Tonneson plays nicely into the offside to mid-off, wide enough of Tenduscarter so he can go through for a single. Tonneson goes to 2 and Sussex to 78 for 4.
You might be surprised by this. I probably haven't seen as much international cricket as people think, because I've been playing myself, or as much as you have, Adrian. So I've seen a lot of domestic cricket, all the great players. I'll tell you somebody who I remember played particularly well, Jimmy Cook for Somerset. I thought he was a sensational player that never got the credit he deserved. Jimmy Cook.
In comes Beard and bowls to Brown. Brown drives nicely to a very fine bit of fielding by Tenduscarter. He's very quickly round at mid-off. He can't prevent the single, but he certainly prevented more than a couple of runs, which the shot probably deserved. Brown to 5. Sussex 79 for 4. Just a bit of bad news that it is raining in Arundel.
Does that mean it comes...
Well, it might do. I mean, Arundel is sort of down near Littlehampton. It's a little way west of here. But, you know, on whatever day it was, Sunday, it rained in Arundel, then it rained here. So,
oh dear.
But I thought the forecast was really quite good for today, so I'm quite surprised to see as much cloud as there is, as in comes Beard and bowls, and Tonneson lets that go through to keep a Wheater, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 79 for 4. Brown on 5. Tonneson is on 2. So,
do you remember Jimmy Cook?
Yes, I do remember. I never saw him play, but I do remember.
He had 2 or 3 seasons where...
Is he South African?
Yeah, he was. Very famously opened the batting for Transvaal. Did for South Africa when they were first reintroduced to world cricket. Played for Somerset, was an overseas pro down there. I've got to be honest, you know, he was a sensational player who was a very fine player of fast bowling. And in the majority of his career, I don't think he wore a helmet.
Well, I'm sure Vivian Richards didn't wear a helmet that time I saw him bat at. It was one, I remember it was just one of those days that you remember forever, you know, a great batsman and some great Indian players. I think Kapil Dev was playing. It was just great. In comes Harmer. Bowls to Brown. Oh, he's out by a mile. Doesn't even bother looking at the umpire, does Ben Brown. He's on his way. Simon Harmer lured him down the wicket. And Ben Brown came charging down. Adam Wheater did the rest, and Ben Brown didn't even wait to look at umpire Ian Gould.
We've been talking about this for a while. What do Sussex do? And as captain, he's thought, well, what do I do here? They're just tying the noose. They're just turning the run tap off. What does he do? And this is the first time we've probably seen someone coming down the wicket to Harmer. I don't think Harmer saw him coming. I just think he's bowled a ball, it perhaps didn't turn, and in the end Ben Brown has gone past it, and Wheater did the work when he was required. You know, we've seen it been exploited in the international cricket, Joss Butler, Ben Stokes argument. You know, wicket keeping is all about standing up to the stumps, and then we've seen Adam Wheater take a great stumping. We've also seen him diving down the leg side, and he's kept tidily so far in this game for me, Adam Wheater.
Yes, thanks very much, Sarah. Well, things not going so well for Sussex here this morning. They've lost 3 wickets in adding just 22 runs. They're now 79 for 5. The latest man out, Ben Brown, who's been stunned by Adam Wheater off the bowling of Simon Harmer. So the Sussex lead here is now just 133. And this game, which has been a terrific game, I have to say, is really on a knife edge. I hope the rain doesn't spoil it, because it is raining at Arundel in the game between Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire 220 for 3, leading by 48, and currently no play there because of rain. I hope it stays there and doesn't come to Hove.
Very good report. Let's hope it doesn't come. But Essex have got a wicket, and it brings Delray Rawlings to the crease. Now, he's only 22. He's starting to play a bit of cricket now. Talented man, originally from Bermuda. But, listen, he's going to be tested here on this wicket with Simon Harmer bowling.
He is. Now, we've got some great listeners, and thank you so much everyone for getting in touch. This is Clive Grucock who's been in touch. Thank you, Clive, for getting in touch. Roy Fredericks played for Glamorgan.
Thank you.
And Derek Murray played for Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. So that whole side played county cricket. Isn't that? Thank you so much, Clive.
That speaks volumes.
And now he just says, maybe discuss how Whitehose and Aberley barely played for Warwickshire. I don't quite
White House.
It says Whitehose is what it says.
As Harmer bowls, and this says, I don't know if that's been dropped at...
No, I think it was just in front of him. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I think that was just in front of Westley.
Well, Harmer's coming around the wicket to Delray Rawlings. First ball, he's come forward, and it's sort of, he's edged it. This is a testing time for Rawlings. Comes forward, smothers the spin. Inside edge goes out into the leg side, no run. So Essex have got a slip and a gully for the left-hander, and a man on the leg side under the lid, Ryan Tenderskada. There's no boundary fielders. There's a ring of 4 fielders on the offside and 2 on the leg. Harmer round the wicket, bowls much slower, and Delray Rawlings lets it come to the bat. It spins back from the bat to the keeper, who tries to kick it onto the stumps. I'm afraid there's no West Ham there, Mr. Wheater. As Harmer turns, he comes in again, bowls a little bit quicker, plays on the back foot, does Rawlings. He goes with the spin towards the gully. It goes out to backward point. There is no run. Cracking bit of cricket here. We hope you're enjoying this, because it's particularly intense. Harmer's bowling again, a little bit quicker again to finish the over. Rawlings plays it with a dead straight bat back up to the wicket. He survives that over. That's a good over from Harmer. Essex now have Sussex 5 down, 75 runs in the second innings. If you add the 54, it gives us 133 runs ahead. Where are they going? They've got to get somewhere close to 200 if they can.
Well, this game, you would say now, with the lead of 134, 73 overs left in the day. If the weather holds, you'd maybe think Essex have maybe just got their noses in front. Who knows? It's a terrific game. I really hope rain doesn't spoil. Richard's been in touch from Leon C, and he also says about Roy Fredericks, did play county cricket, 3 seasons with Glamorgan. Thank you so much, everybody. It's just great to know there's people out there listening and contributing. So, thank you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Aaron Beard, running in down the hill, past umpire Gall, bowls to Tonneson, who's up on his toes and plays that quietly into the leg side. And there is no run. And actually that prompted me to look up Roy Fredericks. And I wonder what he was doing now. And sadly, he's no longer with us. Roy Clifton Fredericks, born 11th of November 1942 in Guyana. And he died in the year 2000. He was only 57. Oh, that was a funny noise. That was probably a seagull or something landing on the microphone, I expect, up on the roof. Probably. Yeah. So isn't that sad?
Yes.
But a terrific opening batsman. He and Gordon Greenwich.
Yeah.
So thank you everybody for pointing that out. Roy Fredericks. As in comes Beard, running in over the wicket, bowls and let go by Tonneson. An exaggerated leave outside the off stump. There is no run. Oliver's been in touch. Oliver Shook-Smith. He says, "Hi guys, I've been watching avidly yesterday and so far this morning and have enjoyed the game and the commentary. On a day like yesterday or today, there is little I would rather be doing than watching cricket. I'm 15 and the junior membership at £7 a year sounds a huge bargain, as you were saying yesterday. I can't think of a better way to spend my summer than down at the county ground watching cricket. I'm going to watch my friend play cricket this afternoon, and I'm planning on proposing the idea that we both sign up next year and watch as much cricket as possible. Brilliant. Looking forward to a tight finish. Many thanks, Oliver." As Beard comes in, bowls, Tonneson forward, and fields of his own bowling his Beard. So there we are. Isn't that great? And Oliver, could you just, we have to, for data protection, all sorts of reasons, ask for permission, but could you give me permission to pass your email on to the club? Because I'm sure they would love to hear about stories like that. So if you could just drop me an email and we'll pass it on to the people here at Hove. Maybe
that could be a little investment in due course for county cricket grounds to find people just to make sure health and safety is all right for young people to attend in groups.
Beard comes in and bowls, and Tonneson is forward, plays quietly to square leg. There is no run. I don't think here, Don, that we're far away from the floodlights coming on.
Yeah.
It's really quite gloomy and the clouds are really quite low now. There is some breeze, which is what we didn't have on the first 2 days. So if we do get a shower, the hope will be that it'll go through fairly quickly. I'm just looking to see where the ground staff are. There's no ground staff down at this end of the ground at all, and that is quite encouraging, because normally they'd be here poised with the covers if they thought it was imminently going to rain. As in comes Beard, running in again, bowls, Tonneson again lets that go outside of the off stump, and again there is no run. And Steve Williams at Lewis has been in touch to say we can pass his email on, so thank you for that. That was about membership as well.
Wouldn't it be great if we could have an opportunity for youngsters to come in and not just enjoy the cricket, but perhaps there could be some other little events put on, or for people attending. It would be great to have these county cricket grounds to be able to use, because in Championship 4-day cricket there's plenty of space for things to go on. It would be such a great investment.
In comes Beard and bowls. Tonneson plays out into the offside, and again there is no run. It is the end of the over, the end of the 39th over of the innings. Sussex are 79 for 5. Rawlins yet to score. Thomason is on 2. The lead 133. And actually, Mike has been in touch from North London. He talks about Roy Fredericks and said, quaint floppy white hat.
Yeah.
And remember that exhilarating 6, where sadly he trod on his stumps. That was in the World Cup final. I think he hit Dennis Liddy for 6, but in so doing trod on his stumps and was out. Basically hitting Dennis Liddy for 6 in a World Cup final, Don.
Yeah.
Mind you, if he tread on his stumps, that does, but...
Yeah. Listen...
Great memories, aren't they? Just love it. We could talk about cricket all day,
couldn't we?
Isn't it lovely?
The '83 World Cup where India won, because I was on the ground staff at Lord's.
Oh, yeah.
So I was basically in the photographs where it was presented to
Kapil Dev.
Kapil Dev, yeah. I remember we spent quite a bit of time bowling with India at Lord's, not just in the lead up to the final, but in previous other games when they first came over. Simon Harmer round the wicket to Ray Rawlings, who leaves it alone. It's outside off stump and goes further. Slip and a gully and a bat pad are adjacent to the Sussex number 7 batsman.
He was thinking of having a dip at that.
Well, he normally plays his shots, does Delray. This time he smothers the spin, goes out into the offside where the Essex fielders are polishing the ball hard, trying to give it a little bit of shine. No saliva, just sweat. Harmer comes in round the wicket, bit quicker. Delroy Rawlings has come down the wicket. He may have been spotted in doing so. Harmer bowls a bit quicker this time, and Delroy Rawlings fortunately kicks it away, because if it had tried to use his bat and missed it, he would have been stumped like his predecessor and captain. Harmer in again. He swept. First sweep shot of the day, probably for me, of the last 2 days. Nobody's played a sweep shot at all. Rawlings gets off the mark. He goes off the mark, goes to 4. Good shot. That was it wasn't uncontrolled. He played it along the floor. He just made a good connection. He got particularly low, and it's mid-wicket boundary. Harmer again in, bowls. Bit slower, well watched, comes forward, smothers the spin, plays with soft hands. A model bit of technique there by the Sussex left-hander. Harmer throwing the ball hand to hand, turns. Here he goes, round the wicket, past the umpire. And this ball turns. And I think that at first reaction, Rawlings was looking for another sweep shot. Decided to play straight, but actually that ball turned. That was a cracking delivery by Harmer. Harmer finishes the over. Sussex move to 83 for 5 with that very good sweep boundary.
So, Ray Rawlings, he does like to attack the bowling, and who's to say that he's wrong? Because in a low-scoring game, maybe a quick 30 or 40 might be invaluable. On the other hand, if he were to get out, we may not be thinking that. Now, the Sussex ground staff are now making their way around the ground. I can see Ben Gibson, the groundsman, is walking quite purposefully towards this end of the ground, and here come the rest of the ground staff as well. So I just wonder whether there is concern. The garages at the far end, or the units, are where all the equipment is kept, and the guys are just sort of making their way round, the 5 ground staff. So perhaps there is a bit of rain around, and that'll be such a shame, as in comes Beard from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and up on his toes is Thomason, and plays quietly into the offside, and there is no run. He's batted well in this game, Aaron Thomason. He made 30 in the first innings. He faced over 100 balls and showed good technique. Player has had limited opportunities since he moved from Warwickshire last year. Mac61 has been in touch. That's the email address. But it's from Mo Cushy. Hello to you. He says, really enjoying this fascinating match plus the commentary. Thank you very much, Mo. Wants to know that during the lost overs in this match... Oh, sorry, I'll read that again in a minute. Apologies. As in comes Beard, over the wicket bowls, down the leg side, and a good tumbling take by Wheater, and there is no run. The umpires are coming together. I think it might be raining. The players are going off. Now, the ground staff are coming around. There's no hurry here to get these covers on. I think Ben Gibson is quite surprised at groundsmen. The 2 umpires looked at each other and decided they were going to go off. Now, whether they think it's going to rain or whether it is already raining, I can't believe it's for bad light, because the floodlights aren't on. And now the umpires are standing looking at each other. So it was umpire Newell who made the call. He just suddenly looked at Ian Gould, and everybody started to walk off. But I think Ben Gibson, the groundsman, is a little surprised at the decision, because they're not now rushing to get the covers on, and it looks a little brighter coming from the southwest. And the Essex players, I think, are very... Aaron Thomason is halfway... In fact, he's virtually back at the pavilion. Now, the covers are maybe coming on. The groundsmen are laughing. I think a couple of the lads in the press room had a word to... Yeah, well, they're not going to put the covers on. The ground staff are down below us. I can see Ben's got his phone out, and he's got his app in front of him.
It's definitely got lighter.
Yes, it has. And it was very odd, because it was Mark Newell who walked towards Ian Gould, and suddenly everyone was marching off, and then suddenly...
No, just the 2 Sussex batsmen were marching off.
The Essex lads were very keen to stay. What made me think it wasn't quite right was because the ground staff weren't running, and if it was raining, you would have thought they'd have been sprinting to get those covers on.
Maybe it was spitting in the middle, but not 50 yards further.
Yeah, maybe.
To the advertising hoardings.
And I just wonder here, Don, because Aaron Thomas has batted very well, and I just wonder if that might sort of broken his concentration a little bit. I mean, he's coming back out, he's not retaking guard, which I think is a bit surprising. Let's see what happens here as in comes Beard. It is lighter now, comes in and bowls, and Tonneson actually hits the next ball for 4.
Yep.
It was slightly short, and Tonneson rocked back and cracked it through the covers, and it has gone for 4. It was a good chase by Nick Brown, who got there before the ball crossed the line, but in trying to drag the ball back, he actually dragged the ball over the line. So good shot by Tonneson.
You talked about the concentration of the batsman. I will put it back to the bowler, the concentration, the delay in the game, and Aaron Beard's run up and bowled a 4-ball and been executed through the covers for 4. It was a very good shot, but a very poor ball.
Yes, indeed. They're back on at Arundel, so maybe it's just a shower, so that's good news. As in comes Beard, running towards us with 2 slips in the gully. He's in and bowls, and Tonneson stretches for one outside the off stump. Aaron Beard, in delivering the ball, has fallen over, and he's now on his knees. I think he's okay, though, which is the good news. Maybe he needs a little bit of sawdust there. There's no sawdust at either end today, so whether he got his foot maybe caught in a foothold, he's now looking at his back of his boots, and Ian Gould is kicking all sorts of debris away from the return crease. Either way, Beard looks okay, 87 for 5. Just read you Mo's email. Really been enjoying this fascinating match. Wants to know that during the lost overs in this match due to rain, etc., were any overs made near the end of the day? If not, maybe they should ensure a result. Yeah, I think what you're saying there, Mo, did we have extra overs for the many that we lost? We lost something like 119 overs in the match, as in comes Beard and bowls. Tonneson lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. So 8 of those overs, Mo, were made up yesterday. I personally don't understand why more overs can't be made up on the last day. I think it's a rule that I think needs amending. If you know why on the last day can't you have those additional overs bowled? There may be a good reason for that, but that's the answer to that question. Mark Toner says, I'm listening to the commentary in Ipswich whilst off ill. Sorry to hear about that. Mark, a very good tonic to listen to, some exciting cricket and good commentary. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you get better soon. Mark Turner in Ipswich, as in comes Beard again and bowls, and Tonneson meets that with a full face of the bat and plays to mid-on.
Much better delivery.
Yep, there is no run. End of Beard's over. He's now bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. Sussex are 87 for 5, with Rawlings on 4, Tonneson on 6, which means that the Sussex lead is 87 plus 54. I'm afraid I have to do that on a piece of paper, and that means the lead is 141. There are 70 overs left in the day, and the good news is that the really dark, horrible looking cloud seems to be going to the northeast of the ground in the direction of the Downs, and it's brighter skies coming in from the sea, he said, famous last words.
Harmer to continue having a chat with his captain. The batsmen are ready, but the captain and the bowler, the purveyor of the ball, are just talking about what they're going to do to Delray Rawlings. They're going to put a man back in front of square on the leg side to try and not prevent the sweep, but if he plays another sweep shot and it's in the air, it's going to be caught on that shorter side. So the 3 men round the bat remain the same: slip, the gully and the bat pad. Harmer's in, bowls. This is a reverse sweep that goes straight to the man at backward point. Really interesting passage of play. It's obviously part of his repertoire, but you just don't want to be in the dressing room if it goes horribly wrong.
Well, I mean, if it goes for 4, it's a great shot, but playing that shot in this position, I mean, is innovative.
Stands up, the left-hander, he does it again. This time he smashes it square, reverse sweeping Harmer for 4. He's hit that like a tracer bullet. That really was well connected. Now, Descarter runs from gully to chat to Harmer. I tend to think he might just bowl a little bit quicker at Delray Rawlings, who's shown his colour here. He's going to play that sweep shot. He's going to play it square and maybe the reverse sweep. It's a brave shot. Well, the gully's come out. The gully's gone to, I would call it fly slip. There's a man square of the boundary on the offside and the leg side. Harmer does bowl a bit quicker.
He does.
But very well played by Rawlings, because he's played with a straight bat, just being watchful for the off-spinning ball.
You wouldn't have liked being reverse swept for 4, Simon Harmer.
No.
Floodlights are on, Don.
They are. A little bit slower, played with a soft bat, well played. Delray Rawlings goes out to Wesley, who's changed his position from gully to not backward point, probably a little bit finer than that. Not as square as backward point. Harmer in again. He bowls, and that didn't bounce as much, but he's played with a straight. That's the virtues of playing with a straight bat. If you find a little bit of unevenness, the straight bat will save you. The cross bat won't. Harmer in again. He bowls a bit slower. This is swept, and it's swept just behind square where there isn't a fielder, and it goes to the old pavilion for 4. Well controlled. After a bit of a worry in that first ball from Rawlings, he's played the remaining balls particularly well, and he's also gained 8 valuable runs. The score goes to 95 for 5.
And I just wondered, we were saying about Delray Rawlings that he is an attacking player, that is in his nature to play that way, and whether a quick 30 or 40 here could be invaluable for Sussex. Thank you very much to Oliver, who spoke about the membership, and he said I can forward an email onto the club, and he said this spell from Harmer has almost reminded me of Shane Warne in the amazing Adelaide Test. Glad to say they're staying on. And Trevor Wilson has sent an email, which I'll speak about in a minute. Trevor, who lives in Germany and plays for Berlin Cricket Club.
Does he?
I didn't know there was such a thing, but there clearly is.
Yeah.
So Aaron Beard is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. The floodlights are shining brightly, 95 for 6. At the minute it's not raining, which is good news, as in comes Beard over the wicket and bowls, and Tonnerson is up on his toes and plays very correctly defensively into the offside, and there is no run. So he says, back in the 70s, we used to make our own entertainment at Chelmsford by playing cricket with other kids on the ground during lunch, tea, etc., often causing much annoyance to the tent dwellers eating their corporate lunches as we used a real cricket ball. I remember a ball flying into one of the tents, landing on the mayor of Chelmsford wife's lap and prompting one of the white-coated stewards to have a word with us about being a bit more careful. Isn't that great? More to come. In comes Beard, 2 slips in the gully, he's in and bowls. Thompson lets the ball pass by wide outside the off stump, and there is no run. Back then, a junior membership was £1 for the season for all formats. I still haven't forgiven my parents for not buying me a life membership for £25. That's Trevor Wilson in, looks like Mahalo or Blankfeld in Germany. And he says, Trevor, Berlin Cricket Club. Isn't that great? Well done.
Oh, yes, there's a lot of cricket being played, more and more in Europe.
In comes Beard again, running in over the wicket bowls, and Thompson drives uppishly, just eludes Beard's left hand on the follow through. I don't think it was a chance, he didn't get a hand to it, but it was a little fortunate there, Aaron Thomason. He goes to 7 and Sussex to 96 for 5. It's edge of your seat stuff here, Don, it really is, because another couple of wickets go down here. Who knows where it's going to lead this game? The lead now is 150 for Sussex. I can see. Is that Matthew Quinn looking at you?
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mike's been in touch again. He says, I met Don just the once at an export function.
Right, yes.
Mid to late 90s, around Felixstowe, where I had a brief stint with the Institute of Export. I probably just wanted to talk cricket, but Don was very keen on whatever he was proposing to export. A lovely interlude. You need to import and export? Perhaps we should move on. In comes Beard and bowls round the wicket to Rawlings, and Beard folds up his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah.
Right, import and export. Right, move on to the next email.
As a cricketer, you try your hand at a lot of winter work, or you did in those days. Insurance, maybe credit cards. A lot of the Essex players did all kinds of jobs. Actually, you'll be interested to know what they did.
Yeah, well in those
wine
days,
sales.
Right. It was interesting as well, because they were saying cricketers didn't get 12-month contracts. You know, how long would a contract be? Sort of 8 months?
It was 6 months. It was April the 1st to September the 30th.
Beard is in and bowled. Look at Walter Rawlings, who's going to get the luckiest 4 runs of the day, because he sort of came half forward, thick inside edge. I thought the ball was going to hit the stumps. But it's one of the vagaries of cricket that the ball runs away down here to find leg and run another boundary. He goes to 16.
The old Chinese cut.
Yeah, and Sussex go to 100 up, 100 for 5. That makes the maths easy. Don, the lead is 154. All important runs here for Sussex, but a moral victory for Aaron Beard, but he's probably at the far end champering away to himself, and he's probably...
He was trying to leave it, wasn't he? As he was looking to come forward and then leave, he lifted his bat up and it hit the inside edge to go for 4.
Beard in again, bowled. Oh, and Rawlings looking to flick that one away across mid-wicket, but it hits the 5-pad, bounces into the offside. There is no run, 100 for 5. Now we've got an email here praising you from Steve from sunny Southend, who says, "Judge just wanted to say what a pleasure it is to hear toppers giving some praise to the ECB for getting Test cricket on. It's so easy to criticise, but the ECB have done a great job getting on play at both county and Test level. Well done them and the touring teams, and well done toppers for highlighting it. It's too easy for pundits and commentators just to moan and groan at every given opportunity. Michael Vaughan, for example," he says in brackets. Now, if we just made a tweak on the light situation, then all should be good. It probably would have made no difference to the second test, but it does seem nonsense not to play due to bad light when the Rose Bowl is surrounded by floodlights and play is happening at home just down the road. Thoughts that Steve from sunny Southend, and that's been forwarded on by Dick Davis, who I think is your colleague up at BBC Radio. Hello, Dick.
Good morning, Dick and Glenn. Thank you for that. Yeah, very interesting. Harmer's going to go over the wicket now to Aaron Thomason, who comes down the wicket. He punches it into the leg side, where it's fielded at mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, gosh, we've been talking about it for a long time now, haven't we? I think it's not just the ECB, the ICC have got to set some lead this, really, the bad light situation. This is tickled round the corner by Thomason, who looks for a single. The man at 45, he's there for that reason, stops the single. Where is Thomason going to get these runs? I certainly think we should try. Look, I'm going to say something controversial. Oh, not that controversial, but nonetheless controversial. Tickled round the corner, but it's gone fine. I think this has come off the bat. It's going to be Matt Quinn, who's running after. It's going to very fine leg, where there are 2 runs. Score moves on to 102 for 5. Look, in county cricket, maybe it's worth it. And I saw an argument about changing the colour of the ball for the floodlights or when it gets dark. I think that's daft. As Harmer bowls, this is played with the full face of the bat. It's a forward defensive dot ball. Why we can't change the ball in the middle of a game? You can't do that. What we could possibly do, and we would probably look at domestic cricket first. Could we bowl spinners for a period of play when it gets dark? Not when it's raining, when it gets dark. A little bit quicker. This time played with a spin. He tickles it round the corner. The man on the 45 prevents the single. So that's an option. I do understand that if you've got the opposition 40 for 4 and you've got to take your seamers off, or do you have to bowl your spinners? Well, look, it's all about entertainment. It's all about making the game continue. That's the last ball. It was identical to the ball before, which is played into the mid-wicket off good length. It was well played with the spin. Rawlings about to face now, the left-hander. He's on 16 off 20 deliveries, so he's kept going, really. And down the other end is the chap who batted particularly well for Sussex in the first innings.
Aaron Thomason.
Aaron Thomason. I was impressed with his first innings knocks. He's got 9, and there's a hygiene break here at Hove.
Sam's been in touch to say it's very grey in Shoreham, and it's pretty grey here as well. The floodlights are on, but some lighter skies coming in from the southwest, which was a good idea. And actually, just coming back to your point there about when it gets to a certain darkness, they say you can only bowl spinners. I'm a great believer, during the course of a season, it probably evens itself out. You might find a game where you've got your seamers on and you've got the opposition 40 for 4 and it gets dark, but then there might be another game that you play where you might be batting in that situation. So,
correct.
And actually,
talking to Robin Hobbs, the former leg spinner, Essex and England, went on 3 tours. I interviewed him recently, and when he started playing county cricket in that old Essex side, there were a lot of spinners, but there were a lot of what I call medium pace seamers. And what he found, he was used a bit like Ashley Giles during his career. He was used as a support bowler for the seamers, and he would have to bowl his leggies a little bit quicker. And if you ever have a look at Robin Hobbs's career record for a leg spinner, and he was a leg spinner of note, took over 1,000, I think he took 1,099 or 1,019 wickets, he would have bowled it a bit quicker, and he went for 3.1 runs and over, something like that, which is very impressive. But he will always say he had to learn to do that. And I've got to say, to some spinners, Ashley Giles would have learnt to become an economical spinner, not just a fifth day spinner. And Ashley Giles did a valuable job. So spin bowling, Graham Swan in the first innings of a test match, spin bowlers is very important to learn their trade, but perhaps it's an opportunity to learn the trade as a spinner with when the lights come on and it gets dark and we stay out there. I know it's health and safety, but you stay out there and you still play the game. I think that's very important for cricket going forward.
I agree. Aaron Beard is going to come in. The floodlights are on. 2 slips, a gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Beard in, down the hill, bowls to Rawlins, who pulls down towards fine leg. Quinn is very quickly round just down below us, prevents anything more than a single. Good bit of fielding. Rawlins again looking to get on the attack. He goes to 17 off 21 balls. Sussex 103 for 5. They lead by 157. An email here from Stuart Fairway, who says, a great story there from Trevor. That was the one about the ball landing in the mayor of Chelmsford's lap in the hospitality tent. He says, when I was a young teenager in the 90s, me and a couple of friends used to watch Sussex at their annual county championship game at Eastbourne. We used to take a bat, some portable stumps and one of those bright orange wind balls and play on the outfield over lunch. I saw some great cricket there, but never a century, as in comes Beard and bowls, and Tollerson is forward solidly, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah. Wasim Khan making, I think, 93 was the highest score. I got plenty of autographs too. Yeah. Only one who turned us down was Alan Milani, but in his defence, he'd just been hit for about 13 off the first over of the day. Hopefully a result today, and hopefully, in brackets, sorry Don, the right one for Sussex. Many thanks, Stuart. Lovely story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you will remember those festival grounds, the Saffrons at Eastbourne. I played against Gartharu and Imran Khan there.
In comes Beard and bowls, and Tonneson right in behind that, plays down the onside. Well, they were a couple of sharpish bowlers, Don.
Well, they were. The Sussex were a decent side. Phillipson, you had was Gunnar Gord playing in those days? John Barkley, Paul Parker.
Yeah.
Paul Phillipson.
He was a good fielder, Paul Parker.
Yeah, wasn't he? He did a number of England 12th man duties. A lovely man. I think he's still involved in schoolmastering today. I think he is. Beard is back to his mark. Floodlights on, lots of grey cloud around, but brighter to the southwest as in comes Beard. Over the wicket bowls, and Tollerson looks to flick a delivery down the leg side, and there is no run. He hasn't looked quite as threatening today, Aaron Beard, as he did yesterday. No. He's struggled a little bit with his line, and I wonder whether we might see a little spell of porter before lunch. Yeah, or Quinn, I agree. What we were highlighting earlier when we were talking about George Garton, who bowled so well in that first innings, you've got to do it day in, day out, and you've got this young opening bowler, Henry Crocombe. Yep. And he bowled tidily in his first spell, but then it's harder in your second spell where the ball's older and the wicket's flatter and the batsmen perhaps are in. So yes, Aaron Beard hasn't done so well today. Comes in again, bowls, and again it's slightly strained down the leg side. He looks frustrated, and it gives Tollerson the opportunity to just tuck inside the line and play it quietly down to deep backward square for a single. Tollerson goes to 10, and he's done extremely well in this match. Aaron Thompson, 104 for 5. You go around the world in international cricket and domestic cricket in the other countries, all these grounds are played on flat surfaces, all right? when you come to Chelmsford, which has got an totally different slope to here at Hove, and there are two grounds. Headingley has sometimes an issue. There are lots of county grounds that are not played on what I call flat level surfaces, and the opposition can struggle here at Hove running down the hill.
In comes Beard, bowls. That's a short delivery, but it's no problem for Rawlins, who gets right down on his knees, literally, and watches as the ball sails over his head and into the gloves of Adam Wheater. There is no run. 104 for 5. Rawlins 17. Thomason is on 10. Live cricket here. BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley.
Yes, good morning everybody, and thank you for all those lovely emails wherever you are in the world and you're listening to us. It's great. But just going back to that bowling point, when you've got to get used to the slope quickly here. The home bowlers will be used to it. The away bowlers won't, and there's always a bit of a difficulty at Essex because you can run away with yourself at the Hayes Close end, but you always get a bit more bounce. But when you come from the river end at Chelmsford, there's quite a steep ascent to the square. As Harmer starts a new over, this is played with the spin into the leg side to the man at 45. There is no run. 104 for 5. Rawlins 17 off 22, and Thomason on 10 off 40.
We were talking about left arm bowlers. An email or a tweet from David Sharp.
Harmer's in, bowls quite straight here. This is played into the leg side and goes straight to 10. Scarter under the lid at short leg.
David says Sussex had a secret weapon in Jason Lurie.
Yes.
He could stroke should have played for England, says David. Thank you, David. Good to hear from you.
And Harmer in again. This is played a little straighter down to mid wicket where there is no run. Talking about Jason Lurie, there was another similar bowler at Gloucester, did play for England. Martin? No, Mark.
Sorry.
Left armour, played at Gloucester. Harmer, down the leg side, turned and went down the leg side. Wheater takes the ball, he was blinded by the batsman in front of him. Can you remember?
So left armour played for Gloucestershire?
Yeah, for years. It's gone out of my mind.
Did he play for England eventually?
Yeah, he did. He didn't have a long career with England, might have been just the one game. But he was renowned in county cricket, got stacks of wickets, swung it. Not a very tall bowler.
You're not talking about John Lewis?
No, John Lewis right arm.
No, it was right arm, wasn't he?
Harmer in again, played into the offside, quick single. It was called by the striking batsman. Sensible, good, smart cricket by Sussex.
Would it have been in John's time at Gloucester?
Yes. Oh, please tweet me, somebody.
Mike
Smith.
Mike Smith. Was it Mike Smith?
Yeah, Mike Smith got there eventually. Yeah, Mike Smith, he had a cracking career. Swung the ball, very good, but probably didn't, Ryan side bottom. And if you look at the left armers in the history of the game go together with the old-fashioned technique of an off-spinner bowling into their footholes. And look at the history and the success after this ball. As Harmer comes round the wicket, two men round the bat to Rawlins. Rawlins, left-hander, plays it with soft hands, and it's the end of the over. 105 for 5. So, side bottom and Swan. Eilert and Such. Lever and Atfield. In English history, no left-arm bowler has ever got 100 Test wickets. Did you know that?
Is that right?
I know who it was. Who's the anyone tweet me? Who's the leading wicket taker that is a left-arm seam-fast swing bowler? Who is the leading left-arm wicket taker? It's not John Lever.
English.
All right.
English. I was going to say world cricket. I would say Wesley Macram.
No left-arm cricketer, left-arm bowler for England has ever achieved 100 Test wickets. Seriously.
Apart from?
No English bowler has ever done it.
Now, we've got to change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Sussex are 105 for 5. We've got 15 minutes to go till lunch. 65 overs left in the day. The Sussex lead is now 159. So this game is still, it's right in the balance now. It's very difficult to call if you don't get any rain. We could still get all three results possibly here. Rowley's been in touch, and he sent me a picture of his big screen with the stream on the television. It's a shame you can't be here, Rowley. It'd be great to see you. But hopefully we're bringing the cricket to your front room or wherever you're watching or listening to the game. As in comes Quinn, Matthew Quinn, running down the hill to bowl to the right Andrew Tonneson, wide of the off stump, taken by Wheater, and there is no run. There are still 2 slips in the gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine legger. Andrew's been in touch. We were talking about the fact that cricketers used to have 6-month contracts, and Andrew says, my step-family business used to employ a few Sussex players selling ergonomic office furniture during the off-season. I can't remember individual names, unfortunately. What's ergonomic office furniture? Is that the stuff that moulds into you?
Yes.
So it fits your back or whatever.
Yes.
As in comes Quinn, running in down the hill under the floodlights, bowls, and Tonneson showing very good technique, played defensively, and Lawrence trots in from gully to field. There is no run. He goes on to say, how about a brave declaration by Ben Brown so we get a nail-biting finish. A draw does nobody any favours in the league table. Toodle pip.
Well,
Andrew Honey.
He's right, thank you for the email. He's right, but this year it's 8 points for a draw, not 5, so significant there. But I really do hope that if Sussex survive or continue to bat well, I would love to see a declaration in this Bob Willis trophy this season, because there's not a lot on it. It's a strange season, isn't it?
In comes Quinn and bowls.
Wouldn't it be great to just play old-fashioned cricket and have a declaration and get a game going for the later in the afternoon, where traditionally more people are worried and scared about setting a total?
Sometimes with a declaration, as the ball is just played by Tonneson and in front of him there is no run, do you have to be prepared? And this is a professional game, and I didn't play cricket professionally, I played village cricket, but sometimes you have to be prepared to lose a game to win a game. I think the ethos remains the same, doesn't it?
You're so right. Actually, can I comment on that?
In comes Quinn and bowls, and Tonneson lets that go outside of the off stump. There is no run.
The great Keith Fletcher, eminent, wonderful tactician, wonderful captain, great cricket knowledge. He would say, in that old Essex side of the 80s, when they were when they won a lot of trophies, won championships, he would say, if we win 8, draw 8, lose 8, you come mid-table. In that 24-game season, if you win 12, lose 12, you win the championship.
In comes Quinn, right side of the wicket, bowl to Tonneson, plays into the mid-wicket gap. They'll need to get a move on here, but they're doing it. It was a comfortable single. It was well played by Tonneson. It was to the left of Paul Walter, who's at mid-wicket, and immediately the clue there to that run was that Tonneson, when he played the ball, he called Rawlins forward. Rawlins trusted his partner. They took a well judged single. Tonneson goes to 12, the total 106 for 5.
Captaincy of your county sides, I think, are a bit different these days. I'm talking about the 3-day cricket, but these days in 4-day cricket you can normally let the game unfold, and if you don't get weather disturbances, it organically finishes. Whereas in this game we missed 60 overs on day 1, 60 overs on day 2, and we've only just had a full day yesterday.
In comes Quinn, round the wicket, bowl to Rawlins. That's a bouncer which just loops over the head of Delray Rawlins through to Adam Wheater, and there is no run. Now I'm going to read a couple of emails because people are good enough to send them in, so we'll read them out. Leo in Lewis says, Adrian and Don, many thanks for the coverage. It's becoming a very intriguing match. A much better watch now. Your commentary is synced with the pictures, which it wasn't all day yesterday, but I know the guys here at Sussex, Leo, are really trying hard to make it work, so well done to the media lads. And actually, if you want to watch the pictures, go to the Sussex website and click on it. I wanted to thank you both for your appreciation of good play from both teams. Your two-eyed approach is the BBC's best traditions. Sadly, some county commentators seem unable to look beyond their own county's fortunes. Best wishes and hoping for a tight and exciting finish today. That's Leo in Lewis. That's very kind of him to say that. Come on, Sussex!
Leo, you're absolutely right. We try to be impartial. But as a former player, I obviously occasionally say, Harmer bowls, this is tickled round the corner, but there is no run. There's that man at 45. He's stopping in any runs occurring down in that quarter. I think it's quite right, and I have to admit this, I have been told off before for saying we, as in Essex, because I shouldn't. This is played into the leg side, and This time it's a little bit in front of square, so they take it and scramble through for a quick single. Good, sensible batting. Essex can't stop that. And the score moves to 107 for 5. Yeah, we shouldn't be saying we, but I think somebody else said to me, don't worry because you have an affiliation, because you actually played for them. And I only do, really, the Essex games. But I try not to say we. Harmer. Bowling. This is swept and hit brilliantly
a 6
to the pavilion, the old pavilion, where there is a man behind square who just watches it and now goes to collect. Rawlings has hit that in front of square. He's picked that up as a sweep shot. He's controlled. He's hit it he's hit it very, very hard.
Good shot, wasn't it? And we were just talking about Delray Rawlings when he came in and speculating, you know, whether a quick 30 or 40 could really benefit Sussex. Well, he's got 23 of 25 balls, Don, and the lead now for Sussex is 167. So these are important runs, you know.
Give him credit, he's played really well.
He has, he's played very positively.
He's the only man I wasn't here day 1, day 2 where you only had 30 overs a day, but I haven't seen anybody else play the sweep shot.
No, I would agree, he's played it well so far.
Harmer round the wicket to Rawlings, gives it a bit of air. This is a slog sweep, and that's gone over the committee room.
That's 6 more. That's a huge blow, isn't it, by Delray Rawlings? Well, you don't often see Simon Harmer hit for back-to-back sixes.
That's a crack. He's hit that very hard again, but I have to say it was in total control. That was a beautiful, it looked sensational as well. It was a very, very good shot.
I see Keith Greenfield, the director of cricket here, has just come out of the old members, the
committee room.
Yeah, and he's just got to help look for the ball, which they've now found and returned. Rawlings to 29 of 26 deliveries, 119 for 5.
I wonder if Essex, how far are we away from lunch?
About 10 minutes.
Harmer in again. Bowls, and this is played on the front foot with a straight bat by the left-hander who's just collected a 6. I wonder if Essex might swap ends with Harmer, something like that before lunch, just to see if something else is happening for the spinner. I know the seamers have been happier, but for a couple of overs, just to see what happens. Do something. Put a seamer on this end, move Harmer down the other end. Bowls a bit quicker, quite full, and Rawlings plays with the full straight part of the bat. Excellent play. Good over for Rawlings and Sussex, who have moved to 119 for 5. Add the 54 on, and that's 173.
Well done, Don. Absolutely. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley. We've had a lot of fun the last couple of days. Actually, Mike in North London, you must have been talking about bowlers who could bowl both sorts of variations, Dom, because Mike's been in touch and he says, he says Tuffer's starting off bowling quick, and I reckon Broad could bowl spin if he needed to. I remember David Gravely at a coaching conference alluding to the parallels between the two disciplines.
Well, Ashley Giles started as a seamer. Ollie Robinson started as a spin bowler. Peter Willey was a seamer.
In comes Matthew Quinn down the hill. Bowls to Thomason, who chips that to mid-wicket, and he's on his way. And that's a very soft dismissal. And Aaron Thomas is furious with himself, and he bangs his hand on his bat as he makes its way out. It was a straightforward delivery from Quinn, and Aaron Thomason, who had batted in a very disciplined manner, 13 off the 5 balls, just clipped that one straight to mid-wicket, and the 6th Sussex wicket goes down, and this game is ebbing and flowing, Don, isn't it? It's very difficult to call. He was in for 69 minutes, Aaron Thomason. Of 53 balls, he made 13 runs with 1 boundary. So Sussex lead 173. They're 173 for 6. Still 62 overs left in the day after this one.
Yeah, you described it so right. Soft dismissal. He scooped it up. He maybe mistimed it. Maybe he was looking to hit it too square. We're blinded because we're at third man when that shot was played. For me, it would have been disappointing because he's a pugnacious, he's a decent cricketer, is Thomason, and he showed that in the first innings. He'll be disappointed with that dismissal. But boy, Adrian, Essex needed that. Yes,
they did. Essex certainly did need it, especially after Delray Rawlings had gone on the attack. Now, this would be, without being unkind to the tail, to Messieurs Meeker, Crocombe and Claydon, who are to come. This would be the last recognised Sussex batsman, George Garton, who had a great day yesterday, taking those 5 wickets, made 50 in the opening round of matches against Hampshire, and makes his way out. So just finishing off this email from Michael, he says, Don, you made a reference to military medium delivery yesterday, and I have to say I loathe that expression if it was said of me, but a lot of the time it was probably due to a manic action. As a contrast with military medium, the craft of spinners is a joy with all the subtleties in pace variation. So thank you for getting in touch, Michael.
When young Haynes was bowling,
right,
wasn't it?
Martin's been in touch from Twickenham. He says, you have to risk it for a biscuit, as they used to say. And you can be sure that Chris Adams would have been going for this win. The Sussex need to get some of that old mojo back. A bit disappointed at the effort today, but at least Delray is going for it. Well, it's a really... you know, this game is in the balance. I think Sussex have got their noses in front, but... You know, Essex will probably fancy chasing down a couple of hundred here, I think. We'll have to see. In comes Quinn, running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Garton, and Garton plays very solidly to mid-on, and there is no run. Brighter skies coming in from the southwest. Floodlights on. On the other hand, Sussex might think, actually, we can defend 200. I mean, who knows which way it's going to go, but...
We talked about it, how well Sussex bowled. Claydon, Crocombe started off bowling not the quickest, and then they had their fast and nasty coming on actually at second and third change. Can those guys do it again? That's the art of professional bowling. Can you do it day in, day out? It's all right doing it with a new ball for one spell, but then you've got to do it again and again, and then under pressure when your body's tired, when the wicket's flat, and against Alistair Cook.
In comes Quinn again, bowls to Garton, who covers up nicely to a ball pitching round about middle and off and just plays quietly into the offside, fielded by Beard, and there is no run. Essex just what can I say on the attack? I mean, they've got 2 slips in the gully, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, so there is no one. Yes, there's just Ryan Tenderscarty down in front of us at fine leg. Quinn is back to his mark. He's in his 11th over, figures of 1 for 21, and Quinn is on his way around the wicket, bowls, and Garton flicks this nicely off the hip down to fine leg. He's going to get his first run fielded down in front of us by the aforementioned Tenderscarter, and Garton is on his way. 120 for 6 means the Sussex lead is now 174.
Yep. Gosh, Essex, they would be looking at this saying, chaps, get to lunch and we could be chasing 190 at 200 this afternoon. Sussex would be saying, gosh, chaps, we've got to eat this out, try and also eat a bit more time out of the game, because then that might put Essex under a bit more pressure. So, look, 120 for 6 doesn't sound a lot at the moment, but there is that lead as well.
In comes Quinn and bowls to Rawlins, who's forward and plays into the offside to cover, and there is no run. The sun is out, which is good news. It was a lot brighter in the southwest, and now those darker clouds again seem to be moving away to the east of the ground. There's some pretty heavy cloud, but I'm pretty certain that's gone, Don.
Has it? Which is the bad area? Where does it normally come from?
Well, I would have said down here. I mean, the majority of the bad weather, I think you would say, would come from the southwest.
So, which is
over
the sharp stand.
Yeah. I think that's where you know, generally the prevailing wind would be a southwesterly wind. I mean, someone will probably say that's not the case, but I think that's where most of the bad weather would come. As Quinn comes in, bowls to Rawlins, who just takes the bat away at the last minute, lets the ball go through to Wheater. So, end of the over. Where are we in this game? Well, there are 62 overs left to be bowled. We're going to get a couple more before lunch. Sussex are 120 for 6 with Delray Rawlins on 29. George Garton is on 1. The lead for Sussex is 174. Now, if we get a break, if Sussex are bowled out in between the breaks, then we will lose 2 overs off the day. But this game is still very much in the balance, and you still... all 3 results, get my words out, come on Adrian, all 3 results are still very much on the cards.
Well, I'm going to throw something. What if I said 4 results?
You think a tie, do you?
Well, if it gets quite a low-scoring game, you never know. If Sussex bowl so well as they did in the first innings, then look, Essex will be under a bit of pressure. Look, this T20 is about entertainment. This, as a 4-day game, the final day of a 4-day game, is really intense entertainment. Harmer starts a new over, bit short, bit quicker, goes back to Garton, who claimed 5 wickets, his first 5-wicket haul, his career best. I think you said his career best was a 3-fer. Well, he got a 5-fer, and he bowled very nicely. Certainly did when he pitched it up. As Harmer comes in again, bowls. This is played into the leg side, not against the spin. Perhaps it was angled at his leg stump, perhaps. So no, completely safe by Garton. Very sensible, watchful. There's only a bat pad on the leg side under the lid, and there's a slip waiting. Harmer in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Garton. Bit quicker, Garton stays back, does play with a straight bat, which certainly will save him in that situation. So well batted, well bowled. Good, intense cricket, as I say. 120 for 6. Harmer turns. His bowls, a bit more turn on that perhaps, a bit more purchase with those big fingers, and he really has buckets as hands, Simon Harmer. Big man. He would be a fantastic number 8, I'm sure. He'd pick the ball up and go alone, and you wouldn't be able to get the ball off him. He would be a very good number 8, I'm sure. Harmer. In he comes, bowls. Bit of turn.
Oh, he's
going him, and I think he shouldered arms. He didn't play a shot. I think that is LBW.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think that's a catch. It was cleanly taken by Wheater, but I just don't think it was a catch. I think it's gone, turned and straightened, and it's gone and just clipped the pad as it's gone through. So Essex have got another wicket at lunch, which is now to be taken. It's 120 for 7, which is a lead of 174, and there's only 3 wickets, 3 of the tail to come from Sussex. This is going to be a cracking afternoon, Adrian.
Well, the way this is going, you think there's going to be a result one way or the other in this game. Who knows what the Sussex tail might do, but there's a couple of massive blows on the stroke of lunch. First of all, Aaron Thomason, and the very next over, George Garton is out. So the Essex players make their way off. They'll be pretty pleased with their morning's work, I think. They've taken 5 wickets. Don's going to nip off and do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Essex. So Sussex have added 63 runs this morning, but they've lost 5 wickets in the bargain. Delray Rawlins is still there on 29, 2 big 6s for him, so it'll be interesting to see how Delray plays after lunch. But I have to say, it's been a really, really absorbing day's cricket, as indeed the whole of this game so far has been really, really good to watch. So the ground staff are out doing their bits and pieces. They've got their brooms and their brushes and remarking the crease, etc. The umpires are wandering off to their abode over on by the clock tower scoreboard. That's where they are during this game. And Don and I are going to have a little breather, a cup of tea and a sandwich. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you for your texts and your tweets. Don't forget to come back at about 22. Watch the live stream via the Sussex website. You can watch pictures of the game or video of the game and listen to the commentary as well, and it should be a really absorbing afternoon. So thank you all so much, and we'll speak to you in about 35 minutes time. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello? Anyone there? Hello, studio.
Hello, Reddit Sussex.
Oh, hi. Are we doing a cricket update?
Oh, shit. Sorry, Adrian. We're doing after this song, is that right?
Yeah, I can't hear anything at all.
Sorry, no, my fault. I'll put you on feed and we'll do it after this.
Okay, mate. Cheers, Sam. Hello, hello. Okay, cheers, Sam. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Well, the players have just got off for lunch, and there was a wicket right on the stroke of lunch, and it's made this game even more intriguing than it was before. Sussex are 120 for 7. That means they lead by 174. Delray Rawlings is still there. He's batting beautifully. He is on 29. There are still another 62 overs to be bowled today, so you really wouldn't want to pick the winner of this game between Sussex and Essex. Meanwhile, down at Arundel, very much looks like it's heading for a draw. Hampshire 258 for 7. They lead Surrey by 86. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the lunchtime has just come to an end, and the two Sussex batsmen are making their way out to the middle. Delray Rawlins and the new batsman will be Stuart Meeker, who will be joining him. Sussex losing a wicket right on the stroke of lunch and now 120 for 7. The lead of 174. There are still, or there will be after this ball, 61 overs left to bowl in the day after this one. The umpires, Ian Gould and Mark Newell, are out in the middle. The cloud looks relatively high. There's still some grey clouds that are hanging around Hove, but in general it looks to be reasonably high, and there are one or two patches of blue, so it will be a real shame if we miss any more of this game through rain. We've only lost 120 overs, but despite all of that, we've got what could well be an absorbing final 2 sessions. It's going to be Simon Harmer who's going to bowl the last ball of the 50th over of this innings. He's going to bowl to the new batsman, who is Stuart Meeker. There was a slip and a short leg. A backward point. Tom Wesley and Simon Harmer are now discussing the field in more detail. Yeah, so that offside field, a point, a mid-off. Then on the onside, a mid-on, short mid-wicket, almost straightish as well, orthodox mid-wicket, deep backward square, with a short fine leg as Harmer comes in, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be 4 byes. Wayward delivery by Harmer, and all runs gratefully received by Sussex as it runs away. And let's just wait and see what happened there, because I think that was all a bit sloppy by the Sussex batsman. Now that is really odd. Now, I don't know if you saw what happened there, Don, but it was bowled down the leg side. I think Stuart Meeker, now Stuart Meeker and Adam Weeds having quite a heated discussion. I think, because I think Stuart Meeker thought, or maybe someone said, well, you haven't played a shot, so you can't run.
Yep.
It went for byes. The Sussex batsman just stood there, and I'm not sure whether they could have run byes there or not. I mean, that was slightly odd, wasn't it? Because I thought it was going for 4. In the end, they didn't get any runs at all, but that was very odd.
That was. Was it a poor delivery?
It was a poor delivery. It was down the leg side. Wheater missed it. I think, first of all, I thought, the Sussex batsmen think it's going for 4, and then it sort of pulled up inside the boundary. Matthew Quinn chased it back, and he didn't get there, and he got there, but they didn't run. So that was all very odd. Anyway, it is what it is. 120 for 7. Live cricket here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, I should say, BBC Radio Essex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley. So that was the final over, the final ball of that Simon Harmer over. He has now bowled 16 overs, 5 maidens, and taken 3 for 43. But it is going to be Jamie Porter who's going to carry on down the hill. Really excellent figures. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 19. He's going to come running down the hill to the left-handed Delray Rawlings, who's taking strike. He's on 29 of 30 deliveries, including 2 big sixes. As in comes Porter and bowls, and Rawlings plays that nicely down to fine leg, fielded by Quinn. They set off very quickly. Rawlings was looking for 2, but it was never really there, and that will expose the number 9 Stuart Meeker to 5 deliveries of this over from Jamie Porter. That he's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. 121 for 7. It means the lead is 175. There's a gentleman over on the flats on the right hand side who was watching, that's where the work was being done on those flats yesterday. No work being done there today that we can see, but there's a gentleman standing right up on the roof, and he's got a great view of the ground, and a couple of other people watching from the balconies away to our right hand side as well. Looks like a lady up there having her lunch, enjoying the cricket, as Porter is back to his mark. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Porter over the wicket, bowls, and Stuart Meeker lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. The total remains on 121 for 7. Lots and lots of emails we had pre-lunch, so it'd be great to get those whizzing in again. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at BBC Essex Sport. And Porter wanders back to his mark. 60 overs left in the day after this one, so still lots of time for there to be a result in this game. As Porter is on his way. Over the wicket, bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and again Meek has nothing to do with it, taken by Wheater, and there is no run. If you thought of a target, Don, would there be a total of runs that Essex would think, you know what, we're just not going to chase these? I mean, what would the equation need to be for Essex to think, actually, this isn't on?
I don't know, 300 or something. The reality is, we can see there was an ooh and a half from the first ball, was it from Porter this spell, which nipped back and surprised the batsman.
In comes Porter again, over the wicket, bowls, and Mika plays this nicely onto the leg side. They've taken one, and that's all they get. It's played back to the square, and Quinn trots in from fine leg to field. One more, 122 for 7. Mika's on his way.
Why I say that is that the batsman will tell Ben Brown, they'll say, look, it's still doing it. And when you saw Jamie Porter put his hands on his head and the keeper, you know, say well bowled, it's still doing it. So that will interest Sussex's bowlers. From an Essex point of view, they will fancy 200, which technically will be the largest score of the game, won't it?
Yes, it will be.
Is this wicket 140 all out, 190 all out, 135 all out or something?
In comes Porter, bowls short, and that balloons over Delray Rawlings' head. Taken by Wheater.
When you look at the scores and you look at 194 first innings by Sussex, 140 by Essex, I didn't think they batted that well. And now 100. Is it that kind of a wicket? Is it a bad wicket? I would say no.
I would agree. I don't think it is a bad wicket at all. Rawlings waits. 2 slips awaiting. Tense cricket as in comes Porter around the wicket. Bowls to Rawlings, and that's short, and Rawlings off the thigh pad. They were looking for a single there, but it wasn't there. Wheater was very quickly round. In fact, I think that got Delray Rawlings quite high up on the hip, so it may have eluded the... in fact, I think it got him on the backside, actually. And there is no run. So, 122 for 7, it means the lead is 176. If you want to watch the live stream, you need to go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the various links. We've got that up here in the commentary box here, and you can watch the... I'm just watching a replay of that delivery, actually. Yes, I think he did get Delray Rawlings right high up on the thigh. Maybe missed the thigh pad, so he might have a nasty bruise there in the morning. Well, Delray, but he's batted really well. He's on 30 off 33, and it's going to be Simon Harmer who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. Right,
Simon Harmer. Here he goes. He's bowling to Stuart Meeker. He bowls, giving it a bit of air, and it's gone an inside edge out to avoid Ryan Tenderskada at bat pad. He dived for it, but it then was at 45. It was Matt Quinn who shied at the bowler's end, who missed. So it was an opportunity, I think. I don't know if it was a missed or a dropped catch. It was perhaps a chance of bat pad for Tenderskada.
I'm just going to watch it again. You commentate on that, and I'll let you know. I'm just watching it again.
But there was an ooh and a ha at the bowler's end, because Quinn at 45 was shying at the stumps at the bowler's end, and that was quite close as well. But the result and the produce of that ball was 1 run off the inside edge out to on the leg side. So Meeker moves to 2. Rawlings facing on 30, and he's had a contribution to make here, has Delray Rawlings, who drives into the offside. Essex have agreed, by the looks of it, to give him the single and bowl at the other fella. They've all disappeared. We had 5 on the boundary there. We're on the cover, mid-off was on the boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. So they do want to bowl at the right-handed tail-ender, that is Stuart Meeker. And the field will change again. There's a man at cow corner, 3/4 of the way out, as is square leg, and there's a play and a miss, or did it just hit his pads and just go through to the keeper? Bit of interest from Wheater. No, he picked it up from the floor, so there was no opportunity for Essex there. Meeker, the right-handed number 9. Bat aloft, he reverse sweeps him for 4 in front of square, but it rolls then behind square. So calculated shot. We saw Mika do this in the first innings, and I must say he's executed that very, very nicely. We're seeing both these batsmen get the reverse sweep out. One is left-handed and the other is right-handed. A modern day cricketer. Harmer in again, bowls, and he's nicked it, has he?
He's bowled him.
Bowled him.
I think he's bowled him.
Bowled him. Yes, he has. There was a cheer from behind the stumps. I think he's bowled him on the outside edge. Again, we're not in the great position to see this. I think he's been beaten on the outside of the edge here, has Stuart Mika. Stuart Mika has just hit a classic reverse sweep, and a very good shot it was, but the following ball, playing the straight ball, he's played inside it and been bowled by Simon Harmer, who picks up his 4th wicket. Porter claimed 5 wickets in the first innings. Harmer's got 4 now, and he's probably going to get a 5th. He's got 4 for 49 off 16.5. So the score, 128, add on the 54, gives us 182 ahead. And Essex, I still think, will fancy chasing down the largest total of the 4 innings to win this game, which will be somewhere around, probably around 200.
Well, it's intriguing stuff, isn't it? But Sussex have lost wickets quickly here. You think the 2 just before lunch that were lost, and now a wicket fairly soon after. I just wonder whether, if Delray Rawlings gets on strike here, whether he might think to himself, do you know what, another quick 20 or 30 here.
But they've got 5 or 6 fielders on the boundary now saying, you can have the one.
Yeah, he may decide not to take it. It depends how much faith he has in...
I worry about that tactic. I always do when I see it, but it's a modern day tactic of defending number 10 and 11 by taking the strike. Harmer, therefore, now in bowling, and that ball was a little bit quicker. He's gone between bat and pad. I think, again, we're at deep, long on, or nearer to mid wickets. 128 for 8. Crocombe pushed at the ball. He played and missed, but the oohs and ahs were for the fact it nearly bowled him. So end of the over, 128 for 8. Did we have any answers or questions about that? Who's got the most Test wickets as an English left armer?
No, we didn't. So we'll throw
I've
that.
had one.
Right. Well, I haven't had any emails. Let's throw that out there. So who's got the most wickets as an English left arm seam bowler?
Swing bowler, seam bowler.
Right.
But
so we're not counting Derek Underwood.
No, we're not. Funny that. No.
Right. Okay.
Actually, someone's come in and said Tony Locke. There's a chap. I've forgotten his name now. Contributed and asked about Tony Locke, of which. It isn't Tony Locke. Tony Locke, I think, was a spinner.
He was. In comes Porter around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Rawlings. In and bowls, and Rawlings drills this straight down the ground. That's 4 runs. Now that is a super shot by Delray Rawlings. He just stuck his foot down the wicket and hit that gun barrel straight back past Porter to the fence. That's a lovely shot by Rawlings. He goes to 35. This is a little gem of an innings, actually. 1-2 for 8. It means the lead is now 186. Nice shot. I think he's made up his mind the way he's going to play. And you can put fielders back on the boundary, but if you get it straight, in terms of where this field is, and I apologise, slightly amiss of me, there's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, a fine leg, who's Dan Lawrence is giving a thumbs up to Don Topley, a third man, a sweeper at backward point, and a long off. So 6 men on the boundary. As in comes Porter, bowls, and Rawlings works this onto the leg side. Well, there's the answer to our question. He's not going to take the singles. Rawlings has decided that he's going to have a go at this himself. Second ball of the over. Rawlings declines the single. 132 for 8. So 1 slip in place. Simon Harmer is now coming out to... he's actually going fairly deep. This is another man on the boundary. So Essex now with 4 men on the boundary on the leg side. A long on, a cow corner, backward square leg, and a fine leg. 4 men back. As in comes Porter running towards us and bowls, and Rawlings just plays that quietly down the onside. There is no run, and on the offside there is a slip, and then 4 men back as well. So there's a third man, a deep backward point, a deep cover, and a long off. So there are singles all the way around the ground for Delray Rawlings, but I think he's showed his intentions. No doubt. When would you bring the field in, with 2 balls to go, Don?
Yes, you'd have to. You'd have to, and then he'll gamble at trying to get a 4 or a single, I'm sure.
Here comes Porter, round the wicket, bowls short. There's a bouncer and flies over Rawlings' head, taken by Wheaton. Will we see this change in the field? We've had another email in from Andrew Honey, who says, further to ergonomic furniture, I assume the BBC supply you with a camping stool, probably with uneven legs. I have attached a photo of an ergonomic chair. Somehow don't think the Beats budget will stretch. Still anticipating a declaration. I'm not sure about that now. I think Essex will be looking to bowl Sussex out here. As in comes Porter round the wicket, bowls, and Rawlings just dabs that down on the offside and takes a single. They didn't bring the field in there, which was a little surprising, because there's only 1 ball left to go now of this over. But now we will get the field coming in. Simon Levinson's been in touch. Hello, Levo. Good to hear from you. And he is talking about left arm seamers who got the most wickets, and he is saying, is it Bill Vose? He's saying 98 wickets.
Well done, that man.
Wow, well done. Well done, Levo.
Well done. 98 test wickets. He is the highest aggregate test wicket taker that is a left arm seamer, swinger, fast bowler. Correct. Ryan Sidebottom. John Lever, I think, he might have got 70 side bottom, somewhere around about that as well. In
comes Porter bowls, hits Crocombe on the pads, who was only sort of half forward. The ball bounces out onto the offside. There is no run. Now this might be interesting. This could be entertaining. Harmer against Rawlings, because I think Delray will have his eyes on that shortish leg side boundary. And Simon Harmer, who takes plenty of wickets, will be relishing the challenge. This will be fun.
When you, as a spin bowler, left arm or right arm, if you find your face bowling against a guy who's very happy to sweep, and he's a good sweeper, and so far Delray Rawlings has swept well, the interesting bit is you change your length. It's harder to sweep balls that are fuller, so I would anticipate Harmer will start with a normal length delivery, but he'll be very aware that Delray Rawlings can sweep, and then gradually he will go fuller in the hope that he sweeps one, and it's very difficult to sweep the fuller ball. Rawlings, open chested, he blocks the first ball and smothers the spin, but he will pick the ball. He will look to face Harmer and try and hit him into that shorter boundary, committee room, the old pavilion, places like that. That's where he will look to go. When will he do it? Over the wicket, he's reverse swept him for 4 on the longest side of the boundary. It was quite a foolish delivery, but this time Rawlings has reverse swept him, but he's of Matt Quinn at what we would call backward point, just behind, and it's gone for 4, and it's Brown on the boundary on the offside, has to go and retrieve it. Super shot.
Yeah, lead 191.
What's he going to do? Over the wicket, Harmer, he swept it, he's interested, and he's gone for the sweep. It was quite a foolish delivery, and Rawlings is looking at the umpire and at the stumps. He's disappointed, but as I said to you, he's bowled a fuller delivery to Rawlings, and that makes the sweep the challenging shot. And he's got his rewards, and he's got another 5-wicket haul for Essex. 5 for 50, 137 for, is that 8?
9.
9 now, because Delray Rawlings has been LBW to Harmer for 40. He faced 42 balls, 73 minutes, 6 fours, 2 sixes. It was a very aggressive, but it was a very productive innings by Delray Rawlings. Well played, but bad luck now.
Yeah, and he's just annoyed with himself, because that was shaping up to be a really good contest. I just wonder if Delray could have maybe got another 20 or so. Sussex get this lead over 200 as it is. The lead is 191. You were talking about Essex probably having to make the highest score of the match to win the match. Well, it's not far off. We've got a game on here, Don, haven't we?
We have. Listen, this is really exciting, and I genuinely hope, wherever you're listening, wherever you're watching, that you can feel the intense part of this 4-day game. It's been exciting, and this morning, Adrian, I will have to admit, I got up in my Hove accommodation, and I really was genuinely excited. I couldn't wait to get to the ground this morning. I was
really excited as well, actually. I was, thinking about it and what might happen today, and I was just hoping it was going to be a nice day and we would get some cricket, because it was such a good day yesterday. New batsman is Mitch Claydon. Sussex should do with Mitch heaving a couple into the pavilion here. Just to get this lead up above 200. It's all psychological, isn't it? But
right, they're just talking about it. He might have a dip. I've seen him have a dip before.
He's got a first-class average. We were talking about this at Canterbury last week of about 15. So he's no mug. Down the order, the Sussex number 11.
Well, another left-hander is facing. It's Mitch Claydon, who plays it beautifully back to the bowler. Didn't look like a number 11 then. That looked like a higher number up the order there, where he caressed it back just to the bowler on his follow-through, slipping a bat pad. Again, all that experience there for Mitch Claydon. Doesn't look like a number 11 there, with those two excellent forward defensives. Harmer again, on his way, bowls a little bit quicker. It's driven out too long off, where Walter is fielding in front of us. They take the single, brings the right-hander onto strike. No, it doesn't, because it's the end of the over. End of an over for Simon Harmer, who picks up another 5-wicket haul, 5 for 54. Porter's going to bowl again. He's bowled a splendid spell this morning. He's got 1 wicket last night, 1 wicket this morning, 2 for 26. Claydon's on 1, he'll face. Crocombe is at the other end on 0. Sussex 138 for 9, which means 54, 192?
I make it the same, 192 is the lead. Just a quick rattle around the country, because we were talking about sides who have won both matches so far. One of those is Somerset, and they are being really frustrated by the rain at Edgbaston.
No.
Yeah, Warwickshire 138 for 7, so they still trail by plenty on first innings, but there's an inspection at 2 o'clock. You would think if the weather holds, or they get some play there, you'd expect Somerset to win their 3rd match. Yorkshire have won both their games, so have Derbyshire. They're playing each other, but it's raining there, so that game has been delayed. So it looks like that's going to end in a draw. In comes Porter running down the hill, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Claydon, who plays firmly to mid-on and nicely too, picks up a single.
He looks in good nick.
Yeah,
the
lead goes to 193, Claydon to 2. And young Henry Crocombe will take strike. So some of the sides who have won both games are being frustrated by the weather today. 2 more rounds of matches to go after this. So all to play for. 2 slips, a 3rd man, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. It's going to be Porter who's going to come running into bowl. I've got a news update to do in a moment, and Porter runs in down the hill, bowls to Henry Crocombe, and Crocombe is beaten outside the off stump. The ball rattles through to keeper Wheater, and there is no run. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, as Matthew Quinn looks towards our commentary box. You can watch the game via the live feed on the Sussex website. You just click on the links as you go through Matchday Centre, and then you'll find a link to the video, and you can watch it and listen to us in the commentary box as well, as Porter is back to his mark. 139 for 9 as Porter is on his way, bowls, and Crocombe is beaten outside the off stump. There is no run. This is high quality bowling from Porter, who's in his 14th over, has taken 2 for 37. Don is sharing a joke with Matthew Quinn. Is he a nice fella?
Yeah. Tall boy. Yeah.
He is, isn't he?
Mum often listens to the commentary.
Right, but let's not say anything bad about him then.
In New Zealand.
Right, okay. We were talking about New Zealand yesterday. Is that North or South Island?
He's North Island.
Right, okay.
I'm sure.
Hello, Mrs. Quinn, if you're listening. As in comes Porter over the wicket bowls, and Crocombe for the third time in the over is beaten outside the off stump, and there is no run. He's got 2 more balls to survive in this over as Henry Crocombe. I just wonder whether Mitch Claydon, if he gets to face Simon Harmer, might think, do you know what, a couple of sixes might be quite important here.
It might be. It might be. It's just cracking to see proper cricket played like this.
It is. I mean, Sussex began the day on 57 for 2, so Essex have had very much the better of the day so far in terms of picking up 7 wickets so far, as in comes Porter down the hill, bowls, and Crocombe does well. He gets right in behind that and plays it quietly to point, where it's fielded by Brown. There is no run.
Can I bore you with...
You're getting a book out like This Is Your Life.
No, last night, what I wrote. I'm trying to look here at what I wrote last night.
I thought you were going to say
well,
what you did last night.
the morning programme, it was Essex will need the weather gods to play their part in... They're going to defeat Sussex at Hove. Essex conceded a first innings lead of 56 in this low-scoring game. Sussex resumed this morning 113 runs ahead with 8 wickets in hand, but... Essex will also like to take those wickets in the 2 session. Harmer will play his part.
Really has. In comes Porter, bowls, and Crocombe does well. He's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. So well done, Henry Crocombe. He's on his way. And Sussex to 140 for 9. It means the lead now is exactly, Don, 194. And that was Sussex's first innings score. So if Essex are going to win this game, they're going to have to score the highest total in the match. We've still got 56 overs to go in the day. Just we've got our update to come to the listeners.
You carry on commentating.
On BBC Radio Sussex. It's going to be Simon Harmer who will be looking for his 6th wicket of the innings. And Henry Crocombe is taking strike. A slip and a short leg are keeping him company. And it's going to be Harmer coming around the wicket bowls, and Crocombe is hit on the pad. Is he caught? No, he's not. Well, it is caught, but it didn't come off the bat. It ballooned off the glove. And there is no run. Harmer wanders back to his mark, walking back with intent and purpose. In comes Harmer, bowls, and Crocombe is forward and plays quietly onto the onside, fielded by the short leg, who is Ryan Tenderscarter. And there is no run. Harmer back to his mark and comes in and bowls. Crocombe is out. Well, it's a super game down here, James. Sussex are 140 for 9 in their second innings. That means they have a lead of 194. There are still 56 overs to be bowled in this game, so this could end in 3 ways. It could be a win for Sussex, a win for Essex, or a draw. It really is intriguing cricket. We've just seen a lovely little innings from Delray Rawlings, who made 40, including 2 big sixes. Meanwhile, down at Arundel, Hampshire now 273 for 9. It means they lead Surrey by 101. As Harmer comes in and bowls, and Crocombe is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 140 for 9 are Sussex. 1 more ball to go of this, the 56th over of the innings. Harmer is on his way again. Over the wicket bowls, and Crocombe plays quietly to mid-wicket. So an over safely negotiated by Henry Crocombe. It is the end of the over, 140 for 9, a lead of 194. 55 overs left in the day, so Essex would have to go along a little short of 4 and over to win the game.
Well, the good thing about that is Sussex might pick up wickets, in fact, because of that. Listen, I'm not saying Essex will fancy it. I'm not saying it's a done deal. It's up to Sussex then to bowl well like they did in the first innings. Can they do it again? Can their young fellas do it again? This is now where in your development and education as a bowler, you're now going to have to bowl the next day. Is your body up to it? And secondly, under a bit more pressure. Porter on his way in bowls down the leg side a little bit. That hurt, I think, Mitch Claydon. I think it missed his thigh pad. He's rubbing his buttock as they take a leg by. 1 more run to the total, 140 for 9. Mitch Claydon actually looks very accomplished at number 11.
He does, I thought that. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Mitch play because he's only come to Sussex during the winter, but I thought that. We will lose 2 overs in between the innings, actually, so if a wicket goes down in this over, Essex would have 52 overs in which to get the run, so it would be sort of 4 and over they would need.
There's the third man down here in front of us. This time it's quite a foolish delivery, which is hit out or may come off the pads indeed into the leg side water does the fielding. We've got Matt Quinn down at third man, so they don't want to eke out any tail end runs via third man. I was wondering whether Essex should have had a third slip in actually. I'm not sure Crocombe's gonna. I just don't know if mid-on is needed. Is Crocombe going to smash Porter back past him? That's the only area I would probably look at. Okay, keep your third man, but you need a third slip, I think. But anyway, here we go. 2 slips in the gully, third man. Porter's on his way in to bowl to Crocombe, who plays and misses.
I sort of got a little nick on that.
Through to the keeper, no run.
Some news through from the breaking news from the ECB. Cricket South Africa has informed the ECB that they will not be able to accept the invitation to tour the UK in September 2020. This is the women's team. Yeah, the decision was made due to the current international travel regulations in place for South African national teams. Claire Connor has said, "We are immensely disappointed we are not yet able to confirm fixtures for England women this summer due to India and South Africa being unable to travel."
Yeah, that is a worry for the women's game just at the moment. Porter on his way in, 2 slips in the gully still. This is a leading edge. He's sort of looking to play straight. He was late coming forward. It was only a small stride. And sort of not a leading edge, but nonetheless it didn't go where he anticipated. Went out to mid-off, no run.
Claire Connor goes on to say, "Women and girls cricket is a huge part of the ECB strategy, and despite the devastating impact of COVID-19, this ambition has not waned. We continue to explore all options to see England women play competitively this summer." So that's breaking news. The South African ladies team will not be touring this September.
It's quite a strong statement, that. Porter on his way in, bowls, and he's cleaned him out. He's been bowled. And that is the end of Henry Crocombe, his innings, and Sussex's innings, second innings of 141 all out. Claydon is undefeated on 2, and Jamie Porter has picked up 3 for 28, is 14.5 overs. The main wicket taker was yet again Simon Harmer with another 5-wicket haul. Marvellous bit of cricket there. This was something that Essex could have done today, and they've done it. They've taken just over, I suppose, probably half an hour into the second session of the day. And the reality of it all now is, with the scoreboard going blank and I'm totally under pressure.
That's all right. 195 all out. Sorry, 195. 196 to win. So I think therefore that means that Sussex will bail out for 139. Is that right? I'll tell you in a moment. Here we go. Sussex were bowled out for. Come on, Adrian.
The scoreboard's gone down.
Yeah, it doesn't help when it does that. They're very quick getting the bowling figures up. Here we are. Sussex have been dismissed for 141.
So we know what Essex require. They need the highest total of the 4 innings to win this game. They've actually got plenty of time. Overs remaining suggests 56. No, it doesn't. 52.
Yes, I think it'll be 52 overs.
Has that 2 overs between the evenings come off?
Yes, it has. I think it'll be 52 overs.
So this is very much an old B&H game, 50 overs.
Well, it's 4 and over. Just rattle through the bowling figures for Essex. Jamie Porter, 14.5 overs, 3 for 28.
Bowled well this morning.
Yeah, he did bowl really well. Quinn, 11 overs, 1 for 22. Aaron Beard, 12 overs, 1 for 35. But Simon Harmer, I guess how many times have you said this in the last few years, the standout performer, 19 overs, 5 for 54.
This isn't a Bunsen burner, which is what the term we use for a really turning wicket. What he does, he just ties an end up, and if people work in partnerships, Porter, Quinn, Beard, whoever, from the other end, you just stem the flow, and before you know it, there's no runs going. He's got 2 or 3 men round the bat. It's not turning massively,
no,
but there's enough turn to make the batsman think, and before you know it, Essex have got a wicket, and then it's like a load of praying locusts. Before you know it, they're on the next one. and then quietly they go on to the next one, and before you know it, you're into the tail.
Well, actually, yeah, and interesting you talk about that tail, because Sussex lost Don 5-4-22 at the end of their innings. They were 119 for 5, all out for 141. In fact, today they've lost 8 for 84.
Sussex fans will say, well, Delray Rawlings, why didn't other people play like Delray Rawlings? If you all do that, it can be a bit irresponsible. And look, we're playing a 4-day game. Hasn't got the razzmatazz or the different type of intensity that T20's got. Believe me, when you're batting against a machine like that, Simon Harmer, Porter, it is intense, and it really takes its toll. It's severe pressure, and that's what the good sides do, and they put you under that pressure when you're batting, and you end up going, well, how do we get out of it? Well, you've just got to be patient. And can I just throw that back? I'm not trying to compare the attacks, but when England used to face the West Indies, when they used to bowl 13 overs an hour, can I just explain what I remember Graham Gooch once saying? You've got to bat differently, because when he faced that old West Indies side that bowled 13 overs an hour, if you multiply 13 times 6 is 78.
Yep.
78 balls an hour, of which 36 of them will be at your head or over your head. Take 36 off 78 gives you 42 balls, which you might be able to score off. So when England would bowl 18 overs an hour, we would bowl double, or if not more than double, of the balls which could be scored off. The West Indies would only bowl 42 balls in that hour that you might be able to score off, and they were pretty good bowlers who bowled those 42 balls an hour. So what you've got to do when you face that pressure, don't look at the scoreboard. Try not to panic and think, where are we going to score? You just take each ball as a merit, on its merit, as almost like a piece of history, and you just worry about that ball that's coming at you.
Interesting.
The mentality that Graham Gooch and the England batsmen had to face against those great West Indians, and when you break it down, as like I just did, there's 13. They bowl less overs an hour, 78 balls an hour, of which 40 odd of them are over your head. You can't score off them. So that was also a little bit of a tactic by Clive Lloyd many years ago, and how they become such a great side.
Which they were. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, myself Adrian Harms alongside Don Topley. So the equation will be that Essex will need 196 to win this game, and they're going to have 52 overs in which to get them. So it's roughly 4 and over. A couple of tweets we had in, one from Chris. Hello Chris, good to hear from you. And he was saying he thought the best thing was that Sussex lost their last 3 wickets to set up an exciting game. And certainly in terms of the game, you would think now, if the weather doesn't intervene, there's a very good chance we're going to get a result in this game, one way or the other, which will be remarkable considering we've lost 120 overs in the game, and we've lost a third of the game really due to rain. And
we've had a tweet from Dean Allen. He says, afternoon Don and Adrian, this is why I love red ball cricket. Championship cricket at its best, all set for a decent final day chase by the looks of it. Regards, Southend Dino.
Yeah, well thanks for getting in touch, Dean, and if you want to get in touch with us throughout this final couple of sessions, and it could be a terrific couple of final sessions as well, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can email us or you can tweet us, as Dino has there, at BBC Essex Sport or BBC Sussex Sport, or through Don on his Twitter account as well. Lots of ways to get in touch. I think it's true to say in the in terms of this competition, with Sussex having had a heavy defeat at Kent last week, where they only picked up 3 bonus points, that Sussex probably need to win this game and probably the next 2 to have a realistic chance of getting to Lords. The reason I say that is because Somerset have already won 2, Yorkshire have won 2, Derbyshire have won 2. Essex might think to themselves, if they come out of this with a draw, I mean, if they go for this and then find they've lost wickets, they may think, well, we'll shut up shop because 11 points isn't a bad return.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just staying with what you talked about, the top teams in the other groups, there's only 3 groups. Batting bonus points will determine who doesn't get into that final.
Yeah.
Because there are 3 groups who are winning. I think Somerset have just picked up some batting bonus points in this current game in Birmingham, which, if they are allowed to play, they will go on to win. But if the rain continues, well, they won't win it. Sussex, Kent. No, sorry, my mind's gone. Essex haven't got that many batting bonus points, and they haven't got many here at Hove. So I'm going to go back to say what I said, and I said this when I was in commentary in the first week against Kent at Chelmsford. Who doesn't get into the Bob Willis final will be determined because they haven't got enough batting bonus points.
Yeah, I mean, the winning side, if there is a winning side in this match, it doesn't matter whether it's Sussex or whether it is Essex, they will they will pick up 19 points in this game because neither of them got any batting bonus points. Yep. So what you'll find, whoever wins, if there is a winner, will get 19 points. The loser will get 3 points only. So that's a huge swing. In terms of batting points in the southern group, Kent have got the most. They've got 9. In the other groups, Nottinghamshire haven't won a game, but they've got 7. Worcestershire have got 8. That's far more than anybody else in the northern section. But Somerset are on the verge of winning their game. If the rain abates in Birmingham, you'd fancy Somerset to win that game. I'm just looking here to see what's going on. Further inspection at 2:30. They need to pick up 3 more Warwickshire wickets. Doesn't look like there'll be a result at Yorkshire, Derbyshire. They've both got 2 wins out of 2 and play due to start at 2:30 there. So that looks like a battle for bonus points in that one, Don. So how are Gloucestershire getting on? Have they won both games as well?
No, they haven't. Gloucestershire are playing Glamorgan at the moment.
Yes, they are. That game is on at the minute. So yes, they've played 2-1-1. So it's exciting, isn't it? I think it's really good, you know. But I think my feeling is that you're probably going to need to win 4 games or maybe 3 with a haul of bonus points.
Yep.
But it's good to see. Anyway, the umpires are making their way out. Mark Newell and Ian Gould. The green roller is reversing up to the far end. I can see a couple of the Sussex ground staff at the far end. They have a quick game of cricket up there, so maybe that'll carry on as well. The Sussex lads are out in the middle in a bit of a huddle, and the 2 Essex batsmen, Alistair Cook and Nick Brown, are waiting to come out. They don't come out down the steps as they normally do here at Hove. There's a blue gazebo and a white gazebo on the far side, and the Essex players change there. I don't know where they shower, whether they go into the bottom of the pavilion or...
I don't know if they do.
Or maybe they maybe they don't.
To the hotel.
Yeah, maybe they go back to the hotel, and I think players aren't sharing rooms either at the moment.
No, we were talking about it off air, weren't we? About the expense of the Bob Willis Trophy. Some counties have actually hired 2 buses because it's deemed necessary.
Well, Sussex certainly took 2 buses to Kent last week, to Canterbury.
And where players used to share rooms, twin rooms, in hotels, they don't do that.
Yes.
I think Essex for this trip had 20 single rooms of a hotel.
Yeah, well in Brighton, at this time of year, I don't know, I mean I've no idea what, but you would think, this £100 a night?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? 'Cause I'm sure it's a reasonable hotel. That's probably nothing sort of swish. It's peak holiday season. It's a holiday resort. Anyway, Mitch Claydon is going to open the bowl, and I'm going to ask Don, who did you used to share with, and who did you like sharing with, and who didn't you like sharing with?
I used to share with Jeff Miller, Dusty Miller, former England convener
and selector.
Yeah, Derbyshire, played for Essex. I shared with Ian Pont. I've shared with David East. I had shared with Kenny McEwen occasionally as well, but that far back.
In comes Mitch Clayton to bowl the first ball of the second innings to Nick Brown, and it's wide outside the off stump, and Brown lets it go through to Ben Brown, and there is no run.
And when I shared with Jeff Miller, it was a case of when I was getting up in the morning, he was coming in.
Really?
No, that's his standing joke, isn't it?
Oh.
A great after-dinner speaker.
Right. Clayton is back to his mark. 3 slips, backward point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In comes Clayton. In the sunshine, bowls to Brown, who lets that go outside the off stump. He picked up a yard in pace with that delivery to Clayton. There's no run.
He's had his loose nut, and that was a good delivery. Nick Brown's under a little bit of pressure here, to be honest. He hasn't got the runs he could have got. He was bowled driving in the first innings. I think he only made 4, as did Tom Wesley. He only made 4. Both Wesley and Brown need some runs here, could go on to win the game for their county.
In comes Clayton, bowls, and Brown plays this nicely off the hip to Haynes, who gets the throw in.
Fielded.
So it was well fielded by Tom Haynes. It was played by Brown. Haynes was very quickly round at square leg. He got the throw in, and the feeling is, by the reaction by Ben Brown and Tom Haynes, had that hit, I think Sir Alistair may have been struggling.
Maybe, yeah.
And he wouldn't have been, and he wouldn't want to run out a night without facing a ball.
No,
that may well be off. That may well be sort of off to the tower.
Yeah, Alistair Cook. Well, he's got an 80. He's averaging. Was averaging 40-39. I think it's just below, but he's now facing.
Clayton in bowls, and Cook is back on his stumps and plays quietly to Haynes, and there is no run. I'm just watching a replay of that throw by Tom Haynes. It doesn't show it from that square leg angle, but it just does show Ben Brown, the keeper's got his hands on his head, and he'd have had a pretty good view, Ben, of how close that was to the stumps, but it's irrelevant because it didn't hit. Sun is trying to come out here at Hove. In fact, it is out now, which is good news, as in comes Clayton over the wicket, bowls, and Cook plays firmly to backward point, where it's fielded by Aaron Thomason. And there is no run.
We didn't see him bowl, did we?
No, Thomason, no, he hasn't bowled in the match. Came in at 6. He does bowl. He bowls sort of... I never quite know the definition of medium fast or medium. You know, I would say he's probably a medium pacer, wouldn't you? I wouldn't say he's medium quick, but as in comes Clayton. Down the hill, bowls, and Cook is forward, plays off the inside edge of the bat. He's going to get a single behind the square leg. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, and between him and Henry Crocombe they get the ball in. It is the end of the first over, negotiated by Essex, who are 2 without loss. They need another 194 to win. There are 51 overs left in the day. We hope the weather is going to stay fine, and if we do, one way or t'other, Don Topley, I think we're going to get a winner.
We will. I honestly believe that. And that was a good over from Mitch Clayton, and we're going to see Henry Crocombe bowl for the second time. He's going to take the new ball for Sussex. What a moment for this man. And he bowled well in his first spell.
Yes.
But this is the part of the education of a young bowler. He's now got to do it, well, the next day. He's going to be bowling to Sir Alistair Cook again. And he's going to have to get his pace up like he did. He's going to have to find his length on this surface. This is all part of the education. Here he goes. Alistair Cook is bat a raise, and he's waiting. Round the wicket, bowls. This is cut, but cut into the floor. Mistimed out to cover for no run.
We were asking earlier about the left armour of the seamer category, who got the most wickets for England, and we had a few more correct answers. Kevin Denmark got in touch as well, and he said Bill Vose, as in Larwood and Vose, Notts and England.
Gosh, a very good Larwood and Vose, yeah.
And there was another one, the Governor, the Gov, said Bill Vose as well.
Well done all. Crocombe in bowls, and this is cut. Cook's decided, I think, that he will, if there's an opportunity to play some of his shots, his selected shots, he will do so. And Crocombe is coming round the wicket, trying to tuck Cook up for room. Yeah, well done everybody. Thank you very much for those correct answers. Good question. A lot of people are surprised that there's no Englishman, left arm seamer, swinger, taken 100 test wickets. No, there isn't. Crocombe bowls. A little straighter, played off into the front foot by Cook, nice and straight. A little straighter in delivery as well.
A very warm welcome to our listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley here at Hove, where Essex are 2 without loss. They need another 194 to win, and they've got 51 overs to get these runs on what's been an absorbing day's cricket.
Henry Crocombe round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, bowls. It's pitched up nice and straight. His first 2 deliveries in this spell, opening the bowling from the C end, were just a little bit wide. Cook was interested in cutting them, but the last couple of deliveries have been very straight, which Cook has had to play with a straight bat. 2 slips, looking behind there.
3 slips.
3 slips, yep. Waiting, they're attacking because they really do fancy trying to roll Essex over. Crocombe bowls, that's a play and a miss. They've gone up, but Cook is not interested, nor indeed is the umpire. But it was a good appeal, good delivery, play and a miss. The score remains 2 for no wicket, and Essex need 194 to win the 3rd consecutive Bob Willis Trophy match.
The sun is with us. Just to let you know that Jason Gillespie, the Sussex coach, is going to join us just after 2:30.
Wonderful.
So we'll if you've got any questions for Jason, then please get them into us.
Henry Crocombe is in, bowls. This is cut in the air, but it's safe. It's gone through down to 3rd man. It was a little bit in the air, but it's gone through the vacant gap, so no worries for Cook. Crocombe will be upset that he's given former England cricket captain a boundary, as Essex have moved on to 6 without loss and now need a further 190 runs to win this Bob Willis Trophy match here at Hove.
And the good news is, Don, we've been looking at the weather all day. There has been some heavy cloud that sort of flirted with the ground throughout the day, but now looking to the southwest, where I think the weather is primarily coming from, there's quite a lot of blue sky. So
wonderful.
We're keeping everything crossed that we get through, because having lost 120 overs in the game, we sat here on Sunday and thought, well, this will be a draw, but anything but. In comes Mitch Claydon running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Nick Brown, who drives back down the ground. Claydon can't stop it, and Tom Haynes has to scurry across from mid-off to field, which he does so. But one more to Brown. He goes to 2, and Essex to 7 without loss, needing another 189 to win. As Don was saying, Essex with 2 wins from 2, Sussex with a win against Hampshire and a heavy defeat against Kent, as Claydon is coming around the wicket to left-handed Alistair Cook, and he flicks this one down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played by Sir Alistair. It was on the hip, and he just a flick of the wrists, and beautifully played down to fine leg. And Henry Crocombe, who was really on the 45 at fine leg, had no chance of cutting that off.
It's interesting, we were talking about this earlier. Sussex have got not their fastest bowlers bowling. You've got Mitch Claydon, the senior bowling man, formerly of Kent, bowling from the top end. We've got Henry Crocombe, who's half his age or even less, bowling from the C end. And then Sussex will unleash their faster nasties after that.
Claydon in and bowls, and Cook is forward and plays to Mika, who fields at mid-on, and there is no run. 11 without loss. Cook is on 9, Brown is on 2. The sun now shining brightly. A lone seagulls pecking away down here. They couldn't hear the seagulls yesterday, could they, Don? But
No.
they can. He's not making a noise, he's just wandering across the outfield.
In fact, I do notice they do socially distance those seagulls. They really do.
Well, he's really socially distanced. There's no one anywhere near him, is he? In fact, I think he's the only seagull on the ground. As Claydon is back to his mark with 3 slips go down. Around the wicket, bowls. Cook has hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Ian Gould, he always seems to do that when he turns down an appeal. He sort of puts his hand in his pocket and looks the other way. It wasn't overly convincing, that appeal, to be honest.
No. Is it a bit harder to get that LBW from around the wicket? Quite possibly. So many people do enjoy bowling at Cook around the wicket, going back to the days of Mornie Morkel from South Africa, when they were both playing Test cricket.
Claydon in again, bowls, and Cook is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run, but he's making Alistair Cook play here, and that's what you expect, isn't it? The new ball bowler to make the batsman play.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a great old virtue, that. And I think in particular on this pitch, and we saw it earlier today when Porter was bowling earlier this morning, not just make them play, but you're bowling at the stumps. You've got a better, you've got a better chance of a dismissal, i.e. bowled an LB.
Clayton round the wicket, bowls and driven, and very nearly a terrific catch. He really went hard at that, did Alistair Cook. He threw the bat at it outside of the off stump, a thick edge, and it flew past George Garton at third slip. That would have been a brilliant catch had he taken it. But he didn't get it. Clayton looks rueful and looks towards the heavens, but it's another boundary for Cook. He goes to 13, and Essex have made a decent start in this quest to score 196 to win this match. They're 15 without loss, with Cook on 13 and Brown on 2.
Very noticeable that Brown and Cook, I'm not going to say are just playing shots, but they're trying to be positive with anything that is offered, whether it's quite full or has a bit of width on it. We've seen Cook try to play cuts and drives, as we just saw with that last delivery from the C end off Mitch Clayton. But it's going to be Henry Crocombe, who's a young man, bowling to Nick Brown. Brown, who's searching for runs. Series of low scores, bowls. This is played into the leg side off the back foot. Good looking shot that finds a fielder. There is no run, 15 for no wicket. I don't know, is this the highest first wicket partnership of the game? We've got 194 played, 140, and then Sussex in their second innings 141. So Essex have got to go and get the highest score of the game to win. This is punched off his hips for 4 through the vacant, straightish mid wicket. That was a fine shot from Nick Brown. Nothing wrong with the ball, maybe just a little bit straight. Maybe a little bit straight for this young 18-year opening bowler with a shock of white hair. No, there was an opening stand of 38 for the first wicket for Sussex in the first innings between Haynes and Salt. Right. So a little way to go, but a confident enough start by these two. Brown, bat aloft. There was an ooh and ah. It was a good delivery, but I'm going to suggest from where we're sitting, he's played inside of the line of the ball. He was looking to shape up to play, came forward and then just withdrew his bat inside of the line. That was a pacey delivery, wasn't it, from Henry Crocombe? Hit the keeper's gloves. Yeah. Turns away from us, no numbered shirt. He bowls. This is driven into the offside, straight to cover where there is no run. This looks to me, from the intent of the Essex batsmen, as if they see this as an opportunity, but in so doing that could present an opportunity for Sussex. Definitely. I really would like to talk to the two captains and the two coaches, and of course you've got Jason Gillespie popping in. What does he think of this wicket? Is it 190, 140 all out wicket? Crocombe in, bowls. One just keeps a little bit low there, but he's driven out to mid-on sensibly with a straight bat, no run. Lots of noise out there. Sussex will fancy the chances of taking a few wickets, and like Essex, if you can keep it tight, it creates chances for your team members, your bowlers. Sun out, blue sky, Crocombe in, bowls. That's a good delivery. That's bounced and perhaps moved away from the left-handed Nick Brown through to the keeper. Decent delivery that, very impressed I am of Henry Crocombe. Well bowled, sir. 19 for no wicket. Essex require a further 177 runs to win, and there is the suggestion on the board that there are 48 overs remaining.
And you're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC on Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex, BBC Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley. The sun is out at Hove. There's more and more blue sky flooding in from across the English Channel, and with any luck we're going to get through the game. And I think if we get through these remaining 48 overs, that one way or another we're going to get a result. The big question is, who's going to win this game. The third round of matches in the Bob Willis Trophy. We'll keep an eye on the other scores of other matches as well, as in comes Claydon, down the hill, round the wicket, bowls to Alistair Cook. That is a quality shot through extra cover for 4 runs. That's probably one of the shots of the match, actually. A bit too over-pitched from Mitch Claydon, slightly wide, and Alistair Cook drove that imperiously through extra cover, almost sort of David Gower-esque, that shot. That was lovely, wasn't it? 4-23 without loss.
Super shot, but a genuine in-half volley for me. There was no swing. Well, it just swang onto the bat of Sir Alistair Cook.
As Claydon runs in again, around the wicket, bowls, and Cook drives down there. A good stop there by Mitch Claydon off his own bowling, and there is no run. Jason Gillespie has arrived in the commentary box. Now I might have to put you in the bio bubble, Jason, which is a little commentary box next door, so I'm going to have to disconnect you, Don.
Yes.
Is that alright?
Yeah, not a problem.
But let me just put Jason Gillespie microphone in, as in comes Claydon and bowls, and a great, terrific delivery which really took off, taken by a leaping Ben Brown. Jason's going to put the headphones on. We have to put our guests in a separate studio to where we are. Can you hear me, Jason?
I can, Adrian. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thanks for joining us. You're talking to listeners on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, and 5 Live Sports Extra as well.
Fantastic.
So
great to be here, mate. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Well, thank you for coming on. Mitch Claydon is going to come in and bowl down the hill, 23 without loss. Essex, as he bowls to Alistair Cook, plays a lovely shot into the offside. A good bit of fielding there at extra cover prevents any runs. It remains 23 without loss. I've got to start by saying, what a game of cricket. I mean, it's been tremendous to watch from here. What's your impression of the game been from over there? Yeah,
certainly. I think it has been a very good game of cricket. Look, it's been hard fought. There's no doubt about that.
Claydon comes in around the wicket in bright sunshine, bowls to Cook, who plays it off the hip to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's certainly been hard fought. I think it's been a challenge, for both teams. And look, this is what you want in 4-day cricket. Potential. All 3 results. All the results are possible going into the final session of the match. So that would suggest it has been a very good game of cricket.
Claydon around the wicket comes in and bowls to Cook, who's forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. It is the end of the over, 23 without loss. Brown on 6, Cook on 17. Essex needing 173 more runs to win. There's 47 overs to get them in. Jason Gillespie is our guest, and thanks for coming over, Jason. So just a few things, and for people who don't know Sussex, but I'm sure they'd have seen the result last week against Kent. This is a very positive response from your side, because that must have been a difficult week down in Canterbury.
It was, and look, we put our hands up. We were pretty poor, and there's no doubt about that. We won the toss on a good surface over there in Canterbury, and got bowled out for 332, I think. Certainly, and in the greater scheme of things, we knew it was probably a bit light on for runs.
Henry Croker comes in around the wicket to bowl to Nick Brown, who's forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. We spoke about that as from a batting point of view, that we got a lot of starts. So all our top 6 all got starts, and no one went on to. Brownie got 98, and I thought he batted beautifully. Tom Clark got to 65, his first class half century, which was great achievement. However, as I said to him, I said, mate, you threw away a big 100 there. You had a real opportunity. Crocombe again, around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and he beats Brown outside the off stump. A good delivery that Brown had a little nibble at, taken by Ben Brown, no run.
And these are the things we speak about with all the batters, is that we've been doing the hard work, getting through an hour and a half of batting, and then throwing our wickets away, and that stops you putting those big 100-plus partnerships together, and which in turn stops you from getting that 400, 450 plus score. And had we done that, we would have been in the driving seat over in Canterbury. They may have come out and played differently.
Crocombe again around the wicket, bowls, and Brown is wide of the off stump, and it's hit away nicely through backward point by Nick Brown. He's going to pick up a boundary down towards third man. He goes to 14, and Essex to 31 without loss.
And then obviously with the ball, I suppose our batters actually learnt from the Kent batsmen. Is when you go in, you go big and you give nothing away. And that was the lessons we learnt, and a couple of our lads who'd never played at Canterbury before found that a bit of a challenge with the conditions there. So they're good lessons for those guys. Or Henry, found it was he'd never bowled on a pitch that had a slope quite like that, so that was something that he had to learn to deal with.
Croker in again and bowls, and Brown drives down the ground to mid-off, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run.
So but one thing, a massive positive that did come out of that game is we fielded for 120 overs in very warm weather, and right up until the 120th over, the lads were throwing themselves around, dive stopping, saving boundaries, saving twos. Their body language was outstanding throughout, and that was a real positive.
Crocombe is in again and bowls, and tucked off is hit by Brown. He's going to get a single down to fine leg. Haynes is very quickly round and gets in the throw and prevents anything more than a single. I got the score wrong in the last over because the scoreboard had already put the 4 up, so it's now 28 for no wicket. Brown to 11, Essex needing another 168 to win.
Sorry, I just sneezed then.
Good job you're in your bubble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crocombe is back to his mark, and he's going to come running in again around the wicket. Comes in and bowls, and up on his toes is Cook, and plays quietly in front of him. There is no run. End of the over, 28 without loss. And just for those who don't follow Sussex cricket, there's been much talk about the players who haven't played in the last 2 games. So let's talk about some of these younger players, because a lot of supporters around the country won't be familiar with some of we're having a hygiene break now, so that'll give you a chance. A lot of the players who've come in here at Sussex who you're giving an opportunity. So tell us about some of those players, Jason.
He's not playing this game. Jack Carson started as an off spinner. He played the first 2 matches, 2 very contrasting surfaces for him to bowl on. The first game against Hampshire, there was some turn, there was some uneven bounce. He was very much in the game from very early on, and then he goes to Canterbury. He bowls on a wicket that offers very little to the spinners, so he had to adapt and adjust his bowling to suit those conditions. So he learnt a little bit. I mean, it was the decision to leave him out of this game. It was very much last minute in terms of, so we just felt with if you remember the conditions on day one, the overheads, and we lost a bit of time to weather. We thought it probably wasn't going to play as much of a role, and it also gives us an opportunity to give Delray Rawlins a real go as the sole spinner in the side, and I thought when he bowled in the first innings, I thought he bowled quite decently as well. So yeah, look, Jack has spent a bit of time with Simon Harmer this week, which has been absolutely fantastic.
In comes Clayton and bowls to Nick Brown, who plays quietly into the covers. There is no run.
So Jack was grinning like a Cheshire cat all yesterday, because in the morning, Simon gave him his time, which was absolutely brilliant, and then also spoke to him again today, just talking off spin, and so I've got to thank Simon Harmer for giving his time to a young lad who's just starting his career. Just thought that was absolutely fantastic, and Jack has taken a lot out of it.
In comes Clayton running in around the wicket, bowls to Brad, who drives firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. In fact, I saw that this morning. Simon Harmer was out there, and we were commenting up here and thinking, how fantastic is that? And there's been a lot of talk, Jason, about this competition, and here you've got a Sussex side Division 2 playing the county champions, and surely that says everything about this competition, doesn't it? Because an opportunity, young Jack Carson is out there with perhaps the best off spinner in the world. Yeah,
it's just absolutely brilliant, and Simon was very giving of his time, and spoke very highly of Jack's bowling. From
Clayton bowls, wraps Brown on the pad. I think that was going over the top, goes into the gully. There is no run.
Has watched him in the middle bowling. He's been seen him bowl in the nets, and he's quite impressed. And so he gave him a few pointers, and just I think spinners just excited to be talking to each other about their craft, really, and that's what you want. And fantastic for an experienced, senior player at another club to give his time to a young kid. I think that's absolutely brilliant.
Mitch Clayton is back to his mark. He's coming running into bowl to the left-handed Nick Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown just plays quietly down to mid-on, and there is no run. What's your perception, again, for people around the country listening, what's your perception been of this Bob Willis trophy, Jason?
I've loved it. I think, first of all, you've got to congratulate everyone for being able to get the Bob Willis trophy on. 3 groups of 6, you quite rightly mentioned, an opportunity for our players to rub shoulders with the county champions from last year is absolutely brilliant.
Clayton comes in and bowls, and Brown flicks this one to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding there by young Tom Clark, who caught a catch yesterday to dismiss Tom Wesley. It was right out of the top draw.
It was, and that became Henry Crocombe's first wicket, which is brilliant. So it's been a little while coming for Henry, but we've been delighted with how Henry's coming along.
Another young Sussex cricketer.
Yeah, he's learning a lot. He spent some time out in the middle with the bat in his hand. He's got to bowl to Sir Alistair Cook, for instance, in this game, which is great.
In comes Clayton and bowls and whipped away nicely by Brown through mid-wicket. There's more runs here. I don't think it's going to go for 4 because Stuart Meeker is in hot pursuit, and a good bit of fielding by Meeker, a sliding stop, and gets the throw in quickly. But 2 more to Brown. He goes to 13, and Essex to 30 without loss. They need another 166 to win here at home. You're listening to live cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, talking to the Sussex coach, Jason Gillespie. A few other things, so we've spoken about Simon Harmer and Jack Carson. Jason, just tell us about this wicket here at Hove today, because we were saying, is it a 194 and a 141 and a 140 wicket?
The feedback we've got from both teams is that the odd ball is just doing a little bit off the surface.
As in comes Crocombe and bowls. That's a full toss, and he rather gets away with one there because Cook plays straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
But overall, I think the surface has been pretty good. I think what we have seen is some pretty good bowling from both sides. I think Porter he's bowled predominantly from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowled very well all game over both innings. Simon Harmer's obviously bowled very well. We know he's a world-class spinner. He's bowled well, but I thought all our bowlers bowled very well in the first innings. I thought George Garton was outstanding.
In comes Crocombe around the wicket to the left-handed Alistair Cook, who pulls that away through square leg for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Alistair Cook. He goes to 21 and Essex to 34 without loss. Perhaps just slightly erring down the leg side there.
Yeah, just right. I mean, he's coming around the wicket, so if he does get too straight, the left-handers can pick him off the leg side. It was just a fraction short, and we know how strong Alistair Cook is square of the wicket with the horizontal bat. So look, this is a great opportunity for Henry Crocombe to bowl to a class player.
2 slips are in place. Crocombe is in round the wicket. Bowls to Cook, who runs this one down towards third man. They've taken one. Aaron Thomason is in hot pursuit down towards the third man boundary. Overhauls the ball and gets it back into 2 more to Cook. He goes to 23 and Essex to 36 without loss.
And I thought Mitch Clayton bowled well in the first innings. Picked up a couple of wickets. I thought Stuart Meeker was excellent. Bowled up the hill, bowled with real pace, and we spoke to him about his disciplines with his line and length.
Crocombe round the wicket bowls and driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Cook. Delray Rawlings is in hot pursuit. He's very quick as Delray Rawlings, and he overhauls the ball, but it's another 2 runs to Alistair Cook, who's going along nicely here. He's on to 25 and Essex to 38 without loss. But
I was really impressed with George Garton. I think people got to understand he actually hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, and I know he's been talked about a lot, but we're trying to build that resilience and that in George and backing him in.
Crocombe in bowls, and Cook plays this quietly to square leg, and there is no run.
From our perspective, because George has had some niggles, some injuries in the past, we just build up that resilience in him, and the only way that's going to happen is by playing games of cricket and backing up day after day. So this tournament, and you talked about this Bob Willis Trophy, I mean, it's an ideal opportunity for someone like George Garton.
Crocombe comes in and bowls right up in the block hole, and Cook drives down the ground, picked up by Clayton, and there is no run. End of the over, 38 without loss. Cook on 25, Brown is on 13. I've got a question that's come in from Nick Bentley, Jason, and he says, really good to see some of the youngsters taking their chance in this team in this match. And this may be an unfair question, but I will ask you just in case. On the topic of the youngsters, is the Eastbourne-based 2019 Wisden School Cricketer of the Year Tawanda Muai, I think that's how you pronounce it, on Sussex's books or Raiders yet? or radar yet. By all accounts, he's a very destructive batsman and a good off spinner. I don't know that young
I
man's name.
I would have to double check that with Richard Housel, our academy director. But I know Rich is working hard with all. We've had the academy lads actually come in and spend a lot of time with the pros this year.
In comes Clayton bowls to Brown, who drives firmly through the covers. Good stop by.
So all our training sessions, we've actually had a number of the of our academy players coming in and bowling to our batsmen. And there've been some opportunities where our academy batsmen are actually facing the pros. And they've been great. Their attitude has been brilliant. They're joining in with the pros fielding, and we're setting little competitions and little challenges between the academy boys and the pros, so it's been great.
In comes Claydon, round the wicket bowls to Brown, who again works that into the covers. There is no run, still 38 without loss. Brown on 13, Cook on 25. Can I get your views, Jason? Talking to a national audience here about the Test match. So much talk over the last few days about bad light down at Southampton. I wonder what your views are on that, because there's been all sorts of talk about using different coloured balls and the players need to be more adaptable. What are your thoughts on what happened at Southampton? As in comes Claydon, around the wicket, he's in and bowls and driven beautifully by Nick Brown. That is a lovely shot, over pitched by Mitch Claydon, and Brown belted that through extra cover for 4. He goes to 17 and Essex to 42 without loss.
Look, I completely understand the frustration of supporters of the media. Of everyone, really. Everyone wants to play. Everyone wants to see it. And I think, at the moment the umpires are just applying the laws that are in place to the best of their ability, and so it's hard to fault them in that sense. However, I think where everyone's been a bit frustrated is almost a lack of urgency in trying to get play underway.
Claydon down the hill bowls to Brown, who plays firmly but not quite where he intended. Plays to square leg fielded by Clark, no run. That's
what seems to be the issue that I've heard a number of guys, commentators, former players who've come out and said that the lack of urgency has probably been the frustrating thing. I think we've got to understand as well, it's not just bad light regarding the a bowler bowling to a batsman in light. There's also the fielders to consider. If they're finding it hard to pick up the ball, there could be injury concerns.
Claydon in bowls, and Brown again drives really firmly to mid-off, fielded by Haynes, and there is no run.
However, I do believe that there can be some tweaking of it to get more cricket played. Whether there's options, you can start a bit earlier in the day. There are floodlights on. The floodlights are available. I think that's a big frustration for people, seeing these floodlights on, available to use, and the light's still not good enough.
Claydon in over the wicket bowls, and Brown drives to end off, fielded again by Haynes, and there is no run. End of the over, 42 without loss. Brown on 17, Cook on 25. Essex needing another 154 to win in 43 overs. So is this really a question for the administrators of the game, that they need to get their heads together, or someone needs to bang some heads together to say, we're in the entertainment business and we need to be playing cricket?
Yeah, look, 100%. We are in the entertainment industry, there's no doubt about that. Yes, player safety and umpire safety is of utmost importance, but I think everyone can agree that more needs to be done to get more cricket played. I think I think everyone understands and appreciates that, and so that's something for the lawmakers to all sit down, get together, and find a way to get more cricket played, because we all want to see the cricket played. So much time and effort has been put in to put these games on in this unique situation that we all find ourselves in, and then to see the sun out and no cricket being played, it is. I can understand people's frustrations.
Now, Henry Crocombe has been replaced here at home at the C end by George Garton, who comes in and bowls to Alistair Cook, who works that one down to fine leg and picks up a single. Cook goes to 27, Essex to 26 rather. Yeah. Essex 43 without loss. Yeah. Henry Crocombe's off, George Garton's on. What's the thinking behind that, Jason?
Yeah, I think Henry just probably hasn't quite got his line and length right. He got a little bit too straight at times, and he was either too full or too short. And we talk about that, I suppose, that top of off stump line and length. Henry probably didn't quite get that. And what we've seen so far this year is when we do that, we're in the game. And
In comes Garton over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and Brown looking to tickle that one down to fine leg. The ball whistles through to Ben Brown. There is no run.
You know, and we give the bowlers feedback after each day's play on you know, how often we're hitting our discipline lines and lengths, and over the last couple of years, and when we've actually implemented our plans and been more disciplined and more accurate, we've bowled better, we've taken more wickets, we've gone for less runs.
Garton, the sun has disappeared as he comes in and bowls up on his toes. Is Brown plays into the leg side. They've taken one. Mika very quickly round up mid-wicket, but he can't prevent a single. The total goes to 44 without loss.
So it's very simple, consistent feedback that we can give the bowlers, and you know, certainly at Canterbury, you know, we were pretty poor at that. We just did not get our skills right. It was just there to see, and I think we had one period of maybe 8 to 10 overs just after lunch when Mitch Clayton got Bell Drummond out court that we actually started to build a good sequence of bowling.
Garton in bowls down the leg side. Alistair flicks it down towards fine leg, doesn't make contact taken by Brown, and there is no run.
You know, that one little period in the whole 120 overs that we were in the field where we actually implemented our plan, and you know, we controlled the run rate a little bit, and we got a wicket, and we looked like getting wickets. Outside of that, we were pretty poor, and you know, bowlers were first to acknowledge that they just didn't get their skills right.
Garton is back to his mark. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Alistair Cook, who's 26 not out. He's in on bowls, and Cook drives it. He's caught. That's a really fine catch by Phil Salt, low down, and for the second time in the match, George Garton has got the scalp of Sir Alistair Cook. He spoke yesterday about getting the big fish. He's got the big fish again. Alistair Cook is on his way, and just as Essex looked to be getting away to a really good set, that's just what Sussex needed. Ben Brown has changed the bowling. Not the first time in this match he's done that, and automatically picked up a wicket, but Garton has got the breakthrough, and it's a very good catch by Phil Salt at first slip.
Fantastic catch. I think that's been a real feature this year of our team, has been our catching behind the wicket. And it's not a shock to me, because I see how hard they work at it. They spend a lot of time with Jason Swift. Swifty's very good at providing the nicks for the slippers to practice. He's also used as the fielding machine, and these guys spend a lot of time catching a lot of balls and working hard at their catching. So it's not a surprise to me that the boys are catching a few, and it's great, and it's a bit of a reward for all that hard work, really.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, talking to the Sussex coach Jason Gillespie. Your countrymen are coming over for some one-day cricket.
They are.
I mean, people looking outside the sport will say, "Crumbs, that's a long way to come for." But it says much, I guess, about how much value there is attached to international cricket.
Oh, without a doubt, and we know that broadcasters essentially bankroll cricket and need to do whatever we can to get some cricket played, and you know, and people are crying out for it. So even if we can't attend games in person, people are watching it, listening to it, following it.
In comes George Garton, comes in and bowls to Tom Wesley, who was looking to drive that for extra cover. He's got a thick inside edge. The ball rolls down towards fine leg. It's fielded by Tonneson, but a moral victory for the bowler nonetheless. 45 for 1. Wesley is on his way with 1. It's the end of the over, 45 for 1. Essex needing another 151 to win in 42 overs. How will the Australians be approaching this tour, Jason? I mean, I guess we've got 2 back-to-back T20 World Cups, but I mean, it's a very strong squad coming.
They'll be playing to win. Simple as that. It's an opportunity to win games of cricket for your country. So you know, there'll be a lot of talk of trying things to, you know, building for World Cups and all. Best way to do that is to win games of cricket. So you know, I certainly think that's the approach they'll have. As you mentioned, they're bringing a big squad.
In comes Clayton running in over the wicket, bowls to Wesley, gets another thick edge, this time down towards third man. I don't think they're going to stop that, although Tom Haynes is going to try. Well fielded by in fact, it's Phil Salt who chased back from first slip. Wesley goes through for 3 runs, He goes to 4 in total, but that was another edgy shot from the Essex skipper.
I'm hoping that hard chase by 3 players there, Salt, Finch and Aaron Thomason, hopefully that will get us a wicket. That's what you hope when you make a good play like that. You're thinking, well, could this create an opportunity for us to take a wicket?
We know about the established stars who are coming. Who's coming over in that squad who maybe people in this country haven't heard of, Jason, who you think might make an impact maybe in this series or perhaps going forward? As Claydon is in, over the wicket bowls to Brown, plays for extra cover, there is no run.
I suppose the one name that springs to mind is a lad from Western Australia, Josh Philippi. He's a wicket-keeper batsman. Not sure how much he'll play because obviously from a wicket-keeping point of view he'll be competing with Alex Carey. However, there's a chance he could be picked as a batter, out-and-out batter and go at the top of the order if they decided to go that way. I think as much as anything they're bringing him over to get him in and around the setup.
Claydon in bowls, Brown drives firmly down the ground. He's going to get more runs, well fielded by Haynes and Meek, who between them stop more than a single, and the total goes to 49 for 1, Brown to 19. What makes him such a special cricketer?
He's made a name for himself for the Sydney Sixers Big Bash franchise as a destructive top order player. I think he scored some heavy runs for the Sydney Sixers.
In comes Claydon over the wicket, bowls to Wesley, who plays a more secure shot on the back foot into the offside. There is no run.
So I think they get him in and around the setup. He's got good hands as a keeper, but his role is, I suppose, a bit different to Alex Carey. Alex Carey is in the middle order for Australia, whereas he has opened in the shortest form of the game, Kez. But yeah, I think Josh Philippi, maybe have a look at him in a couple of games.
Claydon comes in past umpire call, bowls to Wesley, who's forward slightly uncertainly again, plays to square leg. There is no run. What about the conveyor belt of Australian quick bowlers? Is there anyone on the horizon?
Well, I think Andrew Ty's been brought back into that squad after a bit of time out. He doesn't actually have a state contract anymore. I think he's just for Western Australia. I think he's just playing 50 over cricket, and then he's playing T20 for the Perth Scorchers. So he's back in the fold. I think Kane Richardson, has been bowling well in one day and T20 cricket for Australia for a while now.
Claydon in and bowls and played to mid-on. There is no run. We've got a bit of travel going on, Jason. Then you okay for a few more minutes? Jason Gillespie, the Sussex coach, talking to us here on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sussex. 49 for 1 here are Essex, needing another 147 to win in 41 overs. The wicket to go down, that of Alistair Cook, who was out for the second time in the match to George Garton. Caught a lovely catch by Phil Salt low down at first slip. And it's Garton who's going to bowl his second over. 1 over 1 for 3 at the moment for the young left armer, who picked up a first class best of 5 for 26 in the first innings, and he's coming into bowl to the left-handed Nick Brown, who's on 19, and he's on his way. The sun has momentarily gone in as Garton is in and bowls. A good delivery, pitching right on the stumps, and draws Brown forward. He plays to mid-on.
This has actually been a really good game for George Garton, a good experience, because leading into the game is just a little bit sore after back-to-back games. And this is what I was talking about with that developing that resilience and robustness in a young quick. He's still, as I said, he hasn't played a lot of first class cricket. He's still learning the difference between soreness and injuries.
Yeah, afternoon to you, James. We've got a game on here because Essex are 49 for 1 in their second innings. They need another 147 to win. But George Garton, who picked up 5 wickets yesterday, has just picked up the prime scalp yet again in this match of Alistair Cook. A fine catch by Phil Salt at first slip. So Essex 49 for 1, still needing 147 to win. There are 41 overs remaining in the match. Meanwhile, down at Arundel, Hampshire eventually out for 298. Surrey struggling in their second innings. They're 14 for 2, still trailing by 112. As Garton comes in and bowls and played by Brown to mid-wicket, there is no run.
So yeah, I was just talking about George Garton, and it's a really good learning opportunity for him about his body as much as anything. And he knows he can play he's actually, as the game's gone on, he's got better. His body's felt better and felt stronger. He got through a first innings, took important wickets for us. So it's been absolutely brilliant.
If they could just turn the feed off in the studio, that'd be very useful. As in comes Garton, he bowls, he hits Brown on the pad, and he's got his second wicket as George Garton. He's picked up 5 in the first innings. It's a full toss, it hits Brown right in front, and Brown is on his way for 19, and Essex are 49 for 2, and George Garton, brought on to by Ben Brown, has picked up wickets in both of his first 2 overs, and all of a sudden, Sussex are right back in this match.
Yeah, full and straight, hit him on the toe there. Looks like he's just, from our angle here, he's just getting a little bit of movement off through the air. Just a little bit of swing, but he's come on first change with the lacquer, just a little bit of the lacquer off the ball, which allows the ball to swing a bit. We've kind of found that George hasn't swung the brand new ball, but he swung the ball after about 10 overs, and that's our thinking behind him bowling first change. Adrian, I was actually enjoying listening to Lionel Richie through my headphones there. Bit of dancing on the ceiling. I thought I might just stand up and have a little bop.
Well, I'll tell you what, actually, that prompts me to my next question. That comes from Jack and Andy, their father and son, listening down in Worthing, and they say, question for Jason, what did you get up to over in lockdown? So I don't know if that's a bit of dancing or what you were doing over in Adelaide.
Well, I actually got to spend a lot of time at home, which I haven't done in basically my whole adult life. So I had a bit of extra time at home to actually contribute and help out in the household. But my wife still has a go at me she still says that I live like I live out of a hotel. So that's frustrating for her all the time. But got to spend a lot of time with the kids. It was brilliant. I had as I told you, I had isolation for 2 weeks when I got home. So I did some binge TV. I watched, and I can't believe I'm admitting this publicly, I actually watched Tiger King.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. And
in comes Garton and bowls, and driven nicely by Lawrence to mid-off, and there is no run.
That's basically about six hours that I can't get back in my life ever, and I'm a bit bleak about that. That was just... Yeah, it was stupid. It was just stupid.
That was that series about a couple of tiger farms in Florida.
Yeah, and disgraceful. The animal cruelty was disgraceful. Just the characters in it. It was just a bunch of nonsense, and I can't believe I sat through it, to be perfectly blunt.
Here comes Garton running in to bowl to Dan Lawrence's in, and bowls, and Lawrence is beaten outside the off stump. What's he done with that delivery, Jason?
It looks like George is just looking to swing the ball from outside off stump back into the off stump, but I think it's literally just hit the pitch and hit the seam and just gone away from Dan Lawrence there. It was a good delivery. Just probably, if anything, just a fraction shorter than probably where George would have liked. I think George operates at his best when he's encouraging the batsman to drive, and pretty much the wicket of Alistair Cook, I think that was a perfect length. It was probably about knee roll height, and moving away from him, it sort of gets the batsman thinking, I can have a piece of this, I can have a drive at that, and it brings all your dismissals into play.
Claydon running down the hill, 49 for 2. Essex comes in and bowls to Wesley's forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Very interesting what you're saying about George Garton, because Don was making the point in the commentary as well about how perhaps with young bowlers it's all right bowling well in 1 innings, but you've got to bowl well in 2 innings and then be ready prepared to come back for the next game.
Yeah, Don's exactly right, and that's kind of where been my thinking with George. George is because he's such a quick bowler, and he puts a lot of effort into his bowling. He picks up little niggles, and I think there's a time you've got to learn to be able to play with those.
Claydon in and bowls. Wesley forward to bowl of good length. Claydon fills off his own bowling. There is no run. And
that's my point, because he hasn't played a lot of first class cricket. Every time he feels something, he's unsure whether it's a genuine injury or it's just a small niggle. And I think the more he plays, and this is, as I was saying, this is why I think the Bob Willis Trophy is perfect for someone like George Garton. He can play back to back to back to back. He can rest for a couple of days after a fixture, build up again, play a 4-day, a couple of days off, build up again.
In comes Claydon over the wicket, bowls. Back goes Wesley, plays down the track. Claydon doing a good job here at keeping things quiet. 49 for 2.
So I think from a management point of view of a young bowler, the way the format has been structured in this unique season is actually working in the favour of someone like George. So it's great, and it's really good to be able to give him some opportunities. And everyone's talking about his bowling, but he can bat. This kid can bat, and he's one of the best fielders in the country. He's an exciting cricketer, that's for sure.
In comes Mitch Clayton down the hill past Ingle, bowls to Tom Wesley, who drives to mid-off. Fielded there by Stuart Meeker, and there is no run. The total remains on 49 for 2.
We saw him, he got a not out 50-odd in the first game against Hampshire. I thought he batted beautifully, managed his innings very well. He's missed out the last couple of his last few bats, but there's certainly a lot of potential there with the bat. And you've obviously seen how well he catches and his movement across the turf in the field, and his arm.
In comes Clayton over the wicket, bowls forward, comes Wesley, plays into the offside. There was a question earlier on today, and I struggled to find it. We've had so many today, but someone was asking how far could George Garton go, and I said, rightly or wrongly, you might disagree with me, I said I feel George Garton could do with 2 seasons playing pretty much every game in the county championship.
Look, he's got huge potential, and he's probably a very similar cricketer to Sam Curran, if we're honest.
In comes Clayton, bowls, and Wesley back on his stumps, plays quietly to mid-off, and there is no run.
No, he's certainly a quicker bowler than Sam Curran, but very similar. Both highly competitive cricketers. I think Sam's batting's probably a little bit further on, but that's probably because he's had more exposure to first class and international cricket. But there's certainly no reason why George, if he continues to work on his game, can make really strong contributions in county cricket, and he should be moving forward. He should be challenging himself to try and bat as high as he possibly can for Sussex in the batting order. And I know we gave him an opportunity at 3 in the last year in the 50 over, if you remember, and we thought he accounted for himself very well. So lots of potential, but we've also got to manage the expectation on the young man.
Live cricket here on the BBC from 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sussex. Essex 49 for 2. Lawrence yet to score. Wesley is on 4. Both openers back in the pavilion. Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. Both wickets to George Garton. He's got figures of 2 for 3. He's now bowling his 3rd over. For those again who aren't familiar or perhaps don't listen to you so often around the country, you're 3 years into your 5 years here at Sussex. How do you see Project Sussex going, Jason?
I think, if we're perfectly blunt, we've made some really good gains in the shorter forms of the game.
In comes Garton and bowls, full toss and driven by Lawrence. He took his hand off the bat as he played that shot, but he's going to get 4 runs through the covers. He's off the mark.
It's a very full delivery, that. He almost opened the face, didn't he? And it's a fine shot. It was very full. It was almost the length that got Brown out.
53 for 2.
But yeah, in answer to your question, I think we've made a lot of progress in the shorter forms of the game. But certainly, championship cricket, we probably just haven't been as good as we probably know we can be.
Garton is on his way over the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Lawrence, taken by Brown, carry through to the keeper. There's no run.
We've had, I think what we have had in championship cricket, we've had a few individuals perform well, but we haven't put together those consistent team performances. And there was an interesting statistic that our analysts came up with. In the last 3 years, Sussex have scored the most 50s in championship cricket, but we haven't converted those into hundreds.
In comes Garton, bowls, and Lawrence's back punches into the offside. Meeker very quickly in from short extra prevents a run. Total remains 53 for 2.
So that shows that we've got batters who can do the job, but what we haven't been able to do, our conversion rate from 50s to hundreds, is quite low compared to some other teams, which is something, it's a really clear thing for us to work on, and it's something that we talk about with our lads, doing the hard work, getting through, but then capitalise.
In comes Garton over the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Lawrence, and there is no run.
But we've seen, I think what we have seen, from a positive point of view, we've seen some progression of some individuals, and obviously we've got Jofra Archer involved in the England setup at the moment. Obviously Ollie Robinson's getting looked at closely. We had a couple of lads in the England bubble for the shorter forms. So there are some positives.
In comes Garton, bowls, pulled away by Lawrence down to fine leg. Will just pick up the single, fielded there by young Crocombe, who gets in the throw. End of the over, 54 for 2 are Essex. Lawrence on 5, Wesley is on 4. Essex needing another 142 to win. What's the current state of play, Jason, with Chris Jordan? I saw him sort of warming up the other week. How's his fitness?
Yeah, it was good to chat to Luke Wright today, actually. I had a few minutes with him up on the chatting to him after he did his fitness work, and he had a bat, and he's batted against Geordie over the last week, and he basically said he's nearly back to full pace, which is really promising. But again, we have to wait until England will select. They're going to select an extended squad for the white ball bubble, so to speak, this next round of games, and we're unsure whether Chris will be. Don't know if they'll think he'll need to play some cricket for Sussex in order to show that he's ready. But there's a chance that they go, well, he's an experienced player. He knows his body. They know he's very disciplined. He'll get himself ready, and they trust that he'll be ready to go when the game time comes around, and they'll be able to manage him. So, in answer to your question, don't know whether he's going to be in the England setup or not. So we'll just wait and see. But either way, he'll be back playing cricket, which is what we all want. And he's been great. His training and preparation and his rehab has been absolutely spot on.
Tom Haynes is to come on to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. What's the thinking behind this? He picked up a wicket in the first innings. He's coming in down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Dan Lawrence. He's 5-9 in and bowls, and Lawrence turns this onto the onside to mid-wicket. There is no run.
I think the thinking behind it, I know Stuart Meeker would much prefer to bowl up the hill. And maybe Brownie, probably just thinking here, he's probably not quite ready to unleash Delray Rawlins, left arm spin, just while the ball's still quite new. So he's thinking Tom Haynes, he can just nibble him around on a length.
Comes Haynes and bowls, and he wasn't intending that to go there. He played that as short extra cover. I think he was looking to play that on the onside, Lawrence, and there is no run.
Yeah, so Haynes is... Tom Haynes is bowling. He's very much a medium pacer, but he has the attitude of a Dale Stainer, like an out-and-out fast bowler. He has the stare downs. He's got the big follow through. But yeah, he's very much medium pace, but he does have the attitude of a fast bowler.
He's got 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, sweep on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square leg on the boundary. As in comes Haynes and bowls. It's played to mid-wicket, well fielded there by Garton. And there is no run. And what are the chances, do you think, and I guess we'll know fairly soon about this one-day squad? Have you spoken primarily about bowlers? Phil Salt, who made quite an impression first time he was in the bubble, and has made runs since he's come back into this Bob Willis Trophy as well.
Yeah, well, look, it's obviously a chance. They've obviously, he's someone that they're looking at. Whether he makes this squad, I'm not sure.
In comes Haynes and bowls, and driven by Lawrence, a short extra fielded by Rawlins, no run.
He's been given some positive feedback from the coaches, from the selectors. So look, we hope that as many of our players get selected, for England as possible. But there is only a certain number of spots, and he'd be competing with some pretty good players at the top of that England order, won't he?
Here comes Haynes and bowls, and tucked around the corner by Lawrence, a young player who's very much in the England radar in terms of Test match cricket, but played into Ben Brown, and one more to Lawrence. He goes to 6, the total 55 for 2. I don't know how much time we've got, but I did have one other question I wanted to ask you.
Yes, mate.
As Haynes wanders back to his mark, 55 for 2, 1 ball remaining in this, the 15th over. Essex still needing 141 to win. As Wesley takes strike, there's 2 slips in place, and the 2 batsmen just have a little natter, and perhaps Lawrence just briefing his skipper on what maybe Tom Haynes is bowling here from the top end. Haynes comes running in towards us, bowls, and Wesley's forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 55 for 2. A lot of talk in the press over the weekend, Jason, about possible restructuring maybe of the county championship. I mean, from your time at Yorkshire, you won the county championship. Would you like to see any changes? There's talk about a conference and maybe every side has a chance to win. Do you have any views on that? Do you like the current system, or is there room to expand?
Look, I do like I like the 2 divisions, but having seen how this is played, I'd be very open to this. And I actually suspect that this type of structure is what the ECB ultimately would like down the track. That's my sneaking suspicion. It fits quite well. We're seeing that it's working quite well so far.
George Garton runs away from us, comes into bowl to Lawrence up on his toes, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run.
You play each team home and away. In an ideal, you play each team home and away, then you have potential semi-finals and finals. That would take it to 12, 13 game county season. So I could see some merit in that, but I do admit I do enjoy the two divisions. But as you quite rightly said, the opportunity of conferences is that anyone can win the county championship.
In comes Garton and bowls, well pitched up and driven through the offside. In fact, it was a full toss, and Lawrence was very quickly onto that and played that very coolly and calmly through extra cover. Picks up another boundary, goes to 63 for 2.
I think the opportunity for 18 counties to potentially win a trophy, I think has merit, and it's certainly worth a discussion, isn't it? I think moving forward, I think that's what will happen. Some discussions will be had at ECB level.
2 slips. The only close fielders as Garton is in and bowls to Lawrence, who drives nicely into the covers, fielded by Mika, and there is no run. The scoreboard is very quick here at Hove, and I didn't think they put that other 4 up, but it is actually 59 for 2. And Lawrence is on 10, Essex needing another 137 to win. Dean has sent you a question. He says, can you please ask Jason how diet has changed since his days as a player, moving into coaching, and how he feels it will change in the future?
Diet? Yeah,
I guess he means perhaps for players. I don't know whether he means just for you, because he would know that you're a vegan. As in comes Garton, bowls, and again, over pitch Garton. It's a full toss and driven by Lawrence into the covers. There is no run. Do players, I guess it's obvious, players do it a lot more healthily perhaps than...
Generally, I think any county ground you go to, there's a lot of healthy... There are always healthy choices. Get big... certainly back when I played in Adelaide, it was always the chicken and plum sauce. I remember Derbyshire years ago, they used to have themed days, and they had all sorts of exotic food on show.
In comes Garton bowls, playing into the onside by Lawrence. He's taken one, he's going to think about 2, but Delray Rawlins is there, fields, and there's
certainly a lot of protein shakes and bowlers coming off, particularly bowlers coming off the field. Protein shakes. There's obviously all the recovery protocols, and food plays a role in that. There's always fruit and vegetables. There's always salads available. Look, food it'll continue to evolve, but ultimately, you trust players to make good decisions when it comes to their own health and well-being.
George Garton is in. The sun has disappeared. Comes in and bowls, and he beats Westley outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run. Is it fair to say looks a little bit scratchy here, the Essex skipper?
I think he's copped some decent bowling there from George Garton, and it's just if you bowl that disciplined line and length, there is something there for the bowlers to exploit. So and that's what we need to do. We probably didn't quite get it right. Our first 10 overs, it's probably fair to say, we were just a little bit both sides of the wicket, and either a little bit too full, a little bit too short, and probably Mitch and Henry were probably both a little bit guilty of that. But the lads' efforts have been fantastic. We can't fault that at all.
So 4 overs to go to the tea. Jason Gillespie has got to leave us. So thank you, Jason. Good to hear from you as always. As Haynes bowls, played by Lawrence to deep mid-wicket, and the Essex total goes to 61 for 2 here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Sussex, and 5 Live Sports Extra. Jason Gillespie's making his way back. He's always got his notepad with him as Jason Gillespie, notepad and pen, and he makes his way out of the box as in comes Haynes and bowls to Westley. He plays slightly across the line, I think, to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The total remains on 61 for 2. Lawrence is on 12. Westley is on 4. 2 slips, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Tom Haynes wanders back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. For those of you who don't know this ground, he's bowling down the hill, and he comes into bowl to the right-handed Essex skipper Westley, who this time is more solidly forward, plays back to Haynes, and there is no run. The sun is back with us. There is some quite heavy clouds to the east of the ground, but to the southwest, where I think most of the weather is coming from, it's a lot lighter picture, a lot of blue sky and higher level clouds. So hopefully we're going to get through until the end, and this game's still in the balance. In comes Haynes and bowls, and Wesley plays firmly down to mid-on, fielded by Claydon, and there is no run. Still 35 overs after this one to be bowled today, so Essex still needing to go at about 4 and over if they're going to win this game. Sussex needing 8 more wickets to win as Haynes turns. The sun momentarily disappears. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and Wesley is forward, and Haynes bowling a tidy spell here. One more ball to go of his second over. He's only conceded 2 runs so far. He's bowling with just the one slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, that sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, a short straight mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg. As in comes Haynes again and bowls, and Wesley has fought a ball that maybe kept a little bit low, and there is no run, so it's a maiden over from Tom Haynes. 61 for 2. Lawrence is on 12. Wesley is on 4. We've got 35 overs left. Sorry, 34 overs. I think that's going to tick over to 35 overs left in the day. Haynes 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 2. Both wickets taken by George Garton, who's accounted for both openers, Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. Jason Gillespie has made his way out. We're in a sort of a bit of a bio bubble here. Jason was in a different commentary box from where Don and I are, as we comply with all the various rules and regulations. And I'm sorry for Essex supporters, that was all a bit Sussexy, but always good to get Jason on commentary and getting his views on a range of different things, from Australia to bad light and all sorts of things.
When he talks, you listen. Garton is in with a bouncer that is well played, actually, by Dan Lawrence, who just avoided it. He was happy to just see it go over and drop his hands and carry on. Big moment for the game. Dan Lawrence here, 12 not out. Wesley, who's been on a long 4 runs in 18 balls. Nick Brown's been out of order. He was looking a bit better today. Wesley important. He's captain. He wants to take his team home. Lawrence hasn't played much at all. This time the ball has come back, and he gets back and across and just plays it, and it's probably hit the splice of the bat there as he's played it into the leg side. Decent ball. Always good to listen to Jason Gillespie.
And it's really good that he comes and talks to us, because
He does.
every game, couldn't do it last week down at Kent because the Sussex players were on the other side of the ground, and we didn't have that ability to get people in and out of the commentary box, but we do here at Hove, and always good to have a chat.
Garton in, away from us. It's a bit of a inside edge that goes into the leg side.
They'll look for 3 here.
Yeah, but they are going to get it. It's good running from Dan Lawrence there. Very good running, but it was an inside edge. Didn't necessarily go where he wanted it to. It was a slightly further pitched up ball, which is good to see. And it's divided the 2 leg side fielders. Looks to me as if Mitch Claydon's got a bit of a limp on with his right leg.
It's interesting. I mean, these games are coming thick and fast, aren't they, these 4-day games? Another one coming up on Saturday when Sussex go to Radlett to play Middlesex.
Garton, left arm over. Good bit of pace into Wesley's, towards his thigh pad, but he's played with the bat into the leg side with that angle. Interesting to hear Jason's. He talks very well, explains it very well, and it's good to hear that how he, as a former bowler himself, he can understand. And the thing that I picked up is, which is a bowler, and you learn this very quickly. And if you come from a family that's established within cricket, it helps. But Garton's in. Short ball played on the back foot, played quite straight and upright by Wesley, well played but well bowled. If you come from a family that doesn't know much about cricket, you're not quite sure how you feel as a bowler. And he talks about, is it painful, is it a niggle, or is it an injury? If you ask Jason Gillespie or most bowlers, they have niggles all the time. Very rarely do I ever remember going back on the outfit onto the pitch as Garton bowls. Short, it's pulled, It's pulled safely out to a man who's out on the hook, 10 yards in on the long boundary, where Wesley will take a single. He moves on to 5. Lawrence is on 15, scores 62 for 2. So not many days in an English summer would you go on the park and you fill $1 million.
Yeah.
You know, that's just how it is, and Jason Gillespie would probably say the same. If you ever advertise for a bowler to come and bowl in a newspaper, it wouldn't look particularly glamorous, the advert. It wouldn't.
Hard work, particularly when it's hot summer.
Yeah, it is. And you bowl in pain. It could be your feet, it could be a niggle, it could be your toes, losing your toenails, or, you know, it is always something. But it's a most enjoyable career as well.
In comes Tom Haynes in bright sunshine. He was halfway in, and umpire Ian Gould suddenly stopped Tom Haynes running, and I'm not entirely sure why that was. Whether there was a bit of chatter going on, I'm not too sure. But he's now looking towards the square leg umpire, or is he having a word to Harry Finch, one of the closest fielders? Anyway, the sun is out. Hove looks a picture, and Essex 64 for 2, needing 132 more to win. In fact, the scoreboard seems to have got jammed as in comes Haynes, bowls, and clubbed down the ground by Wesley, who hasn't really found his timing yet. Don, he's on 4.
No.
In fact, he's on 5. Now they've changed things around. They've changed the scoreboard round, so that's better. I'm sorry, it's 65 for 2, and in fact it's Dan Lawrence who's on strike, as in comes Haynes and bowls. There it is, Wesley. The scoreboard's got it wrong, and Wesley runs that down to third man, where it's footed by Haynes, who trots back and fields, but one more to the total, one more to Wesley. He goes to 6, and Essex to 66 for 2, 130 to win, 34 overs remaining, including this one.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence just hasn't played any cricket really. He was in the bio bubble prior to the test matches and then got called up, so he'll be itching for a decent knock really with Essex today.
In comes Haynes and bowls, and well, I don't know if there's a thick inside edge. He's going to get runs here, and 4 of them as well. It runs towards the boundary. Let's wait for Ian Gould's signal. They're byes.
Ooh.
So down the leg side, Ben Brown shakes his head, but I can only imagine that didn't miss the stumps by very much. So 70 for 2 are Essex, another 126 to win their 3rd consecutive match in this Bob Willis Trophy.
They haven't lost a 4-day game for 16 months. I think it was the first game of the 2019 campaign where they were away down at the Ageas Bowl and they lost that.
In comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Lawrence, placed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Tom Haynes has got his head in his hands with every ball that he's bowling, as has Phil Salt at first slip and wicket-keeper Ben Brown. Sun is out, lots of blue sky around Hove. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to BBC Sussex, BBC Essex and 5 Live Sports Extra, where Essex are 70 for 2, needing another 126 to win, as in comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Lawrence and plays to mid-on, where he picks up a comfortable single there, fielded by Mitch Claydon, and there is no run. I'm sorry we've neglected some of the other games around the country, so we'll just catch up on those games as to how they're going at the moment. Starting in the southern group at Canterbury, looks like it's heading for a draw. Middlesex 158 for 1 in their second innings, leading Kent by 236. Haynes again in the sunshine turns and comes in and bowls, and played a better shot by Wesley, slightly back to the square, and picks up a single down to deep square leg. One more to him, he goes to 7, and the total to 72 for 2. 33 overs left. Essex needing another 124 to win. At Arundel, Surrey in trouble. They're 27 for 3. They're still needing another 99 runs for Hampshire to bat again early today. Hampshire making 298. At Edgbaston, they've been in and out for rain for most of the day, but Somerset, who have won both of their matches so far in this competition, have reduced Warwickshire to 140 for 8. Still trailing by 152 are Warwickshire, so unless it rains, you'd have thought that Somerset are on course to collect their 3rd victory of the campaign. At Northampton, Northamptonshire are 114 for 6 in their second innings, needing 149 to win. So Worcestershire made a good start in this campaign as well, looking as if they may win their second match. Could still be a finish in the game between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 138 for 8 in their second innings, only leading Gloucester by 73. Yorkshire Derbyshire looks like it's going to peter out into a draw. Yorkshire 400 for 6 declared, Derbyshire 221 for 6. There's been a couple of declarations up at in the game between Leicestershire and Durham. Leicestershire 134 for 2, needing another 158 to win. And the game between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, Lancashire 78 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 221. We've got a change in bowling. It's going to be Delray Rawlins who's coming into bowl.
Left arm round the wicket, which is forced Tom Wesley onto the back foot, where he's forced it into the leg side, played it on the length sensibly and took the single. 73 for 2. Lawrence on 16, Wesley now on 8. Both batsmen have got together. Wesley's just talking to Dan Lawrence about playing this left arm spinner, but he bowls it quite quickly, so you've got to play him very differently to normal left arm spinners because they bowl it so much slower. But there's a bat pad on the leg side and a slip. There's a ring on the offside with a one boundary fielder beneath the old pavilion, a deep backward square, mid wicket and a mid on. Rawlings away from us bowls, a little bit slower, played off the back foot into the offside for no run. Beautiful sunshine, no sign of rain here now. Rawlings is in, drags Lawrence onto the front foot, played with a slightly open face but safely in to the offside. No run. Again, Ben Brown hoping to turn the tap off here for Essex. This is driven into the gap, into the offside. It goes out towards the boundary fielder. George Garton throws it back in from the grandstand, or the old pavilion, as I remember it.
I'm presuming we're going to get teed on at 30 overs to go.
Is it 30 or 32? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems to vary a bit. You'd have thought with 90 overs in the day it'd be logical to have 3 lots of 30. That drill started up again. Sussex could just do with a wicket here before tea.
Rawlins bowls. That might, well, he's stretched on the front foot to that. It might have just offered a little bit of turn, but it was well taken by Ben Brown, the captain and wicketkeeper. Whips the bails off, but the rear foot, that of Tom Wesley, was in the crease, didn't move. It was a decent stride.
Yeah, it was. I think that might have turned a little bit, you know. Just wait and see the replay of this.
Rawlings a little bit slower this time. Wesley smothers a spin and there is no run. I've got loads of tweets here and messages, and I've forgotten about one of them. There's the Count Fosco. Well, this gentleman, Mr. Church, I remember him well. He's out in Bangkok, where he has a new job, but always listening to Essex, and he's hoping for another victory for the county champions. And the county champions will remain county champions technically for 2 years.
They will.
So best wishes to Peter out in Bangkok. Thank you for your text.
In comes Tom Haynes, bowls to Lawrence, who runs this one wide of first slip. They've taken one. They'll only be the single though. Aaron Thomason chases back quickly from backward point to field, but it's one more to Lawrence. He goes to 18 and Essex to 75 for 2. Haynes wanders back to his mark. Bright sunshine here at Hove. Haynes bowling with a slip, cover point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, a straight short mid-wicket, mid-on mid-wicket, and a backward square. As in come Haynes bowls and pulled away, and that's 4 runs, and that's a poor ball. That was short, that was a long hop, and Wesley, who has struggled to get into his stride here, just clubbed that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Welcome relief for Wesley. He goes to and Essex to 79 for 2, needing another 117 to win.
The Gov has got the answer to the left arm most wickets in Test match cricket as an Englishman, Bill Vose.
In comes Haynes again, bowls. That's a better delivery, and he drags Wesley forward, and Wesley plays to short extra cover, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. We've had a nice email in from Barbados, where Joffre Archer's stepdad listens regularly to Sussex. Patrick, a very good afternoon to you, Patrick. I'll read his message in a moment, as in comes Haynes and bowls, and played by Wesley to mid-wicket. There is no run. He said, I'm looking forward to a good finish in this game, hoping for a Sussex win. Nice to see some youngsters in the team. I have to get used to their names, says Patrick. Great to hear from you. He says, say hello to Jason Gillespie, so I'll make sure I do that on your behalf, Patrick. And
so that was one parent, was it?
Yeah.
Yep, parent of Joffre.
In comes Haynes and bowls to Wesley, who plays down the ground. And we put a nice documentary together last year about Joffre, and it was really nice to have Patrick's involvement in that.
It's nice to hear from one parent, and we can hear from another one.
Go on.
Loving the commentary from New Zealand. So Barbados for one parent, New Zealand for another. It's Jane Quinn. Great job, you two. Thanks very much. Definitely an exciting game.
In comes Haynes and bowls to Wesley, clips that one to deep mid-wicket. There is one more to Wesley, and I think that is going to be tea. Yes, it is. Ian Gould's takes off the bails with 30 overs left in the day. So that's really nice. I wonder what other players playing their parents are listening to us,
yes.
Don.
Well, I was just trying to work out, in case of Patrick's case, if it is, say, half past 3 here, is it?
Yeah.
3:45, 3:30, it's probably lunchtime, so he's probably enjoying some fish fry, maybe a bit of marlin, maybe a swordfish, may have gone tuna fishing, I don't know, but I'm sure he's enjoying a quiet rum as well. As for Jane Quinn, well, it's probably the middle of the night, and she stays up late to listen, and then she has a bit of a kip, and she's got to go to work. So it's the middle of the night for you. I dare say you won't be raiding the Finch at this time of the night in New Zealand, but best wishes to you both.
Yeah, indeed. So there we are. It's tea here at Hove. The ground staff are coming on with their buckets and brooms and other paraphernalia. An intriguing situation. I think Essex have got their noses in front here. 80 for 2. Dan Lawrence is on 18. Tom Wesley is on 13. Another 31 overs to go in the match. Essex needing another 116 to win. From the sunshine at Hove, we're going to have a little breather, and we'll be back here just after 4 o'clock for the final session of what's been an excellent game of cricket. So welcome back to Hove. It's the final session of the fourth day of what's been a hugely entertaining game between Sussex and Essex. And the equation is simple. Essex needing another 116 to win the match. They're 80 for 2 at the moment, needing 196 to win. Sussex meanwhile need to pick up 8 wickets. Of course the draw is also an option. But at this stage, the way that Essex have gone about their business, I think they have an eye on winning the game, and to that end that surely gives Sussex a chance as well. So plenty of cricket to be played. We think the weather is set fair. There's lots of blue sky is drifting in from the southwest of the ground, and we are going to see Stuart Meeker, who is going to bowl from the C end of the ground. His first bowl of this second innings. 31-year-old, came from Surrey during the winter months. We've now got the squad has just been announced for the T20 series against Pakistan to be played at Old Trafford, and the immediate news for Sussex is that Chris Jordan is in the squad. He had an operation on a bicep injury, a nerve injury a few weeks ago, but Chris Jordan is in the squad. And I'll read the rest of it out in a few moments' time. So that's the 3 T20 internationals will be played against Pakistan starting on the 28th of August. In comes Stuart Meeker running in over the wicket. Bowl, short delivery, pulled away. And that's a super shot by Tom Westley. Well fielded by Delray Rawlings, who prevents anything more than a couple of runs. But it was too short from Meeker and pulled away by Tom Westley, the Essex skipper, through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. Westley goes to 15 and Essex 82 for 2. So the squad is Owen Morgan, who's the skipper, Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow, Tom Banton, Sam Billings, Tom Curran, Joe Denley, Lewis Gregory, Chris Jordan, Saqib Mahmood, David Malan, as in comes Meeker and bowls, and Wesley's rather squared up by delivery and plays that to backward point footed by Tonneson, and there is no run. Adil Rashid, Jason Roy and David Willey, and there are 3 reserves nominated. That's Pat Brown, Liam Livingstone and Reece Topley. The England assistant coach Graham Thorpe will assume the head coach role for this 3-match series, supported by Paul Collingwood. In comes Meeker and bowls, and driven down the ground only as far as Henry Crocombe, who fields at mid-on, and there is 1 more to the total. Westley goes to 16, the total 83 for 2. He'll be assisted by Paul Collingwood. Marcus Trustothic, who's been seconded from Somerset, has been appointed batting coach. The England Young Lions coach John Lewis will be the bowling coach, and he's supported by the Pakistan international and bowling coach Azhar Mahmood. The former Essex wicketkeeper James Foster will take responsibility for the wicketkeepers, and there are 3 matches on the 28th of August, the 30th and the 1st of September. As in comes Meeker and bowls, and run back Criddle Square on the offside. There's going to be more runs here for Essex. A good tumbling save over on that far side by Tom Haynes, who gets in the throw, but 2 more to Lawrence. He goes to 20 and Essex to 85 for 2. And maybe a bit of a statement of intent here from Essex straight after tea. They picked up 5 runs in this opening over since the resumption. Stuart Meeker is back to his mark and is on his way from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls and turned again by Lawrence, comfortably through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single fielded there by Rawlins, who comes trotting in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs off of this over so far in the sunshine at Hove. Essex needing 110 to win. There are 2 slips and a 3rd man. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. As Stuart Meeker is going to run up the hill to bowl to the right-handed Westley. He's in and bowls down the leg side. Tumbling take by Ben Brown. There is no run. End of a slightly disappointing over after tea, I have to say, by Stuart Meeker. It cost 6 runs, and Essex after tea needing another 110 to win. They've got 30 overs in which to get them, so the run rate required is around about 4 and over. And it's going to be Mitch Claydon who is going to open the bowling after tea from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He'll bowl the 2nd over. Lawrence on 21, Wesley on 16. For those of you who are just joining us, Sussex bowled out today for 140. They lost 8 for 84, with Simon Harmer picking up his umpteenth 5-wicket haul for Essex. And really good to hear Jason Gillespie talking about Simon Harmer, because we arrived at the ground today. He was out in the middle with young Jack Carson, the young Northern Irishman who was on the Sussex, played in the first couple of matches for Sussex. Really good to see Simon Harmer giving his time to Jack Carson. And you haven't missed any of the action because Ben Brown is still nattering away to Mitch Claydon, the bowler who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road. And just doing our update to the listeners on BBC Sussex. Yes, we're into the final session of the match, James. Essex are 86 for 2. They need another 110 to win, and they've got 30 overs in which to get them. So Sussex need a wicket fairly quickly. Dan Lawrence is on 21. Tom Westley is on 16. The 2 wickets that have gone down were both taken by George Garton. Meanwhile, down at Arundel, Surrey in real trouble against Hampshire. They're 38 for 4 in their second innings. They still trail Hampshire by 88 runs. You pick up.
Right. As Claydon comes into bowl. Bowls, brings Lawrence forward, played into the offside. Good delivery, 2 slips awaiting. Sussex need a wicket. Essex have come out after tea and got a few runs, ticking it over. Wesley and Lawrence looking good here. Dan Lawrence, one of his, well, I don't know if it's his first knock. He hasn't played much cricket at all because he's been in that England bubble. Tom Westley, the new Essex captain, has 16 and he's trying to lead his troops home. And this is squeezed between bat and pad, gone up in the air, but Delroy Rawlings is nowhere to be seen, but he stops the single. Lawrence comes down and does a bit of gardening, just to ensure that that surface on a length stays together. 1 or 2 have bounced, 1 or 2 have kept low. Talking to Jason Gillespie off air, we both agreed it wasn't 140 all-out wicket or 141 all-out wicket. 2 slips awaiting. Mitch Claydon comes in. There's an LBW shout, but Ian Gould is not in agreement, so it's been declined. I do think Lawrence sort of helped to come down the wicket there, so he's a lot further down the wicket. He's almost shimmied down to try and help and play the ball into the leg side. Missed it, played across. Does he need to do that? Well, Dan Lawrence is in charge because he's out in the middle and he feels he needs to just at the moment. 2 slips awaiting. A ring of fielders on both sides. Claydon is in, bowls, played off the back foot. Good delivery, just short of a length. Into the offside, there is no run. Well, we've been in sunshine for a fair bit. Just a few fluffy clouds are coming over. Slightly less blue sky, but I am sure we're not going to have any rain. We will see a conclusion, be it an Essex win, possibly, probably, a Sussex win, a draw, or a tie. Claydon's in. This is an edge that goes down, genuinely an edge that goes down to third man. No third man, so it crosses the boundary in front of us for 4 runs. A moral victory to the bowler. I must say the ball didn't carry as far as the slip caudal. It went in between, outside of second slip, but it wouldn't have gone to a fielder. And the score after that Mitch Claydon over moves to 90 for 2. Dan Lawrence on 25, and with him is the captain Wesley. He's on 16. Yes, thank you for the various tweets, messages, etc. And we welcome you back at 5 Live Sports Extra, along with BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Essex. You may be with us for a little while. I don't know what other cricket's going on, but this will have a conclusion, we are sure. It's going to be Stuart Meeker for his second over as he goes away from us He bowls, it's pitched up, it's going to go for a single as Wesley is able to push it into the leg side. Wesley has this sort of technique which everybody was aware when he played international cricket, that he does look to play with a strong bottom hand. Listen, it's okay when it works well, but in that particular case it was an inside edge that went into the leg side, which was safe. Mika now bowling to Lawrence. Bouncer. Lawrence goes for it, but it goes down the leg side. He steps inside it and was a little bit high. With Mika, it is a very, very short ball.
Do you know, you said we had two parents listening, so we had Jofra Archer's stepdad listening over in Barbados. We had
Jane Quinn
listening in New Zealand, so we had one other as well who's been in touch.
A Sussex?
No, an Essex player.
Essex player
from South Africa.
Mrs. Harmer?
Yes.
Fantastic. And that's a decent ball straight onto a length there. He didn't parry it, but there was a little interest there because it's been played so straight by Dan Lawrence that it's actually gone back to the bowler's stumps.
So I'm presuming this is
yes.
Simon's mum. She
yes.
says hello from the Eastern Cape in South Africa.
Yes, beautiful.
Thank you for your commentary. Have a feeling we could be in for an exciting finish to the match. Hello, Barbara. How lovely to hear from you as well.
Your son bowled very well this morning, as predicted. This time, as a play and a miss, it was pitched up again by Mika. Mika bowled pretty well in the first innings. Stuart Mika is that kind of a bowler that will bang it in. He's not particularly tall as a bowler. He bangs it in and then he'll bowl the alternative length where he pitches up. And he did then to Lawrence, and Lawrence played a miss. Well bowled, Mr. Mika.
And Jason Gillespie, Barbara, spoke very highly of your son today. The fact that he took some time out with a young Sussex off-spinner,
yep.
Jack Carson, which was very nice to see.
Mika in bowls on a length, play down into the offside, backward point won't allow the single. Good bowling, good fielding. Sussex know that this is their moment. They need a wicket here.
Yes.
With how many overs left? 28 after this.
Yeah, we have the squad for the T20s announced, which I just read, and I'll read it again now. You hear Don, Owen Morgan, Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow, Tom Banton, Sam Billings, Tom Curran, Joe Denley, Lewis Gregory, Chris Jordan, Saqib Mahmood, David Malan, Adil Rashid, Jason Roy and David Willey.
Bit predicted there. I reckon that's an edge. That's gone wide of the solitary slip. And Dan Lawrence will pick up 4. I'm going to say quite well bowled, but unfortunately for the incumbent Stuart Mika, it's gone for 4. I'm not going to say it was any width on it. All I'm going to slip, so it's available to go through that area, and that's 4 runs to Lawrence, 4 runs to Essex, 95 for 2. Lawrence 29. Wesley with him on 17. Tom Wesley, the new Essex captain this year, has been struggling a little bit in this Bob Willis trophy. He only got 4 in the first innings. He's been scratching around, probably a new role, probably other responsibilities. I'm sure, as everyone knows, that in county cricket, when you're captain of your county, there's a lot to deal with, not just being your batsman.
You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex and Sports Extra. As here comes Mitch Claydon to bowl to Tom Wesley, who's back and plays quietly down the onside of the pitch. There is no run on a gloriously sunny afternoon at Hove. Lots of cotton wool cloud around, some denser cloud as well, but also some blue patches above the ground. And at the minute we've got the benefit of the sun, and the outfield always looked wonderful here at Hove, and today is no exception. There's a new groundsman here this year, Ben Gibson, and he should be very proud of how the ground looks. It looks super, Don.
It does. So verdant, clearly with the rain.
In comes Claydon, bowls to Wesley, who was a flick of the wrist, plays that down to deep backward square, where George Garton comes in and eagerly fields, but not before the batsmen have crossed for a single. Wesley goes to 18 and Essex to 96 for 2, needing exactly 100 to win, and there are 27 overs remaining after this one. The voice you could hear there was Don Topley, the former Essex player. And your son Don is one of the reserves who's been named in the T20 squad. I'll get your reaction to that in a moment, as in comes Claydon running in down the hill, bowls, and Lawrence lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. Just to describe the field for you, there are 2 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg. And Mitch Claydon wanders away back to his mark at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end, which means, for those of you who don't know the ground here at home, you're running down the hill. Quite an appreciable slope. He'll run in past umpire Ian Gould, who's got his Panama hat on. He comes in and bowls, and driven nicely by Lawrence to mid-off, but Stuart Meeker is round very quickly at mid-off to prevent a run. The story of the day, Sussex bowled out for 141 in their second innings. They resumed this morning on 57 for 2, but they lost 8 for 84 this morning. Simon Harmer not for the first time picking up a 5-wicket haul. That will please his mum Barbara, who's listening to us over in South Africa, as indeed is Jofra Archer's stepdad Patrick, and also Matthew Quinn's mum over in New Zealand. As in comes Claydon bowls, that's too wide, too short, and Dan Lawrence is far too good a player to miss out on that. He just absolutely belted that through backward point. That was a very fine shot indeed. He goes to 33. It brings up for Essex, who need a 96 to win, and it's reaching the stage where Sussex really could do with a couple of wickets, Don.
Yeah, very much so. Mitch Claydon will be disappointed. I saw before tea, I thought he had a bit of a limp, and I don't know if that's normal for him, but I just felt he was protecting his right leg, but that was not a great delivery and got dispatched for 4.
Got what it deserved. Claydon comes in again, over the wicket bowls, and he's caught behind by Ben Brown, or did it bounce? Well, it's over. You heard Ian Gould called over. Yeah, I thought for a minute he'd got a nick on that, or maybe it's just the way the ball moved away, but
yeah,
I thought Ben Brown had taken the catch. Anyway, it's not. It's the end of the over, 100 for 2. So any other parents of players playing in this match, could you let us know? We've got 3 so far, and I'm going to run through again that England squad and get a comment on it from Don. So Owen Morgan will skipper,
yep.
Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow, Tom Banton, Sam Billings, Tom Curran, Joe Denley, Lewis Gregory, Chris Jordan, Saqib Mahmood, Dawid Malan, Adil Rashid, Jason Roy, David Willey. 3 reserves, Pat Brown, Liam Livingston and Reece Topley, and the squad will be managed by Graham Thorpe.
Right, not Paul Collingwood.
He's going to be assisting.
Oh, really? Well, Stuart Meeker runs away from us and bowls a good delivery there at Tom Wesley. Played into the offside, no run. First thing, I know somebody quite dear to me is a little disappointed, but there are 2 lads that have come back from injury who obviously haven't played any cricket, but 2 lads there have come back from injury and are, like Reece, they're involved, which is so important to be involved. As Meeker comes in, this is pulled by Wesley. That's going to go out to the fielder on the long boundary beneath the digital scoreboard here at Hove, and that's only 1 run to Tom Wesley. Pat Brown has suffered a stress fracture of the back, I think 1 or 2 last summer. This will be his first taste of back into the England frame following, was it in the winter he played a T20?
Yes, didn't he? Was he scheduled to go to
New Zealand?
Yeah.
And didn't, something like that. So that's good news for him. Meeker comes in again, bowls, and this is played down like a one-day shot where you open the face and run it down to third man, where Dan Lawrence will take the single. Essex are taking a few runs here. This is good for them, not so good for Sussex. And Chris Jordan's return. What a cracking cricketer. What a fine exponent of death bowling. What a great fielder he is, and he can bat as well. He comes back in having not played any cricket, so these older cricketers are obviously very aware of what their bodies can do and when they're available. This time it's Wesley who pulls the ball out to Thomason on the square leg boundary, on the long boundary as I said, and then takes another single. So things are ticking over here for these right-handed pair of the engine machine of the Essex batting lineup. There
is an Essex or a former Essex player involved in the England coaching setup for this game.
Oh, hang on, I'll have to think about that one. A former Essex, James Foster.
Correct.
This is now bowled into the legs of Dan Lawrence, who brilliant bit of fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but Lawrence has caressed that through a large acreage, open acreage on the leg side, and I must say, who is that? That's Thomason and
Aaron Thomason and Henry Crocombe, the young 18-year-old.
Well, super bit of fielding, because it's a long boundary, and the pair of them chased each other. They raced each other from varying degrees of the field, and they both, well, it was a team tag bit of fielding. Well done to those two. Mika, can he stop the flow of runs? One slip and a ring on both sides, really, with a man back out on the hook. Wesley goes for the hook again. This time it may be a glove. It sounded a soft noise. It seemed to rebound slowly as it went down to fine leg for the single, which Wesley will keep the strike as Essex try to go on for their third consecutive Bob Willis Trophy win. They need a further 89 runs and are currently 107 for 2.
I would say that I think Stuart Meeker is bowling far too short. 3 overs, 0 for 18. He's been fairly expensive in this short spell, and really Ben Brown needs to control. What he needs more than anything, really, are some wickets. Let me run through some of the scores in the other games for the benefit of our listeners around the country, and a few declarations are making things interesting. Down at Canterbury, Kent 19 without loss, needing another 229 to win after Middlesex declared on 169 for 1. I don't know if that was some contrived bowling there, but either way, there's a run chase on as in comes Claydon and bowls, and Wesley's up on his toes and plays quietly down the track, and Claydon fields off his own bowling. At Arundel, no contrived finish, but Surrey in all sorts of trouble, and Jason Roy again not in the runs. He's already out for 14.
Oh, is he?
Surrey are 43 for 5, needing 83 to avoid an innings defeat at Arundel. It's raining again at Edgbaston, which will be hugely frustrating for Warwickshire, for Somerset I should say, as in comes Claydon over the wicket bowls, and Wesley is forward with a model forward defensive to a ball of good length played to mid-off, fielded by Mika. Warwickshire 140 for 8, trailing Somerset by 152, but Somerset looking for their third win in a row, but they could well be thwarted by the weather.
Somerset are still ahead.
Yeah.
And they've still got to get 2 wickets.
Yeah, but
they're not playing?
No, not playing. Still a rain delay. Warwickshire started the day 6 down. In comes Claydon, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley forces that to mid-off again, fielded by Mika. Northamptonshire are 136 for 7, needing another 127 to beat Worcestershire, so Worcestershire going for their second win of the competition. Glamorgan 151 for 8, only leading Gloucester by 86. It's heading for a draw in the game between Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Derbyshire 245 for 6, trailing Yorkshire by 155. Both of those teams have won 2 matches each, as Claydon comes in and bowls, and he beats Wesley outside of the off stump taken by Brown, and there is no run. And Lancashire 102 without loss, trailing Nottinghamshire by 197. So in this Bob Willis Trophy, for those not familiar with the rules, 3 groups of 6, but only the 2 best teams from the 3 groups will go through to the final. So you might well win your group. It doesn't guarantee you're going to make it to the final, which is being held in the last week of September, as in comes Claydon down the hill past umpire Gall, bowls to Wesley, and that was a poor shot. I mean, I guess had he rocked back and cut that through backward point for 4, we'd have said what a great shot, but he never really looked in position to play that shot, Don, and the ball whistled through to Ben Brown.
He was trying to hit that perhaps too hard, I don't know. But some interesting scores around. This is a really great game to be part of. It's been a great honour to call this game. Essex looking for their 3rd win. 2 slips are in for Mitch Claydon, eh? Can they get a wicket?
Yeah, in comes Claydon and bowls, and run down by Wesley and towards 3rd man. More runs in here. Tollinson is hot pursuit, but it's still going to be a couple more runs to Wesley, who goes to 23, and Essex to 109 for 2, needing 87 to win. I should just say we were talking about various family members who'd been in touch, and Justine Cook, so would that be Sam Cook's?
Yes, quite possibly.
Not as far afield as New Zealand, I'm afraid.
Norfolk?
Good old Chelmsford for these parents of a squad Sorry, not as far afield as New Zealand, I'm afraid. Good old Chelmsford for these parents of a squad member watching online. It's been an exciting game indeed. All 3 games have had exciting finishes. Fingers crossed the Eagles get over the line again. Best wishes to all the other parents enjoying your commentary. Best wishes, Justine Cook.
Well, I wonder if these parents have nerves when their children play.
So, Justine Cook. So would that be Sam Cook?
Sam Cook, who's not playing in this game. He's actually been technically rested because I think there is a level of a significant amount of overs that you're allowed to bowl before it's suggested you have a rest, because some of these bowlers will have gone quite quickly into bowling mode for this in the preparation for the Bob Willis Trophy. So there are an allocation of overs, I believe, and I think Sam Cook is being rested for this game. Not being dropped, just being rested.
So thank you very much, Justine. So there we are. So that's Justine Cook. We've had Simon Harmer's done listening. Barbara. Thank you very much, Barbara, for listening. We've had
Jane Quinn.
Yeah, we've had Jofra Archer's Patrick, Jofra's stepdad, listening from over in Barbados. I've never been to Barbados. I'm going to have to go one day. I bet you've been.
A few times.
Yes, I haven't been.
It's for me. It's my favourite of all the Caribbean islands. Yeah.
I'm going to have to go. I'm going to need to get myself invited by Patrick, I think.
If I come back in my next life, I think I might not be a cricketer. I'll be a travel agent.
I thought you were going to say you were going to take me to Barbados.
Oh, I'll take you to Barbados. Mika on his way. Can he get a wicket for Sussex? This is cut beautifully, short and wide, and this time, well, Dan Lawrence puts it away to the old pavilion, which has gone for 4. 4 more, 109 for 2 now.
Yes. Essex are getting on top here. The runs required to win are down to 87, and Sussex desperately need a wicket here. Stuart Meaker is just going for a few, isn't he? It wasn't a great delivery, to be honest.
And we were talking about it, and I think I was off air. You were with Jason Gillespie, and he was talking about it. Bowlers, it's a damn hard job. You can bowl well one day, but you've got to go back and do it again. This time it's pulled. It's pulled into open space. It's going to go for mid-wicket. A brilliant bit of fielding, but I think Essex will take 3. Yes, they do. That's a super shot. It was short again. There's the common denominator here for the moment for Stuart Meaker is the length is just short. He occasionally can get into the 2 lengths. It's either short or full. You've got to find that in-between length, which the good bowlers do.
We've got a 5th parent listening.
Wow.
It's great, this, isn't it?
Go on then.
This time it is Kay Garton, who is George's mum, is listening. So she's the 5th parent who's listening to the game.
Hello, Mrs. Garton. This time it's leg stump half volley, drilled into mid-wicket. Well fielded, because that would have gone for 4. That was fielded by...
it was Harry Finch who took the pace off the ball, and Crocombe, who actually just slipped there, Henry Crocombe, as he completed the field. I hope he hasn't hurt his knee. No, he's okay. He just slipped, didn't he? He just seemed to sort of fall a little awkwardly, but he's okay.
On some of the old ends of the square, probably one of the practice matches or nets, something like that, there was a very foolish delivery. I'll just go back to what I said. What you need to do is find that in-between length. You don't want to be too short and you don't want to be too full. Meaker to Lawrence. Lawrence sends it out onto the leg side. It was quite full, almost Yorker length. He takes a single, goes down to the bowler's end, which means Wesley now will be facing on 24. He's batted for 50 balls, and Lawrence has faced 1 more ball, but he's got 45.
He's batted very well. Stuart Meaker looks a bit frustrated, and he can't get his radar right. He's in his 4th over, but he's already gone for 27, which is quite a lot in the context of the game, Don. He's going to get the best part of 7 and over. Bowled very well in the first innings, and he's bowled him! It's got through, and Wesley looks back at the wicket, and it's off stump that is leaning back, but what a great length that was. He's hit the timbers, and he's got Sussex a wicket. How helpful that be in the context of the game? Wesley, the captain, has gone bowled by Meaker for 24. Essex 118 now.
There's still a few away. Wesley made 24 runs. He batted for an hour and 12 minutes, and he just made the 1-4. But he's been a little bit out of form. Certainly looked a bit better. He was trying to be positive, as Lawrence is. That was a significant wicket, which now, for me, brings to the wicket the veteran. I know I feel terrible in saying that, but this chap he's seen it all. He's scored hundreds in international cricket for the Netherlands. He's played in South Africa. He's captained Essex in Division 2 to the title, to Division 1 in the title. He is the evergreen. He's a cracking cricketer and a top person. It is Ryan Tenderscarter.
Well, just as I was saying, Stuart Meeker was being expensive. What do we know? But he has been expensive. I mean, his 4 O's have gone for 27 runs, but he's picked up the wicket. Still 78 needed to win for Essex. If Sussex could get one of these two out, maybe particularly Tenderscarter,
yes,
they'll feel they're not out of this.
One of these two has got to see it through, and if you could get Tenderscarter out, open up an end, you never know in this wonderful game of cricket, because you know what pressure does in the game, because we've all played it, we've all felt the pressure out in the middle and sometimes collapsed in a heap. I can remember many games. I can remember an Essex semi-final in the Benson Hedges, where remembering Norbert Phillip threw at the stumps and missed, and Essex lost the semi-final.
Against?
Northants? Can't remember now. Meeker. Can he do it again? Tenderscarter's there. Meeker's in. He bowls. Played into the leg side, vacant leg side. There's a very straight mid-on and a deep square leg, so there is an easy run for Tenderscarter to get off the mark. 119 for 3. It's just gone 4:30, and we still have 23 overs after this.
And you're listening to live cricket on Sports Extra on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside the former Essex player Reece Topley. That's his son, Don Topley.
I
sitting
do look
next
young.
to me. Yeah, you're not that young. Beautiful sunny afternoon at home, lots of blue sky. There's also some cloud, but the forecast is good for the rest of the day, so fingers crossed we'll get by, despite losing a lot of time in the first 2 days. But the equation, Essex needing another 77 to win in 24 overs. They're being led home at the moment by Dan Lawrence. He's on 45. The new batsman is Ryan Tenderscarter. He's on 1. He's prodding away at the pitch. We've got 5 parents of players playing in the match listening, the latest being Kay Garton, George's mum. As in comes Mitch Claydon running in down the hill, bowls to Tenderscarter, who pushes out into the offside. Meeker is quickly round from mid-off to field. But Tenderscarter goes through for a single. It wasn't the most confident shot, but he gets a single. Let's read what Kay says. She says, "Hello Adrian and Don. I'm not from anywhere as exotic as Barbados or New Zealand, but just down the road in Brighton. I thought I'd add my name to the listening parents. From a personal point of view, a very good game for the Garton household." Indeed.
Yes, he bowled brilliantly in that first innings. Bit different today, not as good. It's part of the education, learning to do it day in, day out, the next day on a flat wicket, and so close together.
In comes Claydon bowls. Lawrence is forward. Claydon fields of his own bowling. He's taken 7 wickets in the match, has George Garton. And we were saying earlier on how we need to be impartial in the commentary box. Well, Kay's having none of that, and she says, "Come on, Sussex."
Okay.
So there we are. Thank you, Kay, for getting... And then, now that was the 5th parent who's playing. There is another parent of someone who isn't playing, but he's here with the Essex players. As in comes Claydon, running in down the slope bowls and driven nicely by Lawrence to mid-off. Meeker is there now. It was very well run by Dan Lawrence. He played it firmly to Stuart Meeker. He set off for the single as soon as he'd played the shot. Meeker was swooping at mid-off, but he just took his eye off the ball for a minute because he could see there was the prospect of maybe a run out. I think Lawrence was safely home, and in the end Stuart Meeker slightly fumbled the ball.
Well, he's hit it to Stuart Meeker's left hand,
yes,
and he's not left-handed, so that's the great cricket awareness there, that he found Meeker on his left hand and he's right-handed, so it was a simple single. Tenderscarter and Lawrence will be good at that.
Claydon comes in and bowls, and forward comes Tenderscarter and just plays quietly towards mid-off. Rawlins comes across from mid-wicket and fields the ball.
Good captaincy here from Ren Brown. You've got two. He's put 2 slips in for the new batsman. It is Ryan Tenderscarter. Everybody's vulnerable when they first come out and bat, but he's put 2 slips and the gully. They haven't got those fielders or haven't got the gully in for Lawrence, but Tenderscarter's also a bit of an LBW candidate. So Mitch Clayton-Hill will look to try and bowl very straight, wicket to wicket here, with the hope of trying to get him bowled or LB.
Clayton in bowls and Tenderscarter raised a nice shot between point and cover. There's more runs here for Essex, at least 2. Young Tom Clark is in hot pursuit, and a good bit of fielding by Clark. He gets the ball back, rolls over the rope himself, but it's 3 more to Tenderscarter, who's very quickly on to 5, and Essex 124 for 3. The runs required down to 72. Now the non-playing member who's playing, hi guys, my son isn't playing, but is at Hove in the Essex squad.
Is he?
I've been watching this match since day one. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. 4-day cricket at its best. And I hope I pronounce this correctly.
Kushi?
Yes, Mo Kushi.
Yes.
His son is Ferozi, is that how you pronounce it?
Feroz Kushi.
In comes Claydon and bowls, and Lawrence lets that go outside of the off stump. There is no run. He remains on 46. Ryan Tenderscarter is on 5, 124 for 3, 23 overs left in the day. Essex needing 72 to win. So thank you so much, Mo, for getting in touch with us. So 5 players who are playing in the match, and Mo, whose son Ferozi, is that how you pronounce it?
Feroz
is I think he got a very good catch actually. Was that who caught Tom Clark?
Yeah,
I think he came on as well.
Gosh, you've got me there.
Okay.
But he's actually played in a couple of the games so far and looked quite good.
Well,
He's played some good knocks. Another member of that Essex pathway, that conveyor belt machine, very talented batsman. Stuart Meeker in short, played into the offside. There is no run. Delroy Rawlings is waiting there. He's a very athletic man. He is.
Now you mentioned Norbert Phillip just a moment ago, and Ian Clark has been in touch from Brailsford in Derbyshire. Good evening, Ian. And he said Norbert Phillip threw the ball against Derbyshire in 1981 to enable a Derbyshire to win the NatWest semi-final by losing fewer wickets.
Yeah.
They also beat Northants in the final by the same margin.
Yeah, Meeker in. They played round the corner. His leg glance, really quite a decent bat on it. Goes out to deep square leg where Thomason does the fielding, and Tenderscarter picks up a single. 125 for 3, 71 to win.
That suggests to me then that game ended in a tie.
Wickets lost. Oh,
wow.
Hold it, Norbert. Didn't happen.
Wow.
You know, he threw from about 4 yards.
Oh well.
What a cracking cricketer Norbert Phillip was. Meeker in. That's a play and a miss, a decent delivery. But once again, can I just comment on the length? It was a length ball, and that was the real inconvenience.
He's working up ahead of steam here, you know, Stuart Meeker. I know he's gone for a few, hasn't he? I mean, he's halfway through his 5th over, and he's taken 1 for 29, but a vital wicket he's taken, and Ben Brown will almost take... He can't afford to concede too many runs, Ben, but if he picks up a couple more wickets here, we've really got game on.
Meeker in bowls. This is played down to third man where they'll just take the single. Wasn't intended down there, but a bit of a thick outside edge. For Lawrence, 1 run. Lawrence moves to 47, getting closer to that half century. 126 for 3.
Steve Harris has been in touch. Hello, Steve. Sussex supporter right up in Aberdeen. We were talking about him yesterday. His house is called Molyneux.
Hope he's well. Yes, I remember. Hope he's well up in staying safe in Aberdeen. Meeker in. This time Tenderscarter gets a leg by. He's an awkward customer to bowl at. He's very busy at the crease. Great runner between the wickets. He's got Dan Lawrence with him now, but Ryan Tenderscarter, they were brilliant at scampering singles with someone like James Foster, who you just mentioned not long ago. Sorry, the email from Aberdeen.
Yeah, from Steve, he says, looks like Essex have too much for us, but I hope this is George Garton's breakthrough match. Well, Kay will be pleased to hear that. George's mum. 7 wickets. And he bowled extremely well and got Sir Alistair out twice.
He did. He'll remember that forever. That's a decent bouncer. This time Lawrence evades it. He goes down on his front knee and just watches it go past for the end of the over. Stuart Meeker has the figures of 5 overs, 1 for 30. With him at the other end is Mitch Claydon. He's got 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 41. Will he continue? Or it might even be Henry.
Henry Crocombe? No,
Could be.
It is going to be Henry Crocombe.
Yes,
it
I
is.
saw him
Young
loosening
man.
up. But most importantly, there's 69 runs to win. Sussex have got to find a way here of getting 1 and then a further 6 wickets, because Essex are only 3 down and the score remains on 127.
And you're listening to Live Cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley at Hove. A bit more cloud around now. A bit of blue sky, but not very much. Still a bit of a breeze, so it's blowing the cloud across at a reasonable speed. Thank you, Steve, for your email. He also says many thanks to the Sussex website for the feed, which he said is massive progress. As in comes Crocombe down the hill, bowls to Tenduscard, who doesn't time a shot to mid-on, and there is no run. There are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. And with your permission, Steve, perhaps you could just drop me a quick note if you're happy me to forward that email on to the Sussex people here. They'll be pleased to know that people have enjoyed the web stream.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. In comes Crocombe. 18-year-old bowls to Tenduscard, who drives into the ground, and the ball rather balloons up comfortably into the hands of Tom Clark. Another Sussex youngster, plays his cricket at Horsham Cricket Club. 19 years of age, born in Haywards Heath. So a local lad. He's come through the academy as Henry Crocombe.
It's great to see this, but it's a huge education. He bowled well with the first spell with the new ball. He's now bowling to try and save the game in many respects.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and Tenduscard is forward, but a little uncertainly, and the ball balloons up on the leg side, and this time is Delray Rawlings, who comes trotting into field from mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm very mindful that we have listeners across the country who are perhaps keen to see how their side are getting on. Surrey look like they're going to defeat at Arundel. They're 54 for 8.
Gosh.
54 for 8 are Surrey.
It's been difficult for them. They've lost about 11 players to various reasons.
In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Tenduscard again is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. This is a good over from Henry Crocombe because he's bowling to a very experienced campaigner in Ryan Tenduscard, and he's bowled 4 dot balls to start this over.
You were mentioning about Surrey. I mean, Morkel's come back, flown from Australia, obviously had a few nets at the Oval. He's playing in this. Jason Roy obviously hasn't been playing for Surrey because of the England white ball.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Tenduscard is 4, plays back to Crocombe, and there is no run. But I'm looking at the Surrey side. I mean, Stoneman, Patel, Borthwick, Jacks, Roy, Smith, Evans, Atkinson, I don't know, Morkel,
Gus
Dunn.
Atkinson, quite a decent bowler.
So anyway, it looks like Surrey to lose their 3rd match in the competition. Hampshire therefore would have won 2 out of 3. They lost here in their opening match against Sussex, but they'll feel they're in the mix as this trophy reaches a climax. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Tenduscard drives, but without timing to mid-off, and that's a maiden over from young Henry Crocombe, and I think that's a very good over against an experienced cricketer like Ryan Tenduscard. And Ben Brown also deserves some credit, not afraid to chuck him the ball. It'll be very easy in this circumstance, Don, to say, well, I'm going to stick with my more experienced campaigners, but he's thrown the ball to an 18-year-old who's delivered a maiden over. So 21 overs left to go. Essex needing 69 to win. They're 127 for 3 with Lawrence on 47 and Tenduscard on 6.
Well, we've got to a passage of play now where it's going to be interesting because Mrs. Garton will have the opportunity to hear or watch her son bowl because George is being asked to bowl. He's taking over from Stuart Meeker. Sussex's pace bowlers are very much in their, or have been their first, second and even third change throughout this game, but it's going to be the job of George Garton. He's going to be bowling at Dan Lawrence, who he bowled at earlier. Dan Lawrence is on 47. Can he eke out another half century in what he hopes will be towards his county's win? George Garton will have other ideas. There is the solitary slip. There's a third man. Here at Hove, your third man has to be a little bit different because of the nature of this ground, and it's normally a little bit squarer here at Hove in front of the indoor school, and he's moved there now. 3 men in the ring on the offside and just the one slip. Garton's in, first ball, driven off the back foot up to mid-off where there is no run.
I should just mention our contact details, Don, for people who aren't aware of them. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can email us, you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at
BBC Essex Sport, or even at Mine Toppers Senior, SNR. We'll be delighted to hear from you, along with Essex at bbc.co.uk. Garton is in. It's a no ball, signalled by the umpire. Played out into the leg side where there is no run.
Jeff Lloyd has been in touch. He's a regular contributor, Jeff. He lives down in Lancing, just along the coast from here. And he said, Sussex have tried for such a young side. Their performance has been a good one. Let's hope they get good weather at Radlett next week. And he goes on to say, and this is not surprising really, I don't feel sorry for Surrey. Come on, Sussex.
Diplomatically, sometimes they're a bit like Marmite, aren't they? As George Garton bowls, and this has been forced off the back foot with a straight bat into the offside. It goes for 4, and that is the half century. You can hear the applause, not by the crowd in particular, like a Saturday afternoon club cricket. It's fellow teammates, the support staff are applauding Dan Lawrence's 51 runs. It's come in 60 balls. And importantly, it's moving Essex to 133 for 3, just 63 runs short of the winning total.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
It was straight back, quite controlled and calculated. It wasn't. He was in control all the time. Garton is in. This time, it is smashed it. He's gone at it like a. Well, he's really given the kitchen sink at that, and it's gone straight to the fielder at, is it Haynes?
Haynes extra cover, yes.
An extra cover who pocketed it very well, but it wasn't a catch. It bounced short of him.
That was going like a rocket, wasn't it? That was a good bit. It was good cricket all round. I mean, it was a super shot and a lovely bit of fielding by Tom Haynes.
Salt hits the ball hard. Lawrence hits the ball hard. Garton's in. This is short. This is pulled. It's in the air, and it's been fumbled out by Thomason out at deep square leg. They take a 1. He had to come in. He possibly lost it in the old pavilion. It's hurting his thumb by the looks of it. The umpire's going to inquire, but I think it just about reached him. And unfortunately that has got to go down as a spill. But what a catch. And if you look at the shadows, I have to say he's probably looking a little bit into the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a chance. He came racing in, Aaron Thomason. He's looking at Ben Brown is coming across to make sure that Aaron Thomason is okay. A former Warwickshire man, is just having a chat away to his skipper. I wonder if he's going off. I think he is, actually. So whether he's hurt his finger in some way. In fact, the physio is coming on, but it was pulled away by Dan Lawrence. Interestingly, last night I spoke to George Garton after the close of play for his fifer, and he got Dan Lawrence out, and he knows him through cricketers. They've made their way through the ranks with England Lions, and he said it was nice to get Alistair Cook out. It was really nice to get Dan Lawrence out, but you feel that Lawrence is maybe after a bit of revenge, hitting a 4 and then pulling George Garton. I think Thompson's going to be okay. He's getting a bit of treatment from the physio. But Essex are inching their way towards victory here. Just 62 now needed to win. Still 7 wickets in hand and 20 overs after this one. So I don't think the run rate is really a problem.
In the 3 innings we've witnessed, well, I certainly didn't witness the 30 overs on day 1 and the 30 overs on day 2, but certainly with the scores, it is my sort of suggestion that the bowling has certainly been better than the batting in the first 3 innings. 194, 140 and 141. That's how I see it. I think the bowling has been a bit better than the batting on show. That's my take.
Yes, I think that's fair enough. Well, we haven't had a score above 200. You're missing none of the action here on Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sussex, because Aaron Thomason is getting some attention. He's put down what would have been a very fine catch at deep mid-wicket to dismiss Dan Lawrence, and in fact Thompson just holds his hand up to George Garton, and that tells you it's a chance. He says sorry, and in fact he's tossed his cap up in the air. He's just disappointed he didn't hang on. That would have been a big wicket. If Lawrence had gone out then, there's still 60 odd needed to win, and you never know. George Garton denied his 8th wickets of the match.
And we've seen some wonderful catches.
We have.
Slip Cook and Slip, and we've seen them at mid-wicket. That would have been in the same bracket. That would have been class catch. Garton's on his way in. This time it's driven into the offside. It's going to go for 4 as it's been driven. No.
Oh, well fielded.
Well fielded. And last week I believe there was an injury to one of the Hampshire bowlers that where are they playing? Hampshire were playing at Radlett, and he dived into a tent peg. And you can see how these injuries occur. Was that Delray?
Delray Rawlings. He's very quick. I mean, that would have been 4 runs to most fielders, but he chased that. It was a lovely shot through the covers by Tenduscati, but Rawlings was like a hare, wasn't he? Very quick, and pulled the ball back in.
And if it had gone into the boards or something, that could have caused danger as well. Bouncer, this time Tenduscati, a little bit shorter than Lawrence, happily sees it through to the keeper. No worries there. So Garton's come back. Scores now moved on to 136 for 3. George Garton 6 overs 2 for 26. Crocombe 5 overs 0 for 21.
Cricket news coming in, which we'll just reiterate for you. Batsman David Malan and pace bowler Chris Jordan have been named in England's 14-player squad for the T20 series against Pakistan after recovering from injury. Malan missed the one-day series against Ireland with a calf problem, while Jordan had surgery in July. The first of the 3-match series starts on the 28th of August in Manchester. And the head coach Chris Silver will miss the series, with former England batsman Graham Thorpe overseeing the squad. The full squad: Morgan, Ali, Johnny Bairstow, Tom Banton, Billings, Curran, Denley, Gregory, Chris Jordan, Saqib Mahmood, David Malan, Adil Rashid, Jason Roy, David Willey. As in comes Henry Crocombe bowls, and Lawrence plays very comfortably through square leg and picks up a single 59 to win for Essex.
There's one notable omission there.
Go on.
Hampshire's James Vince.
Yes. Who didn't make really any runs in the one-day series against...
He didn't, and he didn't play last week.
Right, maybe he's injured, who knows. But that's those 3 matches taking part at Old Trafford. As in comes Crocombe down the hill from the Cromwell Road, end bowls to Tenduscati, who plays rather across the line. There was an appeal you'd have heard from Ben Brown, but it was very optimistic. And they go through for... In fact, they don't go through for a leg bye. Tenduscati stays where he is. 137 for 3, 59 needed to win. Yes, those 3 games taking part on the 28th and 30th of August, with the final match on the 1st of September. The next test match starts this coming Friday. Which is at the Ageas Bowl. James Fuller has taken a hat-trick.
That's
for Hampshire.
Yeah, that's
at Arundel.
Hot news at Arundel as Sussex, Surrey try to survive.
Yeah, you're not missing any of the action here. We will keep an eye on the other games here on Sports Extra, just to keep you abreast of all the cricket action. But for a moment we've got a slight delay, and I'm uncertain why that is. 137 for 3, Lawrence is on 53, Tenduscati is on 8, Essex needing 59 to win in the South Coast sunshine. I'm not sure whether we're waiting for for a helmet or some protective pads or something to be bought out, but either way we've got a delay in proceedings, which is a little frustrating. Here we go, someone's coming running on with, I think it's young Jack Carson who's had to come running on with, I think it's a helmet. Here he comes running out to bowl, the young off-spinner. And if you missed it earlier, before the match, Simon Harmer was giving Jack Carson a bit of coaching out in the middle before play started, and Jason Gillespie was saying, it was really good of Simon Harmer to give young Jack Carson some time to give him a bit of coaching practice, and he did it yesterday as well. So big heads up for Simon Harmer, whose mum is listening over in South Africa, one of 5 parents whose players are playing in this match who are listening to the commentary. So good afternoon to you all, and one whose son is in the Essex squad but isn't playing. So thank you all, and thank you all for everybody for all your emails that we've had throughout the match. And you can join in Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. In comes Henry Crocombe running in down the hill. Delray Rawlings has gone into short leg. Crocombe bowls a ball of good length that Tenduscarter works to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Change of field placing here. We've taken a slip out. We've got one slip, and then we've got a bat pad in, not where you would conventionally put the bat pad, next to the batsman. He's actually probably 2 strips away.
In comes Crocombe again. The sun has momentarily gone in. He bowls down the leg side, taken by Brown, and there is no run. So to keep you up to date with these other scores around the country, because I think this is beginning to come to a head in this Bob Willis Trophy with 3 rounds of the 5. I'm enjoying it. It's good fun watching all these other fixtures. Kent are 62 without loss at Canterbury, needing another 186 to beat Middlesex. Kent with a win and a loss so far, as in comes Crocombe. Down the hill bowls, and Tenduscarter struck on the pad. The ball rolls out into the offside, fielded by the eager Clark in the covers, and there is no run. Surrey 64 for 8, sliding to a 3rd consecutive defeat against Hampshire. As I say, you won't get too much sympathy in these parts for Surrey, as Jeff Lloyd was saying. Still raining at Edgbaston. Somerset will be really frustrated. Warwickshire 140 for 8 against Somerset. An inspection at 5 o'clock. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Tenduscarter. Beautiful shot, caressed through extra cover, but beautifully timed, and the ball gathers pace as it rolls up the hill, and that's a lovely shot by Ryan Tenduscarter. He goes to 12. Essex 141 for 3, leading 5 to win, and we've got 19 overs remaining.
There is some second team cricket going on, actually, not much, but I would like to mention this. I think at the combined Suffolk and Cambridge were putting a side out today, and they were playing Essex second 11 at Chelmsford, and I think Essex made 235, and in requiring 236 to win, Suffolk and Cambridge side are 86 for 1. So there's some decent young cricketers playing there. There's 2 national counties today, so Suffolk and Cambridgeshire combined to play Essex 2s in a arranged friendly at Chelmsford.
Thank you, Don. Just a result that's coming in from Northampton. Well, Worcestershire have won by 78 runs. I wonder if that game's been playing at Northampton. I'll just check it, but Worcestershire have won by 78 runs, so we'll let you know how that affects the various tables. Yes, it was played at Northampton, so I think that's a 2nd win in the competition for Worcestershire.
Yes, it is. They're quietly doing quite nicely. Garton in. This is played off the hip of Dan Lawrence. He will take a single as the ball is picked up at squarish mid-wicket, shied at the stumps, and mid-off has to do the backing up. 1 run, 142 for 3.
And in fact, that win takes Worcestershire momentarily to the top of the central group. They've played 3-1-2. They've got more batting points than anybody else. They've got 9, and they're top of the group with 57 points. Somerset will be desperate to get on the field and win their 3rd game in a row, but Worcestershire going really well in this competition. 1
slip for Garton. Tenduscarter faces. He slices that with a bit of power into the offside, where Rawlings at backward point stops the ball. Good bit of fielding.
Good game going on between Leicestershire and Durham, where innings were forfeited in that match due to poor weather. That game being played at Grace Road. Leicestershire are 206 for 3. Colin Ackerman is on 60, needing another 86 runs to beat Leicestershire. To beat Durham, I should say.
Garton, he's in, bowls fall, there's a play and a miss. There's a little bit of an appeal from first slip, Phil Salt, but it was a bit of a different appeal really, as Garton I think went up because Phil Salt went up, but not out.
Between Yorkshire and Derbyshire, both of whom have won 2 matches, is heading towards a draw. So all of those results will of course be on the BBC website and the table, so you can have a look and see how your county are going and what you need to do to reach the final of the Bob Willis Trophy.
Garton, left arm over, away from us at the C end. He bowls. This is clipped into The leg side where it's been taken by Thomason. He dropped one last over, but he's made amends this time as Tendescata has played the pickup in the air straight to Thomason. He didn't have to move, and Tendescata goes for 12. Essex have lost their 4th wicket. 142 for 4, just 54 runs away. That is important scalp in this game.
And just as this game, it's ebbed and flowed beautifully for the last 4 days, and just as you think Essex are beginning to canter to victory, all of a sudden Sussex have got a wicket. It's George Garton's 8th wicket of the match. So Kay, who's listening to us, I'm sure will be very pleased, probably leaping around the living room, I expect, at her son George, who has done so well. And I'm feeling very pleased with myself, because I did say we had to write an article for the BBC website about one to watch, and I selected George. So I did.
Well,
so he's doing well.
Mrs. Garton, whatever happens, how many wickets has he got?
We got 5 in the first. He's got 3 in the second. He's got 8.
8. Gosh, if he could get 10, I mean, that's such a benchmark milestone. You don't get many 10-fers in your career in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
And if he was able, surely you would go out and celebrate tonight. Mrs. Garton, it's even one of those cheap nights, isn't it?
It is, yes. It is. It's the Chancellor's £10 off night on a Tuesday.
If you're really confident, go and book a table.
Yeah, well, you never know. Well, they'll be dancing in the streets of Brighton if he gets a 10 for... Anyway, he's picked up 8 wickets as George Garton in the match.
Brilliant.
So, 142 for 4... Don. Essex still favourites, I think. They need 54 to win. 19 overs to go, which is probably largely irrelevant. But if Sussex can whip a couple out here, you know.
It's going to be interesting. A bit of pressure for... Well, he's not so much young now. He's an all-rounder. He bowls left arm. He bats left-handed. He is quite a talented chap. He can hit the ball well. Paul Walter comes to the wicket. Hasn't bowled in this game, I don't think, actually. But he's facing George Garton. He played very well in the first innings, did Walter. Walter leaves this, shoulders arms as it goes through to the keeper, dot ball. So a bit of pressure on Walter. Lawrence knows he's got to be there for another 54 runs, but again, if you can open the door with Walter, you're then looking at Wheater, Harmer, 2 guys that can bat, but there's pressure, and then you're into the tail, the genuine tail.
We've got 5 parents of players playing, 1 parent of a player who's in the Essex squad but not playing, and now we've got a brother of a player playing who's listening. Isn't this great?
A brother.
Yeah,
Any clues?
Yeah.
Which team?
Essex.
Right. Okay, Garton moves away. Will he make Walter play? He does. Walter comes forward with a straight bat and plays it back to the bowler. End of the over. The score, therefore, 142 for 4. Essex are still 54 needed for that win.
So, afternoon, gentlemen. Not a parent, but a proud brother, Matthew from South Africa, and I've been listening to my younger brother, Simon, who's playing. So it's Simon Harmer's brother. Yes. Another great day for the man. He got 5 wickets again. He bowled beautifully, and he caught some terrific catches in the slips, particularly in the early part of the match. Hoping our Eagles can get over the line here. Great to see Dan playing like the future England great he is soon to become, referring there to Dan Lawrence, who's 54 not out. Matt, thanks so much for getting in touch.
Yes,
the wonders of the internet.
It is, yes. I would imagine there'll be many brothers, many mums and dads listening and or watching on the streams, listening to this wonderful service that is the BBC cricket commentary service. Every ball in every game, you can listen to it.
In comes Henry Crocombe. He's running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming into bowl to the right-handed Lawrence, who plays this to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. We've got another family member getting in touch.
Go on.
But this is an auntie. This is from Matt Quinn's Surrey-based aunt and uncle, Sue and Ian Morris, currently in England's border county of Northumberland, thoroughly enjoying the commentary of an enthralling game, hoping for an Essex win. As in comes Henry Crocombe, past umpire ball, bowls, it's played in the air by Matt Lawrence. It didn't carry as far as mid-on, but it was a slightly edgy shot from Dan Lawrence. 142 for 4, 54 needed to win.
Yeah, very interesting stage of the game. Another wicket would put the cat amongst the pigeons, or, as we're down here, should we say cat amongst the seagulls?
Yeah, absolutely. Harry Finch gives us the thumbs up as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Lawrence slaps that one away through the covers. Tollison's quickly round, very good bit of fielding. That's a good piece of work by Aaron Thomason, and a throw right over the top of the stumps as well. Good cricket all round, good shot, good fielding. 2 more to Lawrence, he goes to 56. Essex to 144 for 4, needing 52 to win.
He's an ebullient, he's a bustling cricketer, is Aaron Thomason, who Sussex brought down from Birmingham, from Warwickshire.
Yes, he made his debut at Kidderminster last year against Warwickshire, a game that had been moved from New Road. Crocombe on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls slightly outside of the off stump, and Lawrence has nothing to do with it. The ball goes through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. We've got an update to our listeners on BBC Sussex and Surrey just coming up, so bear with us while that happens. Lovely afternoon. I don't think the weather's going to intervene. Lots of blue sky drifting over the English Channel, over the Hove, and sunshine all across this lovely cricket ground.
Can I add, I haven't seen any rains in the 2 days I've been here.
In comes Crocombe and bowls, and Lawrence again is on the back foot and plays his through backward point, fielded by Tonnison. 1 more to the total. Well, you're the lucky omen, because it was awful here for the first 2 days. We only had 60 overs.
I've worn shorts for 2 days.
145 for 4. Lawrence on 57. And we need to mention Dan Lawrence, because he left the England squad due, I believe, to a family illness or a bereavement.
Yes, yeah.
And wanted to play, as we understand, in this game, and he's batted extremely well. Now we're going to give the update to our listeners in a few moments' time. Essex with their noses ahead here, but another couple of wickets. Yeah, thanks, James. Well, Essex just with their noses in front, you know, but in the Hove sunshine, if Sussex could pick up a couple of wickets, this really could still be a very exciting game. Essex 145 for 4. It means they need another 51 to win. Dan Lawrence is going very nicely for the visitors. He's on 57. But the man for the day is George Garton, who's now taken 8 wickets in the match, the young Sussex left-arm bowler. Meanwhile, not such a good day for Surrey. They're sliding to defeat at Arundel. They're 72 for 9 and still trailing Hampshire by 54 runs. So that's the end of the over here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Sports Extra, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley. Essex 145 for 4. They need 51 runs to win. They've got 17 overs to go. That's very conveniently at 3 an over, which isn't really the issue. It's all about Sussex needing wickets, and the man with the ball now has taken 8 of them so far in the match, George Garton, including Sir Alistair Cook on twice in the match.
Absolutely.
In he comes.
Here he comes. He bowls. It's short. It's played with a straight bat back down to the bowler. Lawrence, who's been very interested in pulling and hooking today, but he was selective there, which is good to see. There is bags of time. There is still 17 overs.
I had an email through from Julian, who's a regular here at Hove and a regular contributor. He can't be here because we're behind closed doors, and he says, "Hi Adrian, I'm not related to any player, but I'm enjoying the commentary." So that's nice.
Good. Garton, away from us at the sea end. He bowls. This is a good length. There's a quick single. Water was slow to go, but it was a good call by the striking batsman, Dan Lawrence. He knew he was going to get in. Water was, can I say, which school children often do, was ball watching. And
on his heels?
Yeah, he was, but he did get in. Can I just say a quick hello? We've had an email from, I think it's pronounced Piet de Toit, and saying he's listening, enjoying it in the sunshine in Suffolk.
Lovely.
As Garton on his way in bowls, this is full delivery, which is thrown back from the bowler to the batsman because he was caressing it down the wicket. And Garton, I don't know if he was going to be able to hit the stumps because I think water was in the way. Well,
that was good cricket, wasn't it? It was driven firmly back by Paul Walter, and George Gartner was down very quickly, fielded it off his own bowling and hurled the ball at the stumps. But really good, aggressive cricket. Yeah. It's great to watch.
Walter very tall man, about 6'8". It's a Yorker, great Yorker, pitched up delivery on the toes of Paul Walter. He digs it out, and Garton can't get his 9th wicket. Where will he get it from? Will it be a bouncer? Will it be a swinging delivery from the left armour? Will it be a Yorker? There are 2 slips in the gully waiting for an edge from Paul Walter.
A result in the game between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. That game is drawn. It is now raining at Leicester in the game between Leicestershire and Durham. Leicestershire needing another 84 runs to win. Worcestershire have already won.
Shadows getting larger. Well played. He comes forward. Maybe a double movement there as Garton bowls a foolish delivery, and Paul Walter, a man from Billericay and Hornchurch, comes forward and just plays with soft hands out to mid-on.
A result at Canterbury. It's a draw in the game between Kent and Middlesex. So Kent have won 1, lost 1 and drawn 1, and I think Middlesex are the same. So we'll see how that affects the southern group. So a draw at Canterbury.
Garton on his way, left arm over, bowls, and this is angled down to third man. There is no third man, so that's an easy 4 runs for Paul Walter. The moral victory, though, was for the bowler. Essex move ever closer, 150. There are nobody's here to applause, but they will be very aware they've got it below 50. It's 46 to win this Bob Willis Trophy County Championship 4-day fixture here at Hove. You're talking about winning and being top of the table, and clearly if Essex do win this, they'll be 3 from 3.
Yes, they will.
And I'll say it again, I do believe that the top team in one of the groups that ends up having less batting points will probably suffer the fate of not qualifying for the final.
In comes Crocombe. He bowls to Dan Lawrence, who plays quietly to mid-wicket. There is no run. One further result that has come in is that Surrey have been bundled out for 74 at Arundel, and Hampshire have won by an innings and 52 runs. So back-to-back wins for Hampshire. They won at Radlett last week against Middlesex. They lost here against Sussex, so Hampshire will feel that they're in the mix as well, and I think they play Essex next week at Arundel.
They do indeed.
So that's going to be an interesting game. In comes Crocombe, running in down the hill, bowls to Lawrence. Oh, he very nearly plays on. In fact, he's been wrapped on the hand, and he wrings his right hand. Now, let's see what... I think he's okay, but he very, very nearly played on.
Bounced off a length, and I think it hit his bottom glove, probably his bottom glove thumb, and then very nearly went onto the wickets. Decent delivery, but it did bounce extraordinarily from a length.
Just the one slip in place, a third man, a sweeper at backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side. As in comes Crocombe, bowls to Lawrence, who plays to Rawlings. He won't take a single to Delray Rawlings, who's patrolling and prowling around in that mid-wicket area. No way was he going to take a single there. And it's another dot ball. Henry Crocombe, 18-year-old, from Eastbourne, is in his 8th over, no wicket for 29. Essex needing 46 to win. They've got 16 overs in which to get them. And Dan Lawrence is maybe carrying his side to victory. He's on 58, but he's facing Crocombe, who comes in down the hill, bowls. He takes a couple of steps down the wicket. There could be a run out here. The throw comes in. Oh, he misses. Does Tom Clark? Well, it was an awful bit of running between Paul Walter and Dan Lawrence. Lawrence played it into the offside. There was some yes-knowing. Walter didn't set off, then he did. And I think if Tom Clark had hit the stumps, I think Walter was out by a country mile. But he missed the stumps from probably about 15 yards. And Walter survives. And that gives you an idea, Don, of just the tension that's out there at the moment. 45 needed to win. Essex 151 for 4. Lawrence goes to 59.
Just the words cricket awareness. Come on, chaps, you've got to be sensible here. Good calling. Don't ball watch, back your mate's call. That's what you've got to do in this situation.
Crocombe around the wicket to the left-handed Walter. He's in and bowls, and nicely played by Walter down to third man. A ball that was slightly wide outside the off stump, and Haynes comes running in from third man and fields. It's one more to Walter. He goes to 5. Essex 152 for 4, needing 44 to win here on Sports Extra, BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sussex. Live cricket from Hove. The sun has momentarily disappeared. There's some heavier cloud rolling in, but there's some lighter cloud behind it, and still plenty of blue around, so fingers crossed we're going to get through. I know the forecast pretty much everywhere tomorrow is shocking.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, really windy and wet. I don't think we'd have played much here tomorrow, so thank goodness it's today. In comes Crocombe. A gully has been brought into play. The third man done away with as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and up on his toes. His Lawrence plays it to the offside. If he hits, he's out. Oh, he misses again. Well, it was awful running. It was played into the offside by Lawrence, and yet again there was yes knowing. It went to the same fielder, who's Tom Clark. He shied at the stumps, and again, had he hit, Walter would have been run out.
Well, you can understand it happening once. Understand it happening 3 times?
Well, that's incredible, isn't it?
I'm not so sure. Come on, there's got to be better cricket awareness here. The running between the wickets, and whether your partner's looking for it. It was towards the end of the over. Paul Walter perhaps wasn't looking for it and felt that he was going to take the strike, but the senior batsman is at the other end and he wants the strike. Dan Lawrence is on 60, Paul Walter's on 5. So look, they've offered Sussex 3 chances here for a run out.
Yeah. So 153 for 4, 43 needed to win. What could George Garton do? He's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 3 for 32. The next voyage will be Don Topley.
George Garton, here he comes at the crease. He bowls a bouncer, it's pulled, and it's caught down the leg side. He's been given, he's going to have to go. George Garton has got out, bounced out. Dan Lawrence down the leg side with a little bit of a glove as it goes through to the keeper, Ben Brown. That's the 5th wicket. That is an amazingly important wicket in Sussex's charge to take the remaining wickets to win this incredible game of 4-day championship cricket. And it's really, really interesting now. Well, George Garton has gone and done it. Dan Lawrence will go, did I need to play it? It was down the leg side, a little glove through to the keeper. Listen, it doesn't matter, he's gone. Caught Brown, bowled Garton for 60, a valuable 60, but it's now you're slowly getting into the guys that can bat, but bat less. You've got Paul Walter, who's given Sussex a few chances already, and to join him is the Essex wicketkeeper, Adam Wheater.
That is 9 wickets in the match for George Garton.
Mrs. Garton.
K. Garton.
Book that table.
Book the table, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you say, it's the Chancellor's special offer on a Monday, Tuesday, and a Wednesday. So, even more reason to go out. And if Sussex win this, well, who's to say that you'd still say I think Essex are favourites, but you did say that Tenderscarter was the key wicket.
Was the key wicket. Because you can see there's a little bit of panic coming.
Definitely.
In here. We all know, everybody that's ever played the game of cricket knows about panic when you're batting, when suddenly, sometimes it's this runaway train you can't control, or pressure, or people react differently. They might be very calm and collected in the dressing room, but put them out there when it's 2 versus the 11 on the park, anything happens. It's real pressure.
Yeah, it really is. It's exciting stuff. What can George do now?
Garton on his way in to Wheater. Wheater plays forward, and it's a play and a miss, and I think that ball was a very good length, and I just think it curled back a little bit because of the length he bowled. Mrs. Garton, if you're listening, your son has just got a 5-wicket haul, his career best, his first 5-wicket haul in the first innings. He could get 10 wickets, which really doesn't happen often in a 4-day first-class fixture. So you must celebrate whatever the outcome is if he gets a 10-wicket haul.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Essex still needing 43 to win. They've still got their noses in front, I reckon, but only just.
Garton in, and this is very well bowled on that good length. which is testing Wheater. Wheater comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat and soft hands.
Well, we've had a tweet in on BBC Sussex Sport from Neil. Thank you, Neil Johnson, for getting in touch. He's enjoying the excellent match coverage on the website. Yeah, well done, Sussex Cricket Club. Well done, the boys in the media team. As we've said several times during this match, you know, some clubs are not blessed with huge media teams, and people working very hard behind the scenes to make sure the pictures are going out. So glad there's lots of people enjoying them via the Sussex website.
Garton in. This is driven down the ground to
well fielded Mitch
Claydon, who I don't want to be unkind, but he went down in instalments.
But it was a good stop actually. When Wheater played, it was a nice shot. It was a nice off drive, and Mitch Claydon was down. I thought that was probably going to be 4 runs, and I do the big man a disservice.
Yeah,
don't tell him I thought it was going to be 4 runs.
No, I did too, but he did well. I think he went down very quickly in that last sector. As Garton, in he comes. What can he do? He's bowled this, and this is driven square of the wicket, off the full face of the bat really, and it's gone to backward point where there is no run. What noticeably for me, and look, Adam Wheater's quite small. Garton's got his lengths right here, sensibly. This is the sign of good bowling. He could bang it in and bowl short. Wheater gets out the way and plays it quite well, but you have to pitch it further up to Wheater because he's quite small, and Garton is doing that. There's the bouncer. He's pulled it, and he's pulled it for 4 on the longest part of the boundary. We just said how good Wheater is at the short ball pulling and hooking, and he's just showed it there. That was, Sussex point of view, that was a super over. He got the wicket, he's put the batsman under pressure, and he's just released that pressure because he's bowled a bouncer at Adam Wheater. Shouldn't have done that, but it was a good over.
So 157 for 5 are Essex. Wheater is on 4. Walter is on 5. Essex needing 39 more runs to win. They've got 14 overs in which to get them. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Sports Extra on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Sussex. Just to run you through the results in some of the other games, because the results are coming in. A draw between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. Raining in Leicester, where Leicester need 84 runs to beat Durham with 7 wickets in hand. Looks like a draw at the game between Yorkshire and Derbyshire, still in the first innings there. In fact, it's just been announced the match has been drawn. Derbyshire going through to a 3rd batting bonus point. They've reached 300 for 7 declared, but that match is drawn. Still playing in the game between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Glamorgan lead Gloucestershire by 110 runs with 2 wickets remaining. As a result from earlier, Worcestershire securing their 2nd win. They've beaten Northamptonshire by 78 runs. A result at Edgbaston, where the match has been drawn between Warwickshire and Somerset. So a hugely frustrating day for Somerset, because Warwickshire began the day 6 wickets down. They've been on and off for rain, but that game has been drawn. Warwickshire finishing on 140 for 8. Hampshire have thrashed Surrey at Arundel by an innings and 52 runs. The game between Kent and Middlesex has been drawn. And here comes Henry Crocombe running down the hill. The sun has momentarily disappeared. Comes in and bowls to Paul Walter, who drives firmly to extra cover, fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. 2 slips, a 3rd man. Point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square. I think if Essex win this game, they will have, well, I don't think they will have the 3 wins, and they could well be top of the 18 counties. Just a change in the field. One of the slips has come out. That's Harry Finch. He's gone to mid-wicket to prevent the single. Crocombe is back to his mark. He's in his 9th over. No wicket for 32. He's coming running in around the wicket. Bowls to Walter. Walter drives firmly, and that's a lovely shot. Beautifully played by Paul Walter. It was overpitched by Henry Crocombe, and he picked the gap between cover and mid-off. And the ball rolls away up to the far end of the ground towards the pavilion, where the Essex players are all sitting outside. There's gazebos, which is their changing area. They're away from the Sussex players, and they were applauding. Walter goes to 9. Essex 161 for 5. 35 needed to win. Crocombe in a game, bowls, and again driven by Walter in that same area, but he doesn't quite time it, and Claydon fields the ball, sends in an awful throw that Harry Finch, who had just been posted to mid-wicket, does well to back up and save any overthrows. But it's one more to Walter. He goes into double figures. He's on 10, and Essex to 162 for 5. The sun is back with us. But Essex just needing 34 for win, and just every time in this match when we thought, oh, that's it, something has happened. So, you wouldn't bet against the fact that there might be another wicket goes down, or there's a little bit more drama. We shall see. Finch is back in the slips. There's 2 slips for the new batsman Adam Wheater. 3 men saving one on the offside, as in comes Crocombe over the wicket this time. Bowls to Wheater, who smashes that one away through the covers for 4 runs. There was a bit too much width there from Henry Crocombe, and Wheater absolutely belted that through the covers for 4.
Yeah,
was
bit
in
of
the
width,
air, but
bit of short, bit of width. Wheater loves that. You hold that different length, Adam Wheater. He's a smallish chap. Doesn't always get very far forward, so you have to pitch the ball further up. And as a bowler, you have to try and imagine that and try and replicate it with your bowling circle, releasing it that much earlier in your bowling circle, so it pitches so much further up. So important to understand how to release the ball for different lengths.
Crocombe in the South Coast Sunshine bowls to Wheater. That is pitched up and driven firmly by Wheater, and Crocombe does well. The 18-year-old getting both hands to the ball, parrying the ball away, and there is no run. So in the central group, all very tight. Worcestershire have played 3. They've got 57 points. Somerset have played 3. They've got 56 points. So those 2 counties are leading the way in the central group. In the northern group, it really is tight. In comes Crocombe. Bright sunshine again. Now he comes running down the hill past umpire Gould bowls, and Wheater pulls down towards deep backward square, fielded by George Garton, who holds onto the ball. He didn't want to throw it in because he was throwing it straight into with the sun, and he just hang on to it so that he wouldn't throw it to Ben Brown, who wouldn't be able to see. It's the end of the over. 167 for 5. Crocombe 9 overs, 1 made, 0 for 42. Wheater is on 9. Walter is on 10. 29 needed to win for Essex. There's 13 overs remaining. Just to run through these groups, Derbyshire in the northern group of top, they've played 3, they've got 57 points. Yorkshire have played 3, they've got 55 points. In the south group, Hampshire have played 3, they've got 45 points. Kent have played 3, they've got 42 points. So I think if Essex were to win here, they would pick up 19 points from this game. I don't think these have been updated for this match, so I think they would go to 61 points. So I think they would be the top of everybody.
Garton, in he comes, bowls, and this is a genuine play and miss, but for me, what we've just seen in the last over, we've seen a bit of short bowling, not particularly disciplined, which has given Essex boundary opportunities, but Garton then was dragging Adam Wheater forward. That's the length, young man. That was super bowling. Can he get another wicket? 4 for 36 off his 9 overs so far. 4 for 36 to go with his 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Garton turns. Can he find a little bit of energy for a gorgeous delivery? This time it's a good delivery which he fields on his follow-through. Wheater was looking to play just a little bit into the leg side then.
Wondering what Ben Brown is thinking here. Henry Crocombe, he's a young cricketer. I just wonder whether Ben Brown might be thinking, he's got the experienced Stuart Meeker. I wonder whether he might give Meeker maybe a blast down the hill, because Sussex need wickets here. If they don't take wickets, they're not going to win this match, because there's only 29 needed to win.
Whoever bowls it, just don't bowl short at Wheater. You've got to be sensible about the lengths you bowl. Garton bowling to Wheater. This time it's short and wide, and it's gone out to Rawlings at cover where there is no run. 2 men back. We've got a fine leg that is a bit squarer because of Adam Wheater and George Garton, and then we've also got a deep backward square leg which is on 5-10 yards from the boundary, on the big boundary here, which will probably encourage George Garton to bowl that short ball. Is it worth the risk? He's already seen Wheater hit him for 4 with a pull. Does he do it again, or does he double bluff and pitch it up? He bowls short and it goes through mid-wicket for 4. There we go.
Yeah, that was too short. There's no real protection on this leg side. There's a man at fine leg, a man at deep backward square. The only man in front of square on the leg side was Stuart Meeker at mid-on. and he had no chance of cutting that off. It's prompted a change in the field, and Ben Brown has sent Harry Finch, who was fielding a second slip, into mid-wicket.
When the bowlers bowl these pitch-up deliveries, Essex look concerned. They're inconvenienced. They've got to come forward. They've got to play with a straight bat. But each time Sussex have bowled a short ball, Essex have used that to manipulate and score runs. And that's Garton well bowled, well fielded in particular, and a shy at the stumps. I think he would have been in. Wheater scampers through for a single. So Paul Waters now facing, and he's got one ball to face for this over. He doesn't need to do anything brilliant, doesn't need to go for gold, doesn't need to do anything daft. This is a really important delivery.
Very good a bit of fielding there by Tom Clark, actually, at backward point. He dived full stop because full length, I should say, full stop, full length. That would have definitely been 4 runs had he not done so.
2 slips waiting as Garton bowls to Water. Water forces it off the back foot, tries to play a forcing back foot drive, mistimes it into the floor, and it is a dot ball. End of the over, 172 for 5. Just coming up to 5:30. There's 24 to win. Sussex need 5 wickets, and there still remains, I think it's 11 overs.
Yes, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. It's been a super 4 days down here at Hove. The weather was awful for the first couple of days. We lost 120 overs, but even still, 2 lovely days. We've had a terrific game of cricket. For those people just joining us, some people will be joining all the time. Sussex bowled out today as they've just taken the scoreboard away, which isn't desperately helpful. Sussex bowled out for 141 this morning, losing the last 8 wickets for 84. Essex needing 196 to win. They're now 172 for 5 as Mitch Claydon is back into the attack. Down the hill, comes in and bowls, and he's caught behind, and there is another twist in the tail. There's been twists and turns throughout this match, and Ben Brown has had the Midas touch throughout this game. Every time he seems to have changed the bowling, a wicket has fallen, and Adam Wheater, who's on his way for 14, a little nick outside the off stump. Ben Brown behind the timbers did the rest, and Adam Wheater is on his way for 14. And just as we thought that Essex really did have their noses in front, maybe there's another sting in the tail as the 6th Essex wicket goes down. And Sussex really needed that, and that's just going to get the nerves jangling a little bit in the gazebo over to our left-hand side. What a game of cricket we've had, Don Topley.
Absolutely. Nerves are jangling in the little marquees. Gosh, nerves are jangling in this commentary box. This is just wonderful. This is what we all love about the game of cricket. This is exciting. Really is exciting.
Yes.
Well...
It really is good stuff. Now, we know that Simon Harmer's family are listening. Mum Barbara, I think it was.
Barbara, brother Mark.
Brother Martha, was it Matt?
Matt.
Yep. Listening over in South Africa. So, exciting stuff. 172 for 6. Harmer comes to the wicket. Paul Water is on 10. Still 24 needed to win. So Essex are still favourites, you would think. Well, they are favourites. As in comes... Claydon down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. It's a glorious sunny scene. If you're sitting at home and thinking about Hove, well, this is Hove in all its glory. Lovely blue sky, beautiful green lush outfield, the shadows of the players in their whites. All we're missing is a crowd, but it just looks fabulous.
It does. Verdant green with all that rain.
Yeah.
Blue sky now. Just gentlemen all in their brilliant whites.
In comes Claydon, running in down the hill, comes in and bowls. Oh, and he's caught! What a catch by Harry Finch! He's caught, and Simon Harmer is on his way for a duck. And Mitch Claydon has picked up his 2nd wicket of the over. It came off of Simon Harmer's glove. He's gone for a duck. And Essex 172 for 7. They still need 24 to win. And how many more twists and turns are we going to have in this tremendous game of cricket here at Hove? Harmer makes his way off. Well, we thought at the beginning of this over that maybe that was it, but the Sussex boys are having none of it. And really, this is even Stevens now. 24 needed to win.
Do you remember I mentioned the tie?
Yes, you did. You did. We said all 3 results were possible, and you said all 4 results were possible, Adrian. So there we are. Simon Harmer is on his way. Mitch Claydon, the 37-year-old, has picked up his 2nd wicket. We hope you're enjoying it here on Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex. Just a reminder of how the other games have gone today very briefly. A draw in the game between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. It's raining at Leicester, where Leicester need 84 runs to beat Durham. A draw between Yorkshire and Derbyshire. They're still playing in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 187 for 8, leading Gloucestershire by 122. Worcestershire have beaten Northants by 78 runs. A draw at Edgbaston in the game between Warwickshire and Somerset. Surrey have been beaten heavily by an innings and 52 runs at Arundel against Hampshire. And a draw at Canterbury in the game between Kent and Middlesex. But I assure you, you can't take your eyes off this for a moment. The new batsman who's come in, Aaron Beard, the left-handed batsman. 2 slips are in place. There's a 3rd man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Ben Brown is just wanting to adjust his... Now he's bringing in his 3rd man, I think, into the gully. Yes, he is. George Garton is coming trotting in from his position at 3rd man into the gully. So 2 slips in the gully. Here comes Claydon running in down the hill past umpire Gould. He's in and bowls, and Beard lets one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run.
I do think Ben Brown deserves a bit of credit here as captain of Sussex. What's been impressive that, look, poor old Henry Crocombe struggled a bit, and if you remember when he bowled from that top end, he bowled a few 4 balls, and it just released the pressure from Essex. He probably put his arm round him at the end of that over and said, look, have a blow. And he's brought on the old stager, Mitch Claydon, who's done a fantastic job.
Comes in again, bowls to Aaron Beard, who plays from the crease to backward point, and the Sussex fielders are absolutely on their toes. They've got a real spring in their step, and Tom Clark was in very, very quickly to field that ball. There was never a chance for a run. Aaron Beard adjusts his helmet and fiddles around in the crease. There's tension around Hove.
Definitely.
Claydon wanders back to his mark.
But he's seen it all before, hasn't he, Mitch Claydon? So he's not going to be as nervous as Henry Crocombe in this situation.
Claydon in again. He bowls and Beard is forward. He's making Beard play every delivery. What an over from Mitch Claydon. 2 wickets in the over. Figures of 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41. Essex 172 for 7. Paul Walter is on 10. Aaron Beard is yet to score. Essex need 24 more runs to win. 11 overs remaining in the day, which you think are academic. I could see Stuart Meeker warming up, but I think George Garton, well, I thought looked a little tired at the end of that last over. But I'll tell you what, he'll want to bowl now because... well, everyone's going to want to bowl now, aren't they?
Could you have a little look on your computer just to tell me how many overs George bowled in the first innings?
Yes, of course I can.
He's bowled 10, 4 for 41, as he now starts his 11th over. Bowling to Walter. Walter comes forward, plays with a straight bat into the offside. There is no run.
George Garton figures in the Essex first innings were 10.3 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 26.
So he's got 9 for 67 off his 20.1 overs in match figures, which is brilliant. But believe me, 20 overs in 10 overs yesterday, 10 overs today. Listen, it will mentally and physically take it out of him, especially in these 4-day games. It's a... oh! He's looked to Paul to square leg, but he's got a bottom edge. It goes to fine leg, where Paul Walter takes 2 runs. There was a bit of fortune about that shot, but it was another short ball that the Essex batsman has gone after, and he got a bottom edge. Bit fortuitous.
Well, I think he was lucky there. I mean, that could so easily have played on as it was, and it was a shot that just looked a slightly nervy shot to me as well. 22 runs needed to win for Essex.
Garton has got to find that energy for another wicket somehow. Garton bowls. Wilt Walter plays through the covers. There's definitely going to be one good bit of fielding. Yes, it is by Thomason, who's done very well in the sun on the scoreboard side, but Water has caressed that through the offside field for two more, 176 for 7.
Yeah, that was a good shot. I didn't think the previous one was a good shot, but that was a good shot. 20 needed to win. 3 wickets Sussex need. The way this game has gone.
I hope you're enjoying this on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Essex and BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Welcome all. Garton bowls. Immaculate forward defensive as Water plays up to mid-off. Excellent bit of cricket. Great delivery from George Garton, but equally well played by Paul Water. There are plenty of overs. Don't worry. You just bat sensibly in this situation, but when you're out there doing it and you're in charge, there's always a bit of panic. Now, the field is being squeezed now as we're coming towards the end of the over. 2 balls left, so the men have come in from the boundary and they're trying to prevent the single because they want to bowl at Beard next over. Garton bowls. This is whipped and very well fielded by...
I think that's Harry Finch in there. That was a really good bit of fielding. It was clipped very firmly. Yes, it was Harry Finch by Water, and Finch is patrolling that mid-wicket area. Either side of him, actually, that could have been 4 runs because there is a fielder out at deep square leg. But Finch was in really quickly to prevent the single.
Finch supporting his bowler there, absolutely right. That was a good-looking shot from Water. Sussex need 3 wickets. Essex need 20. Garton bowls a slower ball. It's in the air. It's chipped over the infield on the offside. Delroy Rawlings is running after it. He picks it up just in front of the boundary and Essex decline the 3rd run sensibly. Good bit of fielding by Rawlings. Well bowled. A slower ball. It's certainly deceived Paul Water, but Paul Water gets away with 2 more runs. Score now 178 for 7. Water on 16. Beard to face on 0.
Well, he got away with them really there, did he? The ball looped over the cover fieldsman. Paul Water riding his luck a little bit in that over. He had the 2 that he edged down to fine leg, then a very fine shot through the covers for 2. That was a rather edgy shot over the covers. Nonetheless, it takes his side to within 18 runs of victory. 178 for 7. Blue sky and puffy cotton wool clouds above Hove as Mitch Claydon is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end, running down the hill with 2 slips in the gully to bowl to the left-handed Aaron Beard. He's in and bowls, and Beard is driving into the guts. A nice-looking shot. He's going to get runs here out to the cover boundary, and he only got a couple of runs. A brilliant piece of fielding, and in fact, that was just the 1 run. That was magnificent by Delroy Rawlings. He chased back, he pulled the ball in, they got the throw in, and it meant that Beard, who probably thought he was going to get 4, just got 1. Well done, Delroy. He got a... If the 100 had been played this year, he'd got a place in the 100. He's a very fine fielder. I think that's perhaps one of the reasons. Well, he's very, very quick.
I think I've seen the 2 innings I've seen from Essex. Delroy Rawlings has probably saved. He saved something last over. He's probably saved 12 runs in the game.
Clayton comes in, bowls to Water, who's up on his toes and plays quietly into the offside. There is no run. Ben Brown slightly on the defensive here for Paul Water. There's a slip, a 3rd man, a deep backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. 17 needed for Essex to win. They're 179 for 7. And Paul Water is on 16. He's faced 19 deliveries, which is academic. In comes Claydon, round the wicket, bowls, and Water, with a flick of the wrists, plays that to mid-on, where it's fielded by Stuart Meeker. There is no run. You could hear a pin drop.
You could. This is such an important innings for Paul Water. Doesn't always play in this Essex side, in and out. Has played some white ball cricket, T20, but he's got an opportunity in the 4-day first class side. And obviously Ravi Popara moving on to pastures new. There's an opportunity, so it's an important knock.
Claydon in, down the leg side. He's rather lucky to get away with that, is Mitch Claydon. Paul Water was looking to flick that one away down here towards fine leg. He missed it. It goes through to Brown. There is no run. There is a result in the game at Glamorgan. Glamorgan have drawn with Gloucestershire, so plenty of draws in this round of matches. So only 2 games are still going on in the Bob Willis Trophy. At Grace Road, where actually it's raining at the moment, Leicestershire 208 for 3, needing 84 to beat Durham. And here, a gloriously sunny Hove, where Essex needs 17 more runs with 3 wickets remaining. In comes Claydon, bowls to Walter, plays it into the offside. Clark is very quickly in from backward point to field. And again, there is no run.
Got an email here, a couple of emails that have come through from Alistair, who's in Corfu.
Ooh.
He's really enjoying the stream and the commentary from his hotel balcony in Corfu.
Oh, lovely.
He says, come on the Eagles. Dan Lawrence looks a test match batting in waiting. Well, test match batsman. He might have to wait a little longer as his team is trying to win this 4-day fixture.
Sussex have bought the field and it's the last ball of the over. They're all saving the one. Claydon comes in. Walter pulls onto the leg side. He's going to get at least 1, possibly 2 and maybe 3 to retain the strike. Finch chases back towards mid-wicket, gets in the throw, but Walter with a shot. It was slightly across the line, but at this stage he's probably less concerned about that. He's got 3 runs and he will retain the strike, which is important for Essex. 182 for 7. 14 needed to win for Essex. 9 overs remaining in the day. I don't think we're going to have to bother about the 9 overs. Sussex need those 3 wickets. Essex need 14 runs. If you're just joining us, a wonderful day's cricket. George Garton with 9 wickets in the match for Sussex. Simon Harmer earlier on today picking up the umpteenth fifer of his career as Sussex were bowled out for 141. Essex needed 196 to win. They're 14 from victory. Hope you're enjoying the commentary here on Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley.
George Garton, what have you got? Here he comes. He's bowling to Paul Walter, who plays it on the front foot back to the bowler. Well bowled, great length, well batted, Paul Walter. Got another email from a gentleman called Alex. Thoroughly enjoying this tight contest between Essex and Sussex. Listening from Boston, Massachusetts, over in the States. And he writes, Dan Lawrence, he looks much better now. He's got rid of his trigger movements. He would also like to see England play at the Sussex ground, as Walter drives Garton to mid-off. Garton dives to try and collect the ball, but the ball is hit quite well by Walter there to mid-off. There is no run. And he goes on to say he would like to see England play some matches at the Sussex's ground in the future. The problem with it, I was going to say that the England women play a lot at Taunton, Chelmsford and Hove, which is really good to see, because those non-test match grounds really do support those ladies' games. So well done to everyone there. Walter's facing, he's pulled him out to the man along the floor, I might add, at deep square leg, where Walter will take the single. 1 more run. Just 13 is needed. And don't forget, Essex have not lost a fixture in this first class campaign since 2019, where they lost the very first fixture at Southampton at the Ageas Bowl, when they went on to win that championship last season. So they're not used to losing. They're used to winning. Can they get over the line against Sussex here? Sussex need 3 wickets. And it's George Garton who's got 9 in the game so far. He bowls. It's pitched up. It's driven into the offside by Beard. Well played by Beard, but a very fine delivery again by George Garton. Pitching it up.
And it also... we should mention that whilst some counties have played under strength sides or given youngsters a chance, Sussex has certainly given youngsters a chance in this competition. Of this Essex side, 8 of them played in the side that clinched the county championship last September down in Taunton. So it's a strong Essex side, and they're going to be top of the pile in this competition if they win this game after 3 matches.
Garton to Beard. Beard goes back, tucks it away from his hips. He looks for a quick single. He does indeed. Good ball. Maybe just a little too straight if I'm being overcritical. Beard was able to get off strike, rotate it and take another single. So Beard on 2. We've got Walter on 20. Essex need 12. Sussex need 3 wickets, and there are still 8 overs to go after this over. We've got another email from Mr. Hawkley, Mr. Don Hawkley, who's throwing a pot while listening to this exciting game. And this time it is driven in the offside. It's played with an open-faced bat. There's a shy at the bowling end of the stumps, and there's overthrows.
I think that hit.
Did it?
I think it hit the batsman. Now we just have to wait and see what happened. Paul Walter is looking.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was maybe deemed dead ball.
The throw came in. I think it hit Paul Walter and rebounded towards. So we'll have to see how many runs have been given and whether the batsmen stay where they are.
I think they ran the one.
Yes, I think they did run the one, and that was all. We've got some drinks being brought out now, so it's the end of the over. 185 for 7. Walter is on 21. Beard is on 2. We've got, as you say, 8 overs remaining in the day. Essex needing 11 to win.
And I think Meeker's on.
He's certainly warming up down below us, is Stuart Meeker.
And he prefers to bowl from the sea end up the hill,
yes,
where there's, generally speaking, a little bit more bounce here at Hove.
So I wonder if George Gartner's finished his spell. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 50 for George Gartner, 9 wickets in the match. He certainly played his part. But Essex just needing 11 runs for victory. But in a game that has had many twists and turns, they'll know they've got a little bit more work to do yet, as Mitch Claydon comes running in bright sunshine down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Walter and plays carefully to Delray Rawlings, who comes racing in from the covers to field. There is no run. There is a slip and a third man, a sweeper at backward point, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. 185 for 7. Essex will take 19 points from this match if they win. Sussex just the 3. Doesn't seem quite fair, really, but you never know. In comes Claydon. Bowl shot pulled away by Walter, but in the air, if there'd been a square leg, he would have been caught, as it was. There isn't. Haynes gets in the throw. Fortunately, young Crocombe was backing up, and the runs required are down to 10. Sussex probably won't begrudge Paul Walter that single, because it brings Aaron Beard.
He mishit it, didn't he?
He did mishit it, and had there been an orthodox square leg, he would have been caught.
But if he'd have hit it properly, he may have gone straight down the gentleman's throat at deep square leg.
Might well have done. Now, Mitch Claydon is just rearranging his field. Ben Brown needs to go on the attack here, and he's doing just that. He's got 2 slips in and a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, and just Stuart Meeker down here at fine leg in front of us. As in comes Claydon around the wicket. He's bowling, and Beard works that into the offside. There's not a single there, fielded by Tom Clark at backward point, and there is no run. 186 for 7 here on Sports Extra, Radio Essex and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Don Topley, on what has been a hugely entertaining day of 4-day cricket, the final day of this match in the Bob Willis Trophy. Claydon is back to his mark. It's a game that's ebbed and flowed, but Essex now with their noses in front, as in comes Claydon around the wicket, bowls to Beard, who drives into the covers, and Delray Rawlings, for the umpteenth time today, makes a very good stop in the covers and prevents a single.
Garton fields well, Rawlings fields well, Clark fields well. It's really good to see there. I suppose in going back years, we used to call them, you know, if you weren't such a good fielder, you're a bit of a donkey. There are less donkeys involved in the professional game today, definitely.
2 balls remaining in the over. Sussex are spreading the field slightly to give Beard the strike. In comes Claydon, bowls. Is he caught behind? No, he's not. Oh, it's a whisker away from an outside edge. Ben Brown throws the ball in the air. I think, oh, that was just a coat of linseed oil away from the getting the edge of Beard's bat. But he survives and does a bit of gardening, does Aaron Beard. He's on 2. Essex 186 for 7. 10 needed to win. I wonder if the temptation is to think, oh, I'm just going to have a dart at one, because a boundary here would, well, almost carry the, well, it would carry the runs required down into single figures. In comes Claydon, running away, or running towards us, I should say. He's in and bowls, and Beard gets the thick outside edge. He's going to run away down towards the third man boundary, and it has gone for 4 runs. And the applause you can hear for the Essex players. It was a thick outside edge. It went over the slip cord in the gully, and it's run away down to the boundary for 4 runs. So Essex now need 6 to win. Aaron Beard goes to 6, 190 for 7. And Essex will be sniffing that they're almost over the line here. 6 needed to win. Stuart Meeker is taking off his cap. He's going to bowl the next over from this, the C end of the ground. Well,
no listeners.
It's going to need something very special now from Stuart Meeker. But who knows? 5 overs for 30 he's bowled so far. He's just taken the 1 wicket in this innings. It was the important wicket. Did he get Ryan Tender-Scarter? Let's just confirm who he got.
The shadows are ever increasing. We've got the floodlight shadows on the park. We've got the players there. They're being really stretched. Meeker, in he comes. He bowls the delivery. It's pitched up. It's driven in the offside, and that's going to go for 4. It was a genuine half volley. Walter just caresses it. It runs away down the slope to the deep extra cover boundary. Well, that's a super shot. That was Meeker's first ball back, and it was a genuine. 194 for 7. Essex need 2.
They do, and I should say this is the last game being played today because the game at Grace Road has been drawn between Leicestershire and Durham. So, over to you, Don. Essex just 2 runs away from victory in what's been a super game of cricket.
It's going to be Meeker. Off he goes. He bowls. It's pitched up. It's driven in the offside square of the wicket where it's filled by Thomason, who's filled it out there most of the innings, to be honest. But Paul Walter takes a single. Essex take a single. It brings Aaron Beard, the number 9, on to strike. So 2 left-handers here. Walter with 27. Incidental really, but he's scored it off 31 deliveries, and Beard's got 6 off 10.
And the scores are level.
Scores 11, they're all coming in. Essex will be hopeful that they can finally cross the line. They've got the largest amount of runs in this 4th innings in this contest. It's short, it's played in to the offside to backward point where Thompson does the fielding. No run. They've got another 6 overs after this. They do not have to panic.
Well, he's brought it running, hasn't he? He's got 2 slips. A backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just 1 man out down at fine leg.
Beard, bat aloft. Meeker around the wicket. He bowls it short. The batsman ducks. It goes through to the keeper. A bit of a stare there from Stuart Meeker to Aaron Beard, bowler to bowler. There's no union anymore. I don't think there was ever a union, to be brutally honest. And Meeker, will he bowl short again? Will he pitch it up? But he must bowl straight. 2 slips, a ring of 4 on the offside, fine leg and 2 on the leg side. It's short, it's down the leg side, it's come off his thigh pad, I think. No, it's come off runs off the bat, and Essex have won this Bob Willis 3rd round championship first class fixture. And Aaron Beard is the gentleman to get the 4 runs. He moves to 10. Walter 27, and he's not out. The score therefore is 199 for 7, and Essex have won this fixture by 3 wickets. Many thanks to everybody who's been listening, because we've had some incredibly entertaining emails, discussions and things like that, but it's been a wonderful fixture which will probably live long in the memory.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a super game of cricket. So Essex have won here by 3 wickets. Paul Walter remaining not out on 27, Aaron Beard on 10. Essex will go top of the pile in this Bob Willis trophy, having won 3 of the matches. Don, it's been great to have your company for the last couple of days. Thank you very much. Great to hear from Jason Gillespie today as well. But the Essex players wander off. Well done to Essex. It's been a terrific game of cricket. Well done to Sussex as well, and to George Garton, who took 9 wickets in the match. We hope you've enjoyed the commentary here on 5 Live Sports Extra, but it's time to return you now to Kevin Howells. So I think we've returned to 5 Live Sports Extra, so we're just talking now to our listeners in Essex and Sussex. Don, I have to say, well done Essex, they've won 3 out of 3. They clearly see this as a competition that they want to win, and with 2 games to go they're in pole position to move through to that final Lords. 2 games to go.
They are, and I should imagine most of the other southern group counties would have been rooting for Sussex to win this. But listen, look, Jason Gillespie in some ways will be a little disappointed, but actually, do you know the greatest thing that I think Sussex can take out of this game? Yes, there's the George Garton's 9 wickets, where I hope Mum is organising a celebratory meal tonight. I do sincerely hope that happens. But look, Finch played well last night until he nicked one down the leg side on the final ball of play. We've got Phil Salt, who I think has looked good at times. I do think the bowling has been better, generally speaking, than the batting in this 4-day game. But the greatest thing I'm going to give credit to Sussex is they have shown perpetual fight. And you can't always buy it, you can't coach it. You had it out there with your captain, you had it with some of your bowlers, you had it with your die-hard fielding side, as we briefly mentioned how good and how many runs each individual player saved. And I'll go away, and I did expect Essex to get over the line, and I did expect Essex to bowl Sussex out earlier in the day, but I never expected to see such a great fight by Sussex here today. That was really fantastic. It's been so enjoyable to commentate on this game. It's been so enjoyable to receive everything, the hospitality from your good self, and I would just like to say thank you all, and indeed thank you to the listeners.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, John. It's been good to have you here as well. Just to reconfirm that, so Essex are leading the Bob Willis Trophy. They played 3, they've got 61 points. They are 4 points clear of Worcestershire, who have 57. Derbyshire, who also have 57. Close on their heels are Somerset, who have 56, and Yorkshire, who have 55. Hampshire with 45 will feel they're not out of it. Kent with 42 will also feel they're not out of it either. So still plenty to play for in this Bob Willis Trophy. The next match, Sussex go to Radlett to play Middlesex. And then they finish with a game against Surrey, and next week Essex with a big game down at Arundel against Hampshire. Hampshire will probably feel they need to win that game. Essex can probably afford a draw somewhere along the line, but it's all very tight and very close. But thank you so much.